skin for skin, sin for your sin. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. The damage is done, but I don't care. You're worth the cost, but I don't care. All I ever wanna be is eyes for eyes, lips for lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin, eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. All I ever wanna be is eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin.
The Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double-edged.
In this video, we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 knight off.
I'm gonna start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to know.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
I like your work on the London system, Jabava London system, Simon. Do you have a similar opening that I can play with the black pieces? Welcome to the wonderful world that is the Hippopotamus opening. You cannot break us. Yeah, White's going to attack us, but I'm attacking his king, so if I get there first, it's checkmate. Everything's worked perfectly, just from nothingness. There's another, the hippo suddenly comes to life. There's not really any theory on the hippo, just this course. And it's a universal opening. You can play against anything. E4, D4, C4, move 1, F4, blah, blah, blah. Collie, Tromp, Reti. The opening moves are just trying to get you into a position that you understand and that will lead you into a middle game so you can play chess. So we're going to have a look at G6 as a suggested move order. We're going to have a look at B6 as a suggested move order. This brilliant idea of exchanging off your bishop closing the position, getting counterplay. Well worth remembering. I mean, you might better play King F8, but it looks a bit smelly to me. I don't like. There's a certain aroma there, which is annoying my nostril. In must-win situations, Black is playing the hippo.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented aim chess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using aim chess. Aim chess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com or Chess account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, Aim Chess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to Aim Chess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder, all this and more available on Aim Chess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that Aim Chess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join Aim Chess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. Aim Chess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a Queen's Gambit. That's so fucking dumb. Aim Chess. For when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. It's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. Look, just sign up for Aim Chess, okay? Just, come on, literally, why not? Alright, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go, alright? Jesus Christ.
he played the Berlin, which I sort of expected, but I didn't really know what to do against, because in reality very few people do.
When we are playing an even game against someone of similar strength to us, usually we need to give something in order to obtain the initiative.
Just how shrewd and cunning Alireza can be, even with very little time.
I want to show you a game just to prove that I play these lines that I played against former world number 2 and a bit of a superstar, Gatakamsky.
Hi guys, it's Anish Giri here. In this video, we're going to take a look at the game that I played against a Spanish hustler on streets of Barcelona. It's a quick and a very exciting and action-packed game, so do check it out. It features one of my favorite openings, the Knight of Defense. Let's go. Okay, actually he's not really a hustler. Ruben is a very nice guy. Starts with e4, c5, knight f3, d6. What's your rating?
1750.
Opens to c-land. Ruben knows his stuff. Knight f6, knight c3, a6. I asked him what his rating was, just to be sure he doesn't know too much theory. Bishop e2, reasonable line, trying to castle. e5. Yeah, he knew his theory. Knight here. Bishop e7, castle, castle. Both sides castling now. He should develop the bishop, I should develop my bishop. Or he can go for the f4 plan, which eventually he does. King h1, preparing f4, going out of this diagonal. Rook e8, all theory, I was prepped. f4, bishop e3, f4 first, f4. Knight c6. If f5, I'll go for knight b4 and d5 perhaps, or b5, b4. Bishop e3. Now I take. The bishop lost the tempo and bishop e3. Bishop takes f4. h6. Preparing bishop f8. Awaiting bishop g5. Queen d2. Wants to double. Bishop f8, rook d1, knight e5. Pressure zone. e4 pawn is weak. d6 pawn is weak. I've got pressure here. Maybe knight g6 opening the file. Maybe b5. Maybe bishop b7. What's Ruben gonna do? Ruben, by the way, owns a nice restaurant. NHS club that he invited us to. Nice guy. But likes to think. Not easy to find a plan for white here. Black is very comfortable. Maybe drop the bishop back. Maybe bring the knight into the center. Maybe a4, restricting b5. Which one is he gonna go for? Not easy. Bishop g3. Maybe intending bishop h4. Opening the f-file for the rook. Bishop h4 is not a real threat, so I go b5. Bishop h4, I've got g5, or even bishop e7. a3, preventing b4. Now I'll get comfortable development, pressuring the e4 pawn. With the knight and the bishop now. Bishop d3, very passive, but does defend the e4 pawn. Knight h5, I had other options, maybe rook c8, knight c4. But knight h5 forces the bishop to do something. He takes. I could take with the pawn or with the rook, but now already I spotted a very nice idea. There is an interesting theme here. Do you see that? Now intending something very tricky. Knight d5. Decent move. Now the queen should probably go here, but I had a little dirty trick. Takes, takes, and queen b6, taking away the square from the king. And now I started praying. Look at this. Look at me, trying to distract him. Looking at the queen side where all the action is centered around the king. I'm hoping. He will miss it. Will he miss it? Oh no, knight d4 very strong. If I take, he's got bishop h7 check. Prevents my idea, but I'm not sure if he sees it. Now, the shameless and shameful moment is coming up.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the FTX Crypto Cup. I'm here in Miami, and I think we're about to lift off games really soon. But first, how is everybody doing? How are you, chat? It's been so long since I've streamed, since I've been doing commentary. You know, I was busy with some tournaments, but I am super thrilled to be back here with all of you. And we're going to be discussing a lot about the chess. Let's bring on Peter first, and we'll also be chatting with chat. Thank you so much, Richard. Hi, Peter. How are you?
Yeah, hi, Tania. Hello, everyone. Super excited for this incredible tournament, for the Crypto Cup. I mean, but before we start, let me congratulate you for this wonderful Olympiad. I mean, getting 2 medals, what a performance.
Thank you so much, Peter. That means a lot coming from you. And many times during the Olympiad, I was thinking about the many things that I've learned during our broadcast, watching these people play, the players play here, as well as all your advice that you gave in difficult moments. And I have to say, it helped me a lot. I got so many messages that all the commentary with Peter is really working out.
Yeah, very happy to hear that. Actually, I had the feeling while we were watching it, was it the first round that you had this very long end game and we had the chance with Peter to comment on it? And I had the feeling if you manage to win this game, you're going to have a wonderful Olympiad. And it was so nice to see it happen.
I think in retrospect, thinking about that first round game, it definitely had a lot to do with my performance. Had it gone any other way, I think it would have been a very different Olympiad for me. We also had, I mean, my opponent played super well and it was a very tough game, but it all ended well. Team India was happy by the end of it. We missed out in the last day. But right now, Peter, we are about to lift off the second major. And this is a really big one because all the players have traveled to Miami. It's the first time there's a massive chess event being held in Miami. And I'm here as well, by the way.
Yeah, actually, I have seen some incredible video. Can you please tell us something about this yesterday controversy between Hans and Anish? What happened there?
It was hilarious, but also super dramatic at the same time. Chat, I don't know if you caught any of that. I think there's a video on it on Twitter. There was an event, our kickoff event, which is a hand-brain match with our celebrity guests. And we had athletes, we had sprinters and tennis players and all these celebrity guests who were teaming up with our grandmasters for a hand-brain match. And there we have it. This is actually the arena where the players are playing, and this is where the hand-brain match happened. And this was the one between Anish and Hans. Anish was with legendary sprinter Asafa, and at some point Anish had a second on his clock. Asafa did not say the piece, but Anish made the move without Asafa saying a piece because otherwise he would lose on the clock. And Hans would have none of that. Hans just said that this is not allowed, but also because it was the winning move. If Anish had played it, the game would have changed dynamically. And also it was a knockout. So Hans really stood his ground. There was no resolution to be made. And eventually we had to call out the jury, Peter. And the jury were the players themselves. They all handed out that Hans is the one who gets the point.
Yeah, exactly. And then actually Anish kind of asked that, no, hang on, guys, let's give Magnus kind of the last word. Yeah, and he was hoping for maybe some kind of a compromise. Yeah, but Magnus just told him, no, this is not a yellow card, this is a red card. And I'm looking forward to their games. I mean, today's match, Anish Giri against Magnus Carlsen, especially after what happened yesterday. But anyway, of course, whenever these two gentlemen play, it's always fantastic.
I think Magnus took literally half a second to give Anish the red card on that. But that said, Anish had also made a small error before for which he was awarded the yellow card in the game. So Anish just being his mischievous self, eventually Hans won and everybody was happy with things. You're absolutely right with that red card. The two are facing each other. Peter, let's take a quick look at our lineup for the FTX Crypto Cup. It's a really fun mixed chat of young talent who bring on the entertainment and who are super ambitious, as well as the best grandmasters in the world. Take a look at this. We've got, well, at least for now, the world champion who will not be defending his title in 2023, Magnus Carlsen. He's back here. Lev on Aronian. Peter, I think Lev still a little disappointed. A lot of these players were at the Olympiad. Lev, I'm sure, is disappointed with the run that United States had at the event. He's definitely going to be looking at striking in this one. It's one of his first events being in the US. We've also got Jan-Krzysztof Duda, the winner of our first major, the Oslo Esports Cup. Anish Giri is back. Alireza, who finds himself with a wild card for the first event that he's going to play in the 2022 Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. We also have Liam, Praggnanandhaa, and Hans Niemann. Peter, what do you make of this mix-up?
Well, I'm loving it. It's a very nice tournament. I mean, very interesting players. And you mentioned Levon Aronian. I also feel exactly the same, that he will be so angry and he will be so upset, bringing all his energy into this tournament, to bounce back and to show that Yes, this is the way how he plays chess, not as the way he did at the Olympiad.
Well, it is very exciting. And of course, first time such a big event is happening in Miami, all thanks to our sponsors, FTX and Meltwater. And we're super excited to have liftoff. Let's see if we can get the arena back and take a look at what the players are up to while it's being set up. Peter, I'm here at the hotel where the tournament is taking place, and it is absolutely eclectic. I mean, the whole atmosphere, the arena is stunning. I've never seen anything like it, and I think we're going to witness it really soon. We see Alireza, he's taken his piece. We see all those graphics at the back. It's a really, really cool place to play chess.
Yeah, I have seen a couple of pictures. I mean, not really yet from the playing hall, but everything that is surrounding the event, and one could really feel like, okay, this is a very special, very unique event, and we can, I think, already say now that we are hoping to see more of it, because I'm loving it already.
Gerald is mentioning in chat, fantastic matchups in this first round. Very excited to get started. Let's bring up our matchups. And I think Gerald has one particular matchup in mind when he mentions this. Of course, Magnus, Anish, we're all excited about that. But take a look at this. This is the clash of the new generation. We've got Praggnanandhaa facing Alireza. Peter, it's not a matchup that we've seen very often. And these two players, there's so much excitement around their potential. What do you make of this one?
Absolutely. I mean, you know, when I had my screen and I saw the matchups, and I saw that, hang on, we have Anish Giri against Magnus Carlsen. It should be probably the match of the day. But then I saw Pragg against Alireza, and I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure at all, exactly, because this is incredibly interesting. First of all, now Pragg, after this sensational success that they achieved with the Indian youngster team, I mean, basically, maybe they even deserve to get gold. But I mean, getting a medal in this incredible Olympics, I think, is a huge success. And Pragg now fresh with all these wonderful memories, and I guess he also got a lot of confidence boost. On the other hand, Alireza, he's like the absolute number one of the under 20 junior world rankings. Yeah, so he definitely wants to show why he's the number one. But it's always kind of difficult to play against a younger opponent, because you are always used to that you are the younger one, yeah, and you never have to think about your age and never have to think about that you are facing younger ones. So I'm also very, very curious to see how Alireza will deal with this fact that he's facing a much younger opponent.
I'm loving the graphic. I mean, with Praggnanandhaa, it says youngest to beat Magnus Carlsen as world champion, and Alireza, youngest player to ever break 2800. Of course, the both of them have many other laurels to their name. Pragg definitely picked up a lot of momentum in the second half of the Olympiad. It was a bit shaky for him at the beginning, but then he was on A form, and he's going to be looking to carry that forward. Alireza, a disappointing candidates event for him. So he's also going to be looking at having a strong finish in this one. Let's run a poll in our chat. We know that these two players are chat favorites. Let's see, where does chat stand with this matchup? What do you guys think is going to happen to this one? Is Pragg going to take it, or will Firoza win the match? Also, let's talk about the format of the event, because there are no draws any of the day, Peter. We are going to have a winner at the end of the day. There are going to be 4 rapid games that the players are going to play against each other. If it ends in a 2-2 tie, it goes into a blitz with 5 minutes in a 3-second increment. And if that ends in a tie as well, then we've got an Armageddon. Let's see if we can have a graphic up which explains the format of the tournament. We've got 8 players. We're going to have 7 rounds. It's each play each, and each match, as we mentioned, consists of 4 rapid games. There's a lot of money at stake as well. For every win, it's $7,500 if you win it in the rapid portion. If it goes into tiebreak, then the winner gets $5,000 while the loser gets $2,500. So money is there, but I know these players, we've seen them play. It's more about just establishing your dominance.
Exactly. I mean, of course, it's always nice to play in a tournament where you have a lot of money involved, but the result, the prestige is, I think, what really matters for the players. And I do see that we have liftoff in Levon Aronian against Liam Le game, and we see a Mykonos. Will we see a Mykonos? Because if White plays the move e4, then we're gonna see a Mykonos. I also see that the other matches have started. Anish opted for 1e4. Okay, just before Levon makes up his mind. And wow, Magnus goes g6. Like, I don't wanna get into some big theoretical discussion. I'm gonna play the Pirts or the modern defense, and Anish goes, wow, very professionally. He just sidesteps. He goes knight f3. I wonder if he's gonna play with c3 or will he put his knight on c3. That's the big question now. Yeah, bishop e3, hinting at knight c3. Besides, there is even the chance that white might go c4 and knight c3 and get some kind of King's Indian structure, depending how Magnus is playing, because now, of course, knight f6 would be the most natural move, attacking the pawn, kind of provoking, forcing knight c3, and then we're gonna get a classical Pirts. If Magnus plays any other move, then actually Anish might be able to play c4. What is your take, Tanya, on this Magnus's e4 g6 adventure against Anish?
I think Magnus is making it pretty clear that he's here to have fun, but definitely has got prep as well. He doesn't want to go into any lines or anything that Anish might have come prepared with. He's taken Anish by surprise in the opening. But also, Peter, I love that Anish hasn't paused. He continues to make the moves. He continues to keep the momentum. So saying, yes, I haven't seen you with this approach before, but I'm ready for it. And we've seen that it is all about keeping that momentum, not taking too much time in the opening. So definitely, I think Anish surprised, but not absolutely shocked.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for example, one of the games that comes to my mind was the game when Anish had the white pieces and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave needed to win on demand with the black pieces against Anish. And he went for the Pirts and got heavily punished by Anish. And Anish chose, I think, exactly the same setup. So I'm also very curious to see now how Magnus will deal with this, because it's a very solid, very stable, at the same time also very aggressive, energetic setup from white side.
All right, but Peter, what are the plans here? Because it just looks like white gets this free hand in the center. You know, you've got queen d2, you're kind of eyeing at going long castle. Black still has a very conservative approach in the opening. It's sort of like the King's Indian setup with this bishop on g7. But what are the ideas? Does white actually end up going long castle, and is it a race on opposite side to get to each other's king?
Well, it very much depends on how also black is reacting. And we see, wow, Magnus blitzes out d5 immediately against bishop h6. Like he was just waiting for bishop h6 to be played. Honestly, I have never seen this before. I mean, this d6, d5 kind of idea, what is the purpose? So for example, let's just imagine that white trades on g7, bishop g7, king g7, white plays e5. I'm guessing that Magnus wants to jump in with the knight to e4. Okay, but I mean, maybe we can just ignore with a move like queen e3. I mean, at first view, I don't really get the idea. On the other hand, when someone like Magnus plays a move like d5 on the spot, it means that he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, that's the feeling that you get, right? With the speed with which he made the move d5, bishop h6 looks scary. We know that the bishop on g7, this fan chatter bishop, is black's main piece in these structures. But when you're attacked on the flank, you go for the center. And I think in those positions that you were discussing, once white gets e5, then black will also have these ideas of trying to break in the center with a move like f6. And this is the first time when Anish now sits down to pause. So definitely that psychological advantage that Magnus is putting on him. You go for the attack with bishop h6. I know what I'm doing. I quickly blitz out d5. And once again, it's a decisive moment for white. White needs to decide what to do with that pawn center, which means white needs to take time. And in this format, time matters so much, Peter. Peter, after d5, is e5 the only way forward for white, or can white first try? I mean, eventually you have to go e5. E takes d5 just doesn't make sense.
Exactly. I mean, that you're going to play e5, I think it's quite obvious. The big question that Anish is probably pondering at this moment, that should he go e5 immediately, or should he include the trade of bishops with bishop take g7? That's kind of the question that I believe that he's thinking about right now. My first instinct was just to trade and then go e5, just not to bother with this bishop on h6 anymore, but maybe it's not important. I will be very interested to see how Anish deals with this kind of provocation, because I really feel like Magnus is provoking him. I mean, but after giving a red card to someone, I don't think that you should provoke, because you are already provoking him to some aggressive actions anyway.
Well, speaking of aggressive action, we'll come back to this game. We see Anish taking his time. Let's move on to the other one, which we're expecting a lot of fireworks in. And I'm looking at the position. It feels like it's pretty calm so far. There have been a few trades of the minor pieces. Let's get an update on the Pragg Alireza board. Peter, do you want to take it from the top?
Yes, definitely, because I think it's very important to mention that Alireza is a player who can play all kinds of openings. In this sense, he's very much Magnus style, that he's switching between his openings. And now against Pragg, it just shows that how much respect and how much it means for him to play for a result in this match. And he goes for the Berlin. He wants to be as solid as possible. And it's very interesting to see also how Pragg is dealing with the situation. Maybe he did not expect, because, okay, how can you expect the Berlin from Firoza? It's possible, but it's just one of the many possibilities. And he chose the most solid way of treating it, but he goes for the knight c3 line, so he wants to target Black's bishop. And this is what we are seeing, a famous line that is debated in many games. White goes after the bishop, Black tries to save the bishop, and then finally White picks up the other bishop. One can argue that, okay, this position after the massive exchanges should be kind of very equalish. But we have seen this kind of position in some. Maxim Vasilograf was one of the players who was actually scoring quite some important wins with the white side here. Knight f6, queen b3 on the board. All right, so yeah, it's definitely not the most exciting openings, but I believe that there is still quite a lot of tension here. And wow, I mean, we have to get back to Anish, because Anish in fact gets provoked and he took on g7, pushed d5, took and went for knight g5. Wow, so he's really trying to punish Magnus's play.
Yes, but Anish's king also isn't castled yet. Knight g5 has a clear threat of attacking the e4 pawn. There are all these ideas that come to mind with a central break, not really bothering with defending the pawn with a move like bishop f5, but f6 or c5 are two moves that come to mind. Is that something that should be considered by Black?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, one really gets the feeling that here you don't want to get on the defensive with Black, because then White will get the momentum. Yeah, so somehow changing the dynamic. I mean, maybe even a move like f5, yeah, that you hang on to the pawn and you say like, you know what? No, Magnus goes c5.
He goes for c5, Peter. He does it. I love this. I mean, just striking in the center. We were discussing opening breaks, and yes, not defending the pawn, but just going for counterattack. This is fireworks.
Exactly. This is basically the spirit. What I'm wondering is that, so he's provoking d4, d5. I'm trying to understand that what he has in mind if for example, we push d5. Maybe then already he will try to use this f5 idea.
Yeah, because after f5, let's just show this line. f5, if you take e takes f6, you can recapture with the pawn, hit that knight, and after knight e4, then use this open e file with a move like rook e8, and white is in big trouble.
Exactly. Yeah, this is kind of, however, when you play c5, d5, f5, I don't have to react to it. Yeah, so for example, I can make a move like f4, cementing my central structure as well. Yeah, and Anish goes d5. I'm loving it, because I want to see Magnus's reaction. I was wondering myself, I wanted to make the move c5, but I did not know what next after d5. So let's see how Magnus deals with this.
Chat asking what was the red card that you mentioned about. Well, yesterday we had a really cool kickoff event with a hand-brain match with our celebrities and our players. And Anish got a bit sneaky in his game, tried to get out of trouble by making a move before his opponent mentioned the piece which needs to be played. And for that, the world champion handed him a red card, definitely setting the tone for this matchup. And this is not going to disappoint. So d5, Anish's center looking good and strong, Peter. What do we make of this? Because now knight e4 is a big threat. Can you go queen c7 and continue putting pressure on e5?
Yeah, queen c7 is the move I'm expecting, but then I have the move queen c3. And I'm also setting some d6 ideas.
And then I have to play f6.
Yes, exactly. But if you play f6, then I already captured on e4, and then I will be very happy giving up the e5 pawn with this lovely construction. So I'm a little bit struggling to understand what Magnus has in mind. And look at Anish. I mean, Anish, like, he senses the moment that, wow, I mean, maybe Magnus is overdoing something, and he's really so focused. He wants to punish Magnus as much as he can here.
Wow, this is going to blow up really soon. D5, I'm loving the way Anish has handled the center and his position. And Magnus going into a big thing. He's got about 12 minutes. Both players down to 12 minutes. Peter, we'll come back to this position and see what that Magnus prep was all about. Let's go back to some of the other boards that we've got action on. We haven't gotten an update on the Jan-Krzysztof Duda board.
Yes,
Oh,
we actually missed out on 2 games so far. One of them is Hans Niemann against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. We are seeing a very, very solid G3, C6 kind of Grünfeld. It's a very solid way of meeting the Grünfeld, and it also kind of forces recently black players to play the very solid C6, D5. I mean, for example, if you think about Duda, who is a very aggressive player, we are already understand why Hans is probably quite tempted to play something solid, yeah, because okay, it's never easy to play against something that I mean Duda is aggressive, and after C6 D5 you have to be patient, you have to be very solid, and this is what Hans is trying to check, whether Jan-Krzysztof will really be able to play this position as the position demands it, just quietly, or will he try to create some big complications as well, which might backfire. Yeah, knight e4, bishop f5, a5, those are all the typical moves. It's very nice reaction by black. White opts for knight h4, trade on c3, and bishop e6 on the board. I feel, and wow, f4, no, not blitzed out, but it's on the board. Wow, this
Okay,
really spices things up.
This really spices things up, and Hans not backing down. But Peter, the first question, of course, that comes is, black with that bishop on e6 was targeting the c4 pawn. D takes c4. Is Hans planning to go f5 on the board and just blow open black's position?
Yeah, that's the big question. And Duda is, of course, not asking it twice. He takes dc4, f5.
F5 on the board, and immediately comes back with bishop c8.
Yeah, and the point being that now suddenly there is a pin on the c3 bishop. So if white recaptures b takes c4, which is very tempting, then black can strike with c6, c5, using the fact that the bishop is hanging on c3, and then knight comes to c6. We also see that the knight on h4 is far away from the action. Very interesting reaction by Duda. I'm loving it, and I feel like, I believe he's very happy because he created those kind of dynamics that he really loves.
I mean, after this line that you've just shown, Peter, I really like black's position. You know, it looks a bit weird to fall back with the bishop to c8. And is black getting into trouble? White has already got a pawn on f5. Visually, it looks dangerous for black. But then with all these dynamics of this bishop on c3 being pinned, I think the game is in Duda's favor currently. At least the opening's gone in his favor.
Yeah, one could argue that in fact probably it's better for white to sacrifice the pawn. Yeah, just make sure that black will not get any break, and then try to rely on your center, and basically also that the bishop on c8 is kind of passive. But c6, c5 will be played anyway, maybe. I mean, I'm trying to make sense that can white, for example, afford to lose a tempo and just give up on the pawn? Yeah, for example, rook c1, c takes b3, a takes b3, and try to play in Catalan spirit. But I mean, black is coming knight a6, knight b4. He has lovely b4 square. I just don't feel like white has enough positional compensation. So very interested to see how Hans will deal with this. It's not an easy situation.
Not an easy situation, and his clock seems to imply just that. It does look like Hans Niemann is in trouble with the white pieces. Jan-Krzysztof Duda keeping his cool, gets the kind of game he wants. Peter, let's move on to our other board, Levon against Liam, which is another hot position.
Yeah, this is ultimate because I happen to know this position from, like, I don't know, 5-6 years ago. I recall that it was, I believe, Vishy Anand who played it with black. And whenever Vishy does something, then the whole world is watching, yeah, because, okay, wow, Vishy was really provoking his opponent. And yeah, this is the Mykonos and the very fresh line with knight f3, knight c6, bishop g5. It's an old classical line, but with a new twist after queen g6, d5, knight b8. First of all, black is kind of losing tempo, but provokes d4, d5. So there is a very big strategical hole on c5. So in this position, if black will be able to complete development, black will strategically be better, and this explains white's very aggressive play, using the momentum with h4, targeting the queen, winning the tempest. h4, h6, h5, queen a6. Yeah, this is a standard play here, bishop e3, knight d7. So it's all about the c5 square. Levon goes bishop d3. Now black develops the bishop to a3, rook b1, castles, queen d6, knight h4. Exactly, this is why it's played. White is trying to get the knight to f5. Black reacts with knight f6. So now strategically knight f5 would be a terrible mistake, because then black just trades this bishop for the knight, and he has wonderful grip on the position. Now the pawn on b7 is hanging, but okay, black just plays b6, follows it up by bishop c5, trading this bishop, and we end up having a wonderful knight against the bad bishop with a clear advantage for black. So of course, black doesn't let this happen. I mean, white doesn't let this happen. He goes bishop f5 because he wants to be able to activate his knight after bishop f5, knight f5. And Liam has opted for queen a6. Wow, I mean, I do believe that this is some kind of, probably both players have analyzed this position, but they did not expect it to happen, and both are spending a lot of time.
Queen a6, rook b5 to stop the threat of queen c4, and it was important that white couldn't make a move like queen e2. Let's just back up, Peter, and show that queen e2 was not possible because knight takes d5 suddenly comes in, taking advantage of that pin. And I think white really wanted to stop black from coming on to c4. So for example, a move like c5 also weakens the center, and then suddenly that knight on h4 can be targeted with a move like queen c4. You hit that knight, you hit that pawn on d5, and this looks very, very shaky for white. So rook b5 is definitely an understandable move, but it also feels like the rook on b5 is a little vulnerable. It is going to come into some threats with a move like c6 at some point.
Exactly. The big question is what Levon has in store after c6. One of the explanations that I find that if black plays the move c6, then actually his queen no longer covers the 6th rank. Yeah, because the queen was very nicely protecting the knight on f6. So maybe Levon is intending to retreat his rook to b3, for example, keeping an eye on this bishop, and then try to get queen to f3 and put pressure with eventual bishop takes h6 ideas, and then the queen will attack the knight on f6. And we see suddenly then black's queen won't be able to defend along the 6th rank. So a very sneaky move by Lev. And Liam says, no, I don't want to be provoked. Let me just stabilize. Let me go rook e8 first.
Rook e8 also defends this e5 pawn, because after c6, let's not forget, white could have traded and also picked up that e5 pawn. So just keeping everything under control, making sure that the center is defended, c6 always in the air. Bishop c8, knight f5 ideas come to mind, because it just feels like this knight on h4 needs to find a way. Peter, in all those lines that you mentioned with c6, rook b3, after queen c4, the knight on h4 will always be under attack. And in fact, Levon goes for it, Peter. He goes bishop c8 and knight f5.
Exactly, he goes for it. And I would argue that give one more move for white. Yeah, just give me one more move, queen f3, and white will have an overwhelming advantage. However, chess is such a game that you have the chance to make a move and your opponent has the right to answer it. And I do believe that this one tempo is so crucial. For example, now the fact that c7, c6 can be played, hitting the rook. I'm expecting then the rook b3 move anyway, and maybe black will just fall back with the bishop all the way to f8. I mean, it seems like black should be able to stabilize, and then the structure. Yeah, I mean, basically, if black stabilizes, black can even be better, because the structure wise, I mean, he has a very nice structure and very stable position.
Peter, chat is informing us that we are missing big action on the Prague board. Let's quickly jump to that. Apparently, there's been a big turnaround. By the way, thanks, chat, for just always letting us know what's going on in the games, because there's so much excitement everywhere. Peter, what is the turnaround? What is happening? Why is this so much better for white?
Yeah, this is the trick. Yeah, I mean, these positions are very tricky. So we left here after queen b3. The question was, how do you protect the pawn on b7? Because rook c7 might run into queen a3 with double attack on the pawn on a7 and the rook on f8. So Alireza was trying to defend it tactically with queen f4. He's coming knight g4. g3 kicks the queen back, queen c7, queen a3, and c5. Alireza was dealing with the problem that the pawn on a7 is hanging, and also rook e7. So again, the double attack team appears. He opts for c5, and after cd5, knight d5, rook ac1, the computer goes crazy. but humanly, of course, it's very difficult to understand. One of the things that I feel like what can explain that Black's king on h8 is very awkward. I'm really wondering if the king would be on g8, would it really dramatically change the evolution of the computers? I believe yes. This king on h8, maybe the rook on f8 might be in some lines, in some tactical lines, be hanging. Also now the problem, of course, that white is threatening d4, open up the c file and pinning the queen on c7. Concrete problems.
Concrete problems. And actually, when I see this position, my first instinct is, wait, we see the eval bar, but everything looks like it's under control for black. You know, the pawn structure seems great. The knight on d5 looks better than the bishop on f1, but clearly the eval bar loves Prag's position. And Peter, that could also have something to do with exactly these concrete threats against black's pawns. If we can just, and we see Ali Reza on our screen, he's having a deep look at the position. It's a very important moment for him. Let's bring up our board on the screen. We see the a7 pawn is hanging. The c5 pawn is hanging. The queen on c7 pinned along this file with d4. And I think the problem is, Peter, if you make a move that defends this pawn, moves the queen away. For example, queen b6 was the first move that I was thinking about, defending a7, sidestepping with a move like d4. Oh, wow, you're pointing out a really nice idea, Peter. Rook jumps onto e5, hits that knight on d5, can't move that knight, c5 pawn is hanging. And if you play rook d8, then maybe d4 becomes a possibility anyway. Because
exactly.
After d4, the rook on d8 is just overburdened.
Yeah, I mean, very tricky. I mean, basically after rook e5, you still have the move knight b4, but it's already such a shaky move that I wouldn't be surprised if there is a clear problem. Also d4, wow.
d4 and rook b5, Peter, this is stunning.
Wow, let's just show, yeah, that takes, and then rook b5 picks up a piece because it's suddenly the bishop diagonal got opened, and it's double attack on the queen, and wow, I mean, okay, then Ali Reza is taking his time, but maybe it's already too late. I mean, wow. I mean, such a peaceful looking opening, innocent looking, and look at this. He's in, and queen b6 on the board.
We might see this. We might see this, chat. Queen b6, rook e5 is a move that Peter pointed out, suddenly taking advantage of that knight that I thought was so strong on d5. And black's pawns just look super loose in the position.
Yeah, I'm actually struggling to find the defense, and you know, if we would see that the evaluation bar says that it's an equal position, we kind of understand that there, and rook e5 on the board. But like this, we are not a believer that black has a defense at all.
Pragg is just so precise. Peter, look at the two players on the screen. Chat, what do you think? I mean, it's also sort of reflective of the kind of position that they have. You can feel the confidence in Pragg's posture, the way he's sitting, looking at his computer screen. Ali Reza definitely, you know, knows that he's in a bit of trouble. Knight b4 immediately played out. Peter, we were looking at the line d4. Now, c takes d4 runs into the trick with rook b5. If black goes c4, do you simply snap up the pawn?
Yeah, I think we can just snap up because everything is hanging. I mean, the knight on b4 will still be hanging. I believe that Pragg can hardly, you know, compose himself not to go d4 immediately. I mean, he has anticipated this. He's so happy, but he also understands that if d4 is strong, then there is no need to rush because strength. Yeah, and d4 on the board.
This is amazing stuff. You know, chat, we were yesterday at the opening ceremony. Pragg was there. He's here with his coach, Ramesh, by the way, Peter. And Ramesh wasn't present at the opening ceremony. So I was chatting with Pragg and I asked him, I said, where's Ramesh? He said, oh, he's not bothered. He's at the gym. He's working out right now. So it just shows the kind of focus the team has. You know, Pragg has to come to the opening ceremony. He did his job. He played his game. He had a lot of fun. And then he just left, went back and went to prepare. Very professional attitude.
But hang on, if Ramesh is so much really working on his physical shape, then did they really came flying in like Anish was highlighting in his tweet?
I think that's a great tweet, by the way. Let's see if Tad can bring that up for us at some point. I thought that was hilarious.
I was loving, you know, I was like watching it 20 times and I was laughing my head off. I mean, it was just so incredible, fantastic. I mean, it was just amazing. Yeah.
Definitely Anish's Twitter game is super strong. Let's see what's going on his board, Peter. Right now, it looks like Pragg is making all the precise moves in this one. What is happening with this position? Wow, I'm loving. That's a big pawn on c6, but you can't hold on to it for too long.
Yeah, you can't hold on, but on the other hand, also black's pawn structure is compromised. Yeah, so now we have equal material, but one could argue that, come on, white has a very nice little passer on c2. Yes, it's kind of not connected. If white's pawn would be on b2 instead of a2, we would be almost calling it a technical win. Like this is just advantage. Even ideas like rook g3 and then some rook lift on the third, depending on where the knight is moving, it's very interesting. The bishop on e4 is beautiful piece because protects the weakness on c2. Black will certainly try to find some counterplay against white's vulnerable pawns, but I do feel like Anish has a wonderful chance here. By the way, how did we reach here? So Magnus after c5, d5 came up with bishop f5. Probably not a move that he was so happy about, but what to do? And Anish went for rook g1, threatening g4. And that's how we ended up in this technical position after. Wow, g4, bishop e6. What a move. What a move. That's what it explains.
Yeah, bishop e6 is stunning, yeah, with this d5 pawn.
Yeah, I mean, okay, it looks like some kind of a mouse slip, but no, it's intentional move. Yes.
I want to ask you, Peter, because most of us want to play g4, but we'd want to start with h3. What was the reason that Anish chose to move rook g1 instead of h3 in that position?
I think just that it's even more dynamic, yeah, that he really wanted to already kind of punish Magnus. The big question is, did he miss bishop e6 or not? We will probably never find out unless we interview Anish afterwards. So takes, knight takes c5. He, by the way, actually took a pawn, so he wasn't really complaining, I guess. Rook c8, long castles, also wonderful tactical trick. Rook takes c5, runs into b4, and then white wins back the material. This is actually what happened. Bishop f3 had to be played, and now we already understand how we reached to this. Even here, what a sneaky little move, bishop g2. Wow, actually, it's a wonderful game. I mean, I don't know exactly objectively how brilliant it is, but practically speaking, it all makes sense, and it feels, wow, bishop f7, bishop
What
f3.
is happening in this game, Peter? Nobody cares about what is happening, and there's just these counter-attacking moves. I mean, bishop g2, bishop f3, this is insane chess.
Yeah, absolutely. But suddenly I'm not liking the decision that Anish took by, and look at this, no. After playing such a wonderful game, Anish, why did you take on c6? Don't do why? No,
I'll
no
tell
reason.
you why, Peter, because Anish was down to a minute on his clock. And I think it just kind of fizzled out. There were a lot of energetic moves made by him and by Magnus, but Magnus was far ahead on the clock. And with no time, Anish just decided to bail out.
Yeah, finally, I mean, that's what I was expecting in the rook endgame, that actually because of the vulnerable pawns, black will have a very nice defense, and Magnus immediately grabs his chance. I mean, the reason why I was shouting out because I was so much enjoying how Anish played this game, yeah, and it felt like, but the clock situation explains, yeah, because otherwise no way he would have taken on c6. Okay, wow, actually Magnus should be very happy that he survived this game.
But those were some insane moves, right? With rook g1, and then you go bishop e6, and then you go bishop f3. I mean, just some, we'll probably have a look at this if we've got some time after this, but a lot of action on the other boards. Meanwhile, Peter, I don't think Alireza has yet, we do have a few moves. So after d4, he went back with the knight to c6. But can't you just pick up the pawn on c5 with the rook? Just go rook takes c5?
Well, you can. The only problem for Pragg is that he can capture with the rook and he can also capture with the pawn, yeah?
Right.
That's the problem. And in a rapid play, it's so much better if you only have one choice, no? I mean, then you know that you're going to take like with the rook, and we don't know which move is better. I mean, both are super tempting.
Yeah, and I think, Peter, that's the bigger problem. Even if you have two options, but one is clearly better, it's easier to make it. Here, both rook c5, d5 are super tempting.
Exactly. You can give a bunch of lists, that why you are preferring one over the other. But fine. And Pragg goes rook e to c5, keeping all the dynamic in the position. Yeah. Settling d4, d5. I'm loving this more than d takes c5. Rook cd8 blitzed out by Alireza, and Alireza is also down to less than 3 minutes on his clock.
All right, well, I also really like rook d5. It just seemed more natural with this d5 pawn coming in, rook d8, attacking the d4 pawn. Well, d5 feels like the way to try and defend it. And then you can always put the bishop on g2, trying to cover up the king as well. Is d5 the move that you would go for to defend this pawn, Peter?
Well, yes and no, because there is again the temptation also to play rook b5 a part of d5. Yeah, it's again exactly the same, that two lovely moves are possible. And for example, the reason why I'm loving the move rook b5, that after queen takes d4, rook takes b7, suddenly the knight on c6 loses its protection. Yeah,
Peter, wouldn't a move like knight e5 be something that black can start considering, trying to go queen d5, knight f3, or putting the knight on d3 in these positions?
Exactly. I mean, black has to do it. Yeah, and it's very hard to believe that it could be anything, but it's a rapid play, and Pragg opts for d5. Probably just wants to keep this long diagonal closed.
Safer, just feel safer. You know, you just want to consolidate your position in such circumstances. You're up a pawn, you just want to make sure black gets no counterplay, attack on f2 or this knight jumping into f3. I'm expecting a move like bishop g2, but bishop g2 also keeps the d3 square vulnerable, Peter, and maybe after bishop g2, black can try and create counterplay with queen g6, keeping up the momentum, keeping up the threats, and trying to go knight d3.
Yeah, I actually don't really want to move the bishop from f1 at the moment, because yeah, as you highlighted, this d3 square might be important. I'm again tempted to take a look at rook b5, yeah, because I'm kicking this queen away and also opening the queen way on eyeing on the f8 rook. Besides, I'm even not sure how does black protect the b7 pawn. Again, something that one needs to consider, and Pragg definitely considers it.
You know, I feel in positions like these, if you're playing white, rook b5, it looks like a really strong move, but then you'd start looking at stuff like queen d4, black's queen jumping in to try to get some counterplay, trying to attack that d4 pawn. Also, watch out, f2 might come under fire with a move like g4. And I think these are the things that Pragg is taking his time to consider. How should he minimize black's counterplay in this position?
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's also like as a commentator, it's very easy to, okay, why not rook b5? But as you said, yeah, over the board, you just don't want to give any shade of counterplay for your opponent. You feel like you are dominating the position. So I wouldn't rule out that Pragg finds a very nice stabilizing move, after which black will feel himself, I mean, left without counterplay. On the other hand, I know from myself that if you try to restrict or your opponent's counterplay, then you might end up giving him some. Yeah, Pragg opted for queen c3, rook f8 blitzed out, protecting the knight.
You know, Peter, I really like just keeping this queen shut off at b6, tripling up on the c file, keeping that bishop on f1, like you mentioned, control of d3. It just keeps things more under control for white. And that seems like something you want to do with just 3 minutes on the clock, ahead by a pawn. It looks like Pragg needs to show some good technique. He is ahead in the position. Peter, meanwhile, Levon looks like he's absolutely crushing it. You quickly want to get an update on that position.
Yeah, well, I mean, it looked quite dangerous for black. I wasn't exactly sure to judge it as if crushing or not. But yeah, with the rook on d7 and queen on f5, targeting the f7 pawn and this bishop on g7. If black's pawn would be on e6 instead of e5, then we could talk about something. Yeah, because then black would have a lovely bishop, but with this terrible pawn on e5 blocking his own bishop, it's really just a matter of time how Levon will or should win this position. What happened here? So hang on, yeah, queen f3.
Sacrifice the exchange in the last move. Yeah, let's take it from here.
Yeah, so knight f5 and okay, probably c6 would have led more or less to the same position. Bishop f8, queen f3, c6, rook b3 played. That's exactly how I was kind of expecting things to turn out. CD, CD. Okay. Queen takes a2. I mean, if it works, it's one would say that, you know, it's a fantastic move and a brave move and what a choice. If it backfires, then you will be criticized. And knowing already that the position later went out of control, I'm assuming that maybe this was the wrong direction. Queen takes d5, knight h6, takes. And this was the moment when Liam started, no, not yet. Wow, yeah, I mean, okay, he's overloaded on the defense of the f7 pawn. So the queen is lured away, rook b6, threatening some bishop takes a6 or whatever. And then Liam opted for this, but this is just a hopelessly lost position.
Yeah, this just looks completely over, no? And I
But
think
hang on, I mean,
Valbar
at
was-
least he managed to get e5, e4 in, opens up the bishop, some practical chances.
And you know what, Peter? If you go queen e4, there's bishop e5 check. Queen
Exactly.
e5 ends in a perpetual. Let's just show that line.
Exactly. That's a very nice spot. Yeah, bishop e5 check, and after queen takes e5, queen h4 check, king g1, queen e1 is perpetual on the spot. So Levon, of course, spotted this. He opts for queen g4, queen takes c3. But now there is some dynamic. The bishop is alive. Black opened the position. Levon got careless. He was carried away. He has 6.5 minutes versus 1 minute, and he was rushing. He shouldn't have done that.
And you know, when we felt like White is doing so well, it was that moment when Liam had to sacrifice that exchange because bishop h6 was such a massive threat. And the very next move, Liam managed to create the chances, which just goes on to show you just cannot let it easy at any moment. And I again see that our Evalbar seems to not like what Black has done. I don't think you should go for trades in this position. You have to try to find counterplay against White's king.
Yeah, the only problem was that, yeah, he was too short on time and he panicked against the attack. Yeah, because, yeah, this is now hopelessly, I mean, maybe not hopelessly, but technically it should be losing because Black's king on g8 is just not active. The bishop is not active. The pawn on h5 is very strong. White has the more active king. Yeah, Levon goes rook d8 and now nothing moves. Just nothing moves. I mean, basically White will go h6, h7 and win the game due to the pin. Wow, it's over, and after e3, White will be able to control the pawn with his king. So just h6, h7, and then take the bishop, or otherwise you queen the pawn. Just game over.
Very precise, this move, rook d8, just with a clear idea of advancing that h pawn. But it just felt like Liam had that moment where he could have tried for counterplay. But you know, you panic, you trade queens, but it's just lengthening the suffering. It's not really fighting the position. So a little surprised, but of course, clock played a big role in that. Peter, let's go back to the Alireza board. This one looks like Levon's going to take it. What is the action here? White still has the extra pawn. Black has gone h5, trying to create some play against White's king. Wants to go h4, weaken Black's, weaken the pawn structure on king's side. But first, he had to make this move, rook b8.
Yeah, I mean, okay, basically created some luft against the for his king, yeah, and maybe hinting at some h5, h4, but the structure is, and White is so dominant on the c file, yeah, he has the much more active heavy pieces. I don't really believe Black can hope for any counterplay, but also trading the queens probably is like signing capitulation. So maybe out of despair, we will see Alireza try some queen f6, h4 moves, but
then you just go for d6. The d pawn becomes
okay,
a monster.
queen b6 on the board, but still nothing changes. d6 will be played, and it looks awful for Black.
Peter, I really liked this move, queen a3. You know, offering the queen in a position where you do end up doubling up your pawns, but then the b file opens up for counterplay. The d pawn will be unstoppable, and it's just such a nice move to make queen a3. You see your opponent's queen is a big blockade on that d6 square, and you just remove it.
Exactly, that's the key. Yeah, the blockade is broken. I mean, imagine that if suddenly this knight from e5 could jump to d6, we will be immediately saying that no problem for Black. Black will hold it despite being pawned down, but the knight is on e5 and there is no way ever reaching d6. Besides, White's rook on c7 is threatening the f7 pawn, it threatens the b7 pawn. I mean, just after d5, d6, yeah, and this d5, d6 on the board, I just don't see any way for Black to put up any resistance, to be honest.
d7, rook c8 coming in. If Pragg manages to convert this, I mean, he's played with some very precise play the last couple of moves. Peter, that would be a great start for Pragg.
Amazing start. Yeah, basically it would be just a dream come true. I mean, you always want to set the tone for the match, and now, yeah, Alireza is trying queen d4. He's hinting at knight d3, but yeah, White has queen c5, giving no chances.
Pragg barely took any time to make that move, queen c5. So he's clearly super alert in this position. And it's not just a dream start because, let's say, the result goes his way. Also, it's a really well-played game.
Yeah, one could argue that even it was too easy. Yeah, it just shows that this innocent kind of choice, yeah, it looked like, wow, it's a rook e1 Berlin and like this. It turned out to be psychologically very effective because Alireza is not the type of player who loves this, you know, symmetrical stuff or tries to be super precise to make a draw. he always looks for counterplay. But in fact, in this position, you have to be very solid and you have to be very precise to make your draw. Yeah, and his mindset was not ready for it.
Well, he's gone for queen b2, and my first question is the h5 pawn is hanging. You can't go rook e1 because watch out, black has got these threats like knight f3, so I can't attack the knight with rook e1. d7 comes to mind, Peter, as a move. f4 comes to mind as a move. He goes for f4, so he goes for a more direct approach, attacking that knight on e5. Where do you move it? h5 is hanging, d7 in the air.
Yeah, and after queen takes h5, basically white will also have queen takes f7 checkmate against black's king. I'm not even seeing any move, not seeing any defense for black. I believe that the designs would not be premature. I mean, knight g6 is the only move. Of course, you will never design in a rapid game, but you're just gonna be crushed. Yeah, queen h5 check, king g8 is on the board. Now, still nothing really threatens white king. Maybe even you can even afford the luxury of going bishop d5, attacking the f7 pawn, because
check though. Queen b6 is a check. I don't know if it gets anything.
Well, not really. I mean, also queen d4 is a check, but with the bishop on the diagonal, we can maybe just sidestep king h1 and we are checkmating the opponent. Yeah, bishop d5 on the board.
Peter, on the board, just very strong, bringing the bishop into the attack, hitting on f7. A check doesn't hurt black. You sidestep to h1.
Exactly, and there is just no way of defending on f7. Besides, after queen d4 check, king h1, we will also have rook d1 because the queen from h5 protects the d1 square, and then we just cement the bishop. We will also be settling queen take g6.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's basically finished.
Rook f8. There was no way that you could just let the f7 pawn fall apart. Well, now queen d6 is a threat, but can white just go queen g6? I think after queen g6, black gets this option to go queen d4, queen d5.
Exactly, yeah. I think rook d1 is kind of a very nice move because it protects against queen b6, queen d6, because then the queen on d6 will be hanging, and we just reinforce everything. We take queen d4 check out of the game, or king h1.
I love it. Peter, I love king h1. You just move away from all the checks.
Yeah, and now, of course, in this position, one of the moves that you think about first is rook takes f7, but finally black will have knight h8. Yeah, so rook f7, rook c7, and then knight h8, or even maybe some checks. No need to play for the gallery. Exactly, just push that pawn d7. And okay, the combined set of rook c8 plus putting pressure on the f7 pawn should just decide the game. By the way, hang on. I think that Jan-Krzysztof Duda lost on time, because looking at the final position, it looks like he has everything under control. I mean, black is by no means worse, but I see that the result is 1-0.
All right, we'll get an update on that, Peter. Should we just stick to this? Because I think this might be ending any moment soon. Bishop e4 played, rook d8, so still fighting against the threat of rook c8. You can't go rook c8 anymore because d7 was hanging. Pragg calmly defends that pawn, queen f5. Alireza putting up a fight, but he's
but look at this queen f5, bishop e4 just boxes black's pieces. Yeah, the knight can never move because of queen h7 checkmate, and the rook cannot move. Basically, only the queen moves, but I mean, this is quite a hopeless cause.
And you can go rook c. Well, queen g3 is a bit of a threat, so rook c8 runs into queen g3.
Yeah, king h2, just protect, because a2 pawn is nothing. You play rook c2, and okay, you can also go h4 h5. You just forget it. Just keep everything there. Just go h4 h5, and it's over. So black will can't even go queen e6 because the knight is hanging at the end.
Wow, so queen e6, you trade, pick up the knight. It's really interesting how in this position, Peter, you're mentioning that all of black's pieces are tied and white just gets one more army into the game. Get all your toys into play, go h4, and then it's just too much. This is the last straw that breaks black's position, and he goes for it. He finds it, h5, queen h7 check will be a big threat, and black can't fight against it.
Yeah, and that's it. Alireza designs. Wow.
Well, that's a big win for Pragg. He takes the point home. Well, it was a really nicely played game, Peter. We still have action, I think, on one more board. Let's bring that up.
No, actually, because Levon has won and Duda lost on time. I mean, look at this. If anyone, then only black can be better in this final position. How on earth did this game end like this? I want to see, because I had an eye on it. Yeah, Duda was in total control. Look at, he has two pawns for the exchange and lovely structure, lovely pieces. And knight g5. Okay, he was jumping. Yeah, knight g5, king f2, rook e7. Hans making sure not to lose on the spot. And if you don't lose on the spot, then I think he has very good drawing chances. Then maybe he's not even really worse. In any case, black is the one who is calling the shots. And then suddenly here after rook e7, rook e1, no more move, finish. Probably Duda forgot about the time. That's the only thing I can think of.
This is a very strange situation. I mean, forgetting about time is not something that we see happen here. Plus, the event is happening on site. So technical issues are also not the main problem. And I'm going to try and get an update from the team here. What really happened? We saw happy hands on the screen because definitely it was a big position, a difficult position for him. Not sure what happened, Peter. I'll try and get an update from the team here.
Yeah, that will be wonderful. Yeah, because there will be a restart. Look at this, because the Duda is sitting there. Yeah, I was like surprised that why on earth is I mean, if you really lose on the clock, you just rush out and you leave and you are so angry. But he's there, so apparently there should have been some technical glitch, I believe.
A technical glitch. He hasn't lost on time. They will restart the game from this position. It has been confirmed by the chief arbiter.
Yeah, this is wonderful news. Yeah, because I mean, something really happened. Maybe, I mean, the technique did not let him make a move or whatever, because you are just never gonna lose on time in a position like this.
And in a tournament with this kind of format, you know, you've got your increment, and we know Duda, what kind of a player it is. It's just super hard to imagine unless there's a disconnect or something that happens. But because the tournament is happening on site, even that's not a probability.
Exactly. I mean, basically the players are totally safe, because if somebody disconnects, means that it's not his issue, it's the organizer's issue. Yeah, they have to provide the correct internet connection. So yeah, it's good news, I think, for Duda and for all the fans, all the chess fans, because we want to see how this game ends.
Yeah, even chat is really concerned what happened there. Chat, everything under control, a little technical glitch, and they will continue from this position. Meanwhile, let's get an update on the results that we've had in game one of the other matches. There was a lot of action, and this is where we stand. Take a look at this. We've got, well, the Hans Duda result is wrong, so don't look at that. But we've got two decisive results and a very big fight between Anish and Magnus that ended in a draw. Praggnanandhaa takes his lead against Ali Reza in their match, and Levon, also a very nice game against Liam, takes the lead. The players will play 3 more games, and well, Ali Reza playing catch up, Liam playing catch up, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, Hans Niemann still continues, Anish Magnus, a completely crazy game, Peter.
Absolutely. I mean, maybe if the game is, I mean, if Duda's game is not yet started, we can maybe use the chance, yeah, that we could just talk about some of the key moments, because one really felt like there were millions of key moments. We won't be able to deal with all of them, but I mean, h6, g4, rook, bishop e6. I mean, this position deserves a special diagram, I think.
Yeah, I mean, let's just, you know, take this position in. Black played h6, attacking the knight. White says, I don't care, goes g4, hits the bishop. Any normal human being will just withdraw the bishop to a square where it's not already hanging. But Magnus is not a normal human being. He is an absolute monster. He plays bishop e6 instead. Just saying, you know what? Again, my bishop's hanging. You can take it if you want. But if you capture the bishop, then queen d2, hg5 solves all of Black's problems.
Exactly. Actually, he had to force in the bishop e6 well in advance, because otherwise, if the bishop retreats to c8, white just collects the e4 pawn for free and wins the game. So basically, it's out of necessity, but you had to force in it. Yeah. So basically, I believe that the whole operation of Magnus, what he did, was connected with this. So bishop e6, knight takes e4. Queen d5, takes, knight takes c5, very nicely calculated by Anish, and now we understand why he actually ran out of time, because he played like a Swiss watch, I believe. I mean, so incredibly precise. I mean, rook c8, long castles, leaving the knight, but after rook takes c5, which had to be played, otherwise white is a pawn up. Then b4 comes, hitting the rook. Now Magnus had to play bishop f3, otherwise he just ended up being pawned down without destroying white's pawn structure. So bishop f3, is perfectly
Bishop F3,
understandable.
your rook is hanging, but you attack your opponent's rook as well. And I also on our screen, we see Hans and Duda sharing a friendly moment, just waiting, definitely a technical glitch being resolved. They'll have to restart. But also it's a bit strange for the players to be in this situation, no, Peter? You're playing this intense game and then suddenly something like this happens.
Yeah, exactly. And it's so difficult to adjust yourself to this situation. Yeah, because if we are assuming that, because we can come back to this game after. If we are talking about this position, the final position, maybe, okay, now I understand the reason why they are friendly talking, that there is a very big chance that after rook e1, if black plays rook d7, then white just insists on trading the rooks with rook ed1. And black can't really afford to trade the rooks, because then white rook will be very active, hitting the weakness on b6, and there won't be any winning chances. So maybe the players actually know already that the logical outcome will be rook e7, rook e1, rook d7, rook ed1. So let's have a chat already, yeah?
They're having a chat. Ignis is asking, are they discussing the game? Definitely not, but they're definitely having a good time. I think I agree with you that they know it's going to end really soon. A little light moment there shared by the two players. Rook e1 played. We'll keep an eye out on this. Peter, should we just stay to this before we go back to the Anish Magnus position we were looking at?
Well, I think that since now we covered it, but hang on, Hans has taken his seat, so maybe we might be seeing some development. I mean, then let's stick to it.
Well, he looks very relaxed. Rook e1, and it's going to be Duda's game, a move once it resumes, and rook d7 is what you're expecting, not trading off, and a repetition. Well, they're still waiting. They're still waiting for the situation to be resolved.
Yeah, they are waiting, and I think we should use the chance to say that it looks like they have some lovely chairs. No, I mean, okay, the way
Peter,
how
they are
Hans
the
is
best.
Enjoying,
They are the best chairs. You know, they actually, I got sent one. These chairs are by Secret Lab, and they are such amazing. They're super comfortable. You literally just feel like lounging in them all day long.
Well,
fact,
just look at it. Yeah, just look at it. I mean, okay, I think Hans doesn't want the game to end. I mean, he's just too comfortable, no?
It's just too comfortable. I feel they're way too comfortable to play chess in, because you just want to relax in them.
Yeah, that's the danger. Yeah, sometimes that's the danger. Yeah, that you want to be alert during the game. But I think that you also have this function, then you can make it, you know, like, okay, I'm in focus mode, and you can do the chilling mode as well.
Yeah. And Hans is the kind of guy who wants it in chill mode. Absolutely. It's really, and it's just perfect as a gaming or a streaming chair. For chess, as long as you know you need to keep it focused and upright, it's fine. Otherwise, it's just, I'm not kidding. Like, you can fall off to sleep on that chair. That's how comfortable it is.
Yeah, and we also see now, Duda, it's already the new situation, or was it when he just realized that something is wrong? It looks like this is the moment when he understood something is wrong. He's complaining, no?
Chat thinks that this is an advertisement that we're putting out to the chat. That is hilarious, Peter.
Yeah, well, rightly so. Yeah, because, okay, if the situation is such, yeah, that we see the players enjoying themselves, then we will advertise, otherwise not. Yeah, it's just depending on the situation.
Chat is funny. Chat is funny. All right. So while we're still waiting, and we see Magnus is ready for his game too. And meanwhile, rook e1, that's our chief arbiter. Her name's Tania as well. And she's helping out with all the situation that's there. I think they're almost ready to go.
Yeah, I think they should, because you are scaring me that already Magnus is ready for his second game, and we are still waiting for this game to progress. I mean, but you see, the Duda is just complaining about something. Yeah, something is still not right. Hopefully.
Yes, chat, you got busted.
Hopefully.
Why are the headphones on? The chat wants to know why are the players wearing headphones? They do have the option of actually listening to a playlist of their choice. So it's a very esports arena vibe where if the players want, they can, of course, it's noise cancellation and they can be completely focused. Although I have to say, Peter, the arena, I've been there, it's completely cordoned off. It's silent in there, but the players have the option to anywhere wear the headphone. Stops the distraction, but most importantly, you can groove to the music of your choice.
Well, yeah, it's of course very difficult to say, but I also see that, yeah, Magnus meant it absolutely seriously. He wants to start. He doesn't want to be affected by this technical glitch, And wow, it's rook g1 h5 again. So Magnus goes for the same line that Abdusattorov has played against Anish in this very important last round game at the Olympiad. And Anish sticks to h5, which actually didn't serve him well in that game, but definitely has studied it now more carefully. Wow.
And we finally have the Magnus camera working as well, which is great. We see the world champion on our screen. And h5, bishop g5. Peter, you were mentioning that this is the opening that was played by Anish in the last round against Nordebek. Is this how it continued? Is bishop g5?
No, because bishop g5 is the move that Niels Grandelius played against Vincent Keimer in the Bundesliga. And I was expecting bishop g5 to be played by Abdusattorov, but he went for some different direction with h3, I believe. This bishop g5, b5, a3 is the most principal way. I'm very interested to see how this works out, because very important for the crucial current state of theory. I don't think that there are enough games, maybe even none of games on the highest level. So let's see what these guys are up to.
So this is definitely not an opening that's covered in Anish's course yet. So we might see an upgrade on that course, like an update out of this line.
Yeah, a3, bishop b7. It's, I think, one of those phantom knight-offs nowadays, because if we just pause for a second, yeah, and we try to make sense of everything, then after a6, one of the main reactions for white is the move bishop g5, right? And white gets the bishop to g5, then black normally plays with e6, and that's how we get the usual bishop g5 knight-off. However, here white included rook g1 in order to stop g4. Black weakened he weakened the structure with h5, and now it's so tempting to land the bishop on g5, because the bishop will be eternal there. I mean, there is just no way black will ever be able to kick this bishop away with h6. So super tempting to play like this with white. And then Anish says, yes, but the justification behind this h5 is that you won't be able to push your pawns so easily with g4. And I'm going to play b5. I will not waste time for e6. Very interesting. a3, bishop b7 on the board.
All right, you're hitting the e4 pawn, and Magnus taking a little bit of a think here how he wants to react. Peter, let's do a little opening tour. We've got action on two other boards. Levon's taken his lead, Prag's taken his lead. So two big games for Liam and Alireza. Let's start with the Levon-Liam board.
Yeah, wow. I mean, okay, this is some, I think, connected with the match situation, that after losing the first game, first of all, Levon decided to be very solid. He goes for a Carlsbad structure with knight b7. And then in this very traditional, it's bishop f4. Okay, bishop f4, queen c2. And then Lev goes knight h5. Bishop d2 was played. Okay, knight f6, bishop f4. So they repeated. Then white opted for bishop g5. And after bishop e7, we are not seeing the traditional trade of bishops, because then actually one could argue, what did white do? White lost the tempo by playing bishop f4, bishop g5. Black anyway is famous of going knight h5 in the Carlsbad structure, offering the trade of the dark square bishop. But the justification behind Liam's play is the move h4. He is trying to keep a lot of tension in the game. Knight b6, long castle. All right. So yeah, Liam wants to bounce back as quickly as possible. On the other hand, I mean, against a classical opening to play so aggressively, it can also backfire. So it's a double sword.
This is what Liam needs to do, right? He's trailing the match. He's playing with the white pieces, and he tries to create his chances. I mean, how else are you going to beat a player like Lev? I like his approach, Peter, but of course, whether it works out or not, we can only say in retrospect whether it was a wise decision to go for something as dynamic with h4 and going long castle. Again, I like Lev has just simply retreated with that knight from h5, getting it back into the game. This gives Liam the opportunity to start pushing the pawns. g4 comes to mind, but then that would be a sacrifice because the bishop and the knight are both threatening it. Taking it slow with e3, and another piece trade offered with knight g4.
Yeah, very important, very nice detail there by Levon, that he just doesn't want to allow white to stabilize the position. The knight on e5 is a monster. And now with a very well-timed knight g4 move, white is not able to protect the knight because of knight takes e3 fork. Yeah, that's the real problem, because otherwise white never wants to trade this knight from e5, especially if he has winning ambitions. Yeah, and he would love to make the move f4, but he just can't. And it goes on to show, and it was blitzed out by Levon. It's not nowhere, not any preparation, whatever. It just shows that he knows the spirit of the position so much that he knows that if he gets a chance to make a move like this, he should do it at all costs.
Yeah, that's actually really nicely pointed out by you that, this is just the feeling that Lev has, not allowing f4, not allowing bishop e2, g4. This is the only moment you have to make a move like knight g4. And let's say black, white gets one more move, suddenly after bishop e2 and g4 coming in, f4 coming in, white is dominating the position. The opening's been a success. And you never get the opportunity to kick out white's knight from e5. On the other hand, the live board that we have, let's say white tries to avoid the knight trade with a move like knight d3 or knight f3, then you're never getting your play going with g4. You can't play f3 because e3 is too weak, and it's just very hard for white to achieve what he wants out of the opening. Knight f6, knight g4 played at the exact and the only moment that black could have done it.
Exactly. It's now a very big cold shower for Liam. I mean, we have seen that all his decisions that he has taken, now he retreats with the knight to f3, not because he likes it, but he simply feels that he doesn't have a other choice. I mean, he wants to keep some dynamic in the position, but now black certainly has all the best versions of any kind of Carlsbad structures. Now the typical king b8, probably rook c8 move as well coming, or knight c8, knight d6 coming. Typically, white needs the pawn on g4 in order to stop any kind of g6, bishop f5s in long term, and also push black on the king side. Now, none of these moves are possible. Besides, one of the typical ways like king b1, rook d2, and then bringing the knight to the queen side with knight b3 and then knight c5 also always runs into knight f2. Levon is having a very nice position. I mean, he solved all his opening problems. He's leading the match. He can really chill now. The game that also caught my attention is the Alireza game against Pragg, because we know that Alireza needs to bounce back, and Pragg is playing the line that not only him but also Gukesh has been playing in the Olympiad and also in last 1 or 1.5 years. I also have the feeling, that they are sharing so many same openings that they might be working together, or Ramesh is the one who is coordinating everything for both of these incredible Indian prodigies. In any case, we are seeing the Rostolimo, which Gukesh has played with black against Fabiano in the Olympiad. Yeah, this incredible game which saw this big turnaround. Fabi having a nice opening, but then Gukesh winning that game. I think it's very similar. Bishop g7, rook e1, queen c7. Yeah, it's exactly the same queen c7 move. This is some Indian team preparation. This the e5. So that's the deviation, because I think that there we have seen some d6 e5 pawn sacrifice. I do believe that something like this we have seen in that game. And or hang on, was it that Fabi played e5 first and then after d6 played d6? I'm not completely sure. We have covered like millions of games as I feel during the Olympiad. So this the e5, and now white is trying to break in the center with d4, but he lost the tempo on d3.
Knight Pragg and Gukesh, they definitely work together for team events, and they have their preparations, but individually Pragg's coach is Ramesh, while for Gukesh it's Grandmaster Vishnu. So they've got their own preparation as well, but I think it's just, they're friends, and more importantly, Peter, they're following each other. They're so in touch with what is going on, not just each other, but all over the world with top players, that if there's anything that anybody's playing, they will analyze it and come up with ideas on the very same day. So it just might look like everyone has a very similar repertoire, but these kids especially are so up to date and finding ideas in each other's games on the very same day that the game has happened. It's incredible to watch that.
Yeah, but this is exactly how it should be. This is, I can't even imagine otherwise. Yeah, it was like, for me also the absolute standard that on the given day I'm following life, and if something happens which is connected to my repertoire, for example, then immediately I want to know everything about the position. Yeah. And only like this you can improve, like we are seeing this incredible development by these young Indian players. Just I'm loving it. I mean, the way they play, the way they approach the game, the way they treat the game with respect, and they devote their time and energy. I mean, it's wonderful. I mean, this is how you get those successes that they are achieving.
I absolutely agree with you. And it really does feel like there's this whole new era, new generation of chess players that are just, coming forward and going to be in the world top 10, world top elite, whether it was the Uzbekis, the very young Uzbekistan team, the very young India B team. And Peter, like you mentioned, the correct way to work at chess, when something happens, when you're following a game, something happens, you kind of come up with the ideas on that opening the very same day. You have to have that energy, that desire, that passion to be able to do that. And these young kids are just doing that so well. And that's the kind of work and the hard work and the dedication that it takes to get there.
Exactly. And this is, when you have such environment, then it's also lovely to be a coach. Yeah, because if there is some very talented boy and he's waiting that the coach will take care of everything, that's not going to work in long term. Yeah, because no matter what kind of coach is working with you, finally it always comes down to the player's desire to work, to know as much as possible, to dedicate all his time. And yeah, I'm seeing this from the kids. We have seen what kind of result it already gave them in the Olympiad. I mean, I really felt like before the last round, I mean, no matter what happens, if Uzbekistan wins, or if Armenia wins, or the Indian youngster team wins, any of this victory would be absolutely deserved, because they showed the best chess. I mean, these three teams really showed the best chess. It was lovely to see and comment on.
It was just amazing. Also, Peter, I think few would have predicted this outcome at the Olympiad, especially having a big, heavy favorite team like the United States there. And they struggled to get a medal. But to see these youngsters and how ambitious they were and how fearless they were. And I remember reading an interview by Ramesh, and he said that he actually believed that that his team can win the medal. I mean, everybody knew of their potential and just how hungry they are, but for them to go ahead and perform the way they did, absolutely incredible. And the same goes for, I think, the Uzbekistan team, who were just simply phenomenal.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, okay, this Olympiad was just an incredible advertisement for all these young teams. Yeah, that how it should be. I mean, before the Olympiad, I had the feeling that any of these young teams are capable of beating anyone, because I know exactly they are super dangerous, but I was not sure that they will be able to handle the pressure, or they will be able to be so, consequently good. Yeah, not just in 1-2 matches, but throughout the event in 11 rounds. And the way all these kids performed throughout the Olympiad, it was just unbelievable. I mean, what kind of tension. Yeah, at the end of the day, we have seen Gukesh had that incredible, unfortunate loss to Abdusattorov. His will of winning, yeah, he wanted to win at all costs, cost him that game. But in general, exactly those kind of wills give you all those wins that he was performing before.
Yeah, I think it was this Olympiad, when we're going to look back in time, in retrospect, it will be this Olympiad that was the breakout moment, I feel, for this new generation, because it wasn't just one player, one youngster. We had a whole bunch of them just showing how chess is done and how times are changing. So definitely a very special performance. Also, for a long time, of course, Alireza is currently still the only player who's around who's 2,800 in the juniors, just a vast rating difference from the rest of them. But it really feels like, whether it's Gukesh, whether it's Prag, Nehal, Abdusattorov, Vincent, all these youngsters, they're just doing everything to catch up with him. And the ambition, the hunger is just so strong for it. They don't want to settle for anything.
Yeah, exactly. And now we are seeing Alireza is kind of, experiencing at his own expense. Yeah, that what it means to play against these very, very hungry kids. Yeah, because Prag wants to show that, yes, I know Alireza is incredible. He's already established world-class player. He has played the candidates. He had already broken 2,800. But, I mean, I'm there as well. I'm younger and I'm hungry as well. And by the way, exactly, Alireza has shown me the example that it's possible. Yeah, just like before, Magnus was also showing the road that, okay, as 18-year-old, you can already lead the world ranking. I believe that these kind of things give a lot of motivation for the young players, that you see that, yes, if I dedicate everything I can achieve. And now I'm very curious to see how Alireza is trying to bounce back against Prag in this game. We have seen the trade of queens. It explains because white has already gained something in the center. So that's the only reason why Alireza is trading the queens. E5, knight e8, bishop is the played, rook a6. Of course, you have to defend the pawn in an ugly way, because b5 would be met by bishop c5, winning the rook. So white is bringing his pieces into the center. Rook a d1 f6, breaking the structure. Bishop f4 takes. Bishop takes e5 d5. So solving the problem of the backward d pawn. Yeah, it's pushed to d5, but still I feel like b6 c6 pawns are a little bit loose. Takes, knight e5, bishop b7, a3, knight f5, h3, and this is the current position.
And Peter, this is going to be a strategic endgame. We're going to come back to this. Meanwhile, Magnus and Anish are just not backing down. We have to jump to that position, because take a look at the stunning last move. I mean, the last game that these two played, it's like every move they're just offering a piece. Knight d5 played. Now, this is a thematic idea where white sacrifices a piece to open up the e file, to put pressure on the king. E takes d5, e d5, you hit the bishop, then rook e1 check. Black will have bishop e7 at some point, f6 hang. Peter, I'm going to let you take this away and explain this to us. What's going on?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's very interesting, because one really, humanly, one has this feeling that after e d5, this will definitely not end well for black, yeah, because the king is so vulnerable. Rook e1 check is coming, but who knows? I mean, for example, there are not so many pieces left, because one other pair of knights got already traded off. So let's just imagine black moves the bishop all the way back to a8 with the intention that I'm trying to run with the king towards the queen side. I mean, how bad is this? For example, rook e1 check, we play a move like king d7, and we want to keep on running. You don't have a check on h3 yet with the bishop, and you might have to lose a tempo, but I'm not sure you have all the time in the world to do that.
Let's take a look at this, because it's a really interesting position. Very often in these Sicilians, white sacrifices the knight on d5, not for immediate mate, but just to build an initiative against the black king. So let's say you make a developing move. I was also thinking about bishop d3, g3, with the same idea, placing the bishop on the long diagonal. Peter, how is black going to try to bring the coordination? Because yes, you have an extra piece, but take a look at the pieces. The bishop on a8 currently dead. The bishop on f8, no future at all. Black's piece is definitely very passive. The king exposed, but it's also, if black gets the chance to consolidate, it's game over for white.
Exactly. And Anish has taken the piece. I mean, e d5 on the board. And well, I mean, I also have the feeling that white should have definitely enough compensation. The big question is it more or not? Because somehow I feel like this one pair of knights is somewhere missing. Yeah, then I'm not sure that we'll have enough. Okay, bishop a8. I feel that, well, one could argue that maybe bishop b7 in order to close the 7th rank. Yeah, because but I'm never seeing that I should be afraid of queen a7 check, because I always have the move queen c7, and luckily we have the bishop on f8, so all kinds of typical rook e7 check trying to win the queen does not work. So bishop a8 looks more natural to me, but Anish is taking his time. I mean, he took on d5, so I'm expecting him to kind of blitz out his next move.
But maybe Anish just hated the position if he doesn't accept the sacrifice. Let's say you try to play safe with a move like bishop e7 here, not opening up your king, but that just leads to strategically, I think, a very difficult position. White can even, for example, bishop g7 is an option, but let's say bishop e7. And I was thinking, Peter, that even if white snaps up that bishop, trades it off, goes bishop e2, bishop e3, the d6 weakness is there, the f6 weakness is there. And it's just, is this a position that's probably really dangerous for black?
Yeah, probably. I mean, okay, knight e7, king e7, e5 probably almost just wins on the spot. So black should probably take with the queen. But then again, in long terms, also the weakness on d6. And where do you put this king? Yeah, this is another long-term issue. So maybe white just plays a move like bishop d3. If maybe queen takes d6 wins the pawn, because a6 is also hanging. In any case, it's just bad. So yeah, he had to take the piece. And one important fact was, it's not important, but okay, I already wanted to mention it, so let me show it, that if bishop takes d5, e d5, queen b6 seemingly trades the queens, but don't be fooled. Because of the bishop takes b5 check idea, I can actually sidestep with the queen, and then the king remains in a terrible vulnerable position.
So you can just take on f6, then you can go queen f6, and after queen g1 there's bishop b5.
Yeah, no, okay, after queen f6 I'm gonna play rook h6 first. But basically, yeah, that's the point, that you can just move with the queen, and after queen g1, always there is bishop b5 check, winning the game. And hang on, Anish opted for bishop b7, so he doesn't like my proposal with bishop a8. All right.
But bishop b7 is also so tempting and human, Peter, because you block off this a7 checks, this diagonal, and it just feels this whole rank, and it just feels like, okay, the bishop might be better placed on b7 than a8.
Yeah, but yeah, Anish is actually combining it with this bishop e7, so he did not want to run with his king. Because I felt like, you know, if I go bishop a8, then if I'm running, I might prefer the bishop on a8, because maybe I can run with the king all the way to b7 if, for example, some rook is coming chasing my king, yeah? But it explains that he opted for bishop b7. He wanted to keep the bishop more active, because he's actually trying to I mean, he gives up the f6 pawn. Yeah, for example, queen takes f6 is very tempting using the pin, but he's not afraid. So he's just going to move the rook, for example, rook g8. And I mean, something very similar exists in some bishop b5 check Sicilian, but okay, there definitely this bishop has been traded. So it's a different position, but I do recall something like this, that it was leading to some dynamic equality.
And after this, how does white continue the initiative? Because definitely taking on f6 is very tempting. You are just dreaming of doubling up your rooks on the e file. But the problem is, let's say you make a move like bishop d3, then black is just in time with maybe bishop d5 and bishop e6.
Yeah, I mean, there will always be this defense. And I believe, yeah, Magnus is taking his time and he's not capturing on f6, that maybe it's better not to take it. If you take it, you lose a tempo. And also the queen on d4 is now so dominant. One of the reasons why I also like bishop a, that maybe eventually I will have the chance of kicking it away with queen b6, but it was never really working because of queen takes f6. So I understand that it was not the main defensive idea for black, but maybe Magnus will just play a move like bishop d3, but then, okay, black can maybe simply sidestep with the king to f8. And I understand it's ugly, but how bad it is. Yeah, for example,
you have
queen
to double
c7.
up on the e file. I mean, that just feels like the only way to continue the attack.
And then, okay, black, for example, just digs in with a very primitive defense. Yeah, like queen c7, rook e8. How do we progress?
No, it's hard to say how you progress once black brings the rook onto the defense, which is why queen f6 just looks like the kind of move you want to make, not making it super easy for black to get his pieces onto the defense.
Yeah, in any case, of course, this game took all our attention. Maybe we should also take it. And by the way, there is a very important news that Jan-Krzysztof Duda went on to win that game against Hans Niemann. So none of it with those repetition of moves or whatever, no friendship. Finally, Duda has won that game and takes the lead in the match.
All right, maybe we'll have a look at how that ended, but right now let's just stay on the live action. Peter, let's get an update on the Alireza board as well. Lots of moves have been made there. We left it last when Prag was defending the b6 pawn with rook a6. Should we take it from where we left it?
Yeah, then the structure transformed, and one could have argued that black is making nice progress. Yeah, he played hd d4, knight e4 c5, opening up the bishop, creating some very nice pass pawns, but somehow I feel like Alireza feels that he has a lot of dynamics. He activates both his knights. Now, knight on g5, knight on e5 are very dangerous. The rook on a6 is still out of the game, and basically Prag's last move, bishop c8, explains it, that he also had to watch out for some knight d7 kind of double attack on the rook and on the pawn if black would have moved with the rook from a6. So he opted for bishop c8, and I'm loving Firoza's decision of going rook c1. The rook does nothing on d1, and I believe he's trying to break the structure with b4. And it's a very dynamic position. Alireza has time advantage. I mean, I feel like despite the trade of queens and maybe many things are hinting at towards draw, I believe that this position still has lot of spice.
All right, spicy endgame. We'll keep an eye out on it. Peter, meanwhile, action is on and hot on the Liam-Levon board. Liam has really made the most of what he could in the opening. I see the current position in front, and white does have an extra pawn. I'm loving those two knights on e5, e4, and it's not just any extra pawn. That is one hell of a pawn on d6.
Yeah, and he got his knight back to e5. That's the very big news. I believe that probably that knight returning had a big impact on the game. So just very quickly to see what we witnessed here. Yeah, probably Levon got carried away by the fact that, okay, I'm doing perfectly fine, got careless, and very quickly we are jumping to the current position. So Levon just sacrificed some pawn or miscalculated something after knight e4 takes d5, d6, queen e6, knight takes e4, queen f5, queen c2, and bishop a4, b3, bishop c6 is the current position.
And look at the clock difference. Levon looks like he's barely taken any time. He's got about 11.5 minutes. Meanwhile, Liam down to 3 minutes on the clock. Bishop c6 played, hits that knight on e4. And if the knight falls back, then black is trying to, for example, what happens in a move like knight c3 here?
Well, knight c3, okay, then we trade the queens, I guess.
Let's say you trade the queens, queen c2, king c2, and I'm counting that after bishop g2, I might have d7 somewhere.
Yeah, you have d7. Yeah, and also after f6, you have d7. Yeah,
and
then...
maybe white is having a think, Peter, because he's also got the option of going knight g3, forcing matters in the current position.
Yeah, he has many options, but he doesn't have too much of time. Yeah, he only 2.5 minutes. Knight g3 played. Yeah, he wants to clarify the situation. Maybe Levon will just go queen e6. I mean, I'm guessing. And then knight f5 he wants. Maybe he wants knight f5.
So, Peter, you know, we've got this streaming setup set in Miami here in the hotel where all the action is happening. And we're doing a bit of improvisation as well with my setup here. And I'm really happy to see because I see that I've got a new light. So may there be light. And we're going to try and fix that up as well.
Wow, that's wonderful news. Yeah, I can imagine the stress that you are encountering the first day, setting up everything. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been really fun and challenging at the same time because the tournament is happening, you know, in over here for the first time. Chess is happening here and the players are here. But so far, so good. And yeah, it's going to be a really fun event. And everybody's so excited and thrilled. Yesterday, we had so many people come for the opening ceremony to see all these top grandmasters playing here. It was something very new for Miami. And something that's new for Miami is not very often. The city's seen it all, Peter.
Yeah, they have to get used to it. Yeah, because I mean, look at the action also on the chessboard. I mean, what we are seeing, Magnus decided not to capture on f6. He went for bishop d3, and after king f8, look at this, how Magnus followed it up. He opens up the g5 with g4, and after h take g4, he opts for f5. He really wants to get queen takes g4 in and then start targeting black's king from the g file, and Anish very coolly defends it with rook g8. But it also gives some ideas like queen f4, queen h6. So queen f4 probably will be met by rook g5. How long you can hold on to that kind of defense? It's also a big question.
And this kind of position requires a lot of nerves to play, no? I mean, you've got your king in f8. You have to be careful of a double up on an e file, queen h6 check coming in. But meanwhile, I see our eval bar seems to say that everything's under control for the players. And there seems to be an equality, even though black has an extra piece. This is a very modern chess position.
Absolutely. I mean, somehow the computer is not impressed at all. I mean, what is this excitement that you guys are talking about? Yeah, I mean, I just feel like I'm calculating and I have things under control. Believe me, the players are doing the same, but they are completely unsure of what is happening. I mean, from the white side, you feel like you have an incredible initiative. On the other hand, maybe it's not enough. Yeah, you don't know exactly how much how strong your attack is. With black, you know that you are under some tremendous pressure, but I'm a piece up. If I'm able to defend, I might win the game. Those are the human way of thinking, and it's in my opinion also kind of, I mean, with my experience, I can say that it's kind of an equalish position according to computers. But what will happen in human games, I think we'll be in for a big treat because it's just total mess.
Total mess. As we are mentioning, rook g4 played, and Daniel in chat, I've got my eyes out on chat, and they're saying that Open the G file, go Magnus, winning attack coming. Well, it's not that easy to get a winning attack, but definitely a scary position for black here. Because yes, that rook on G8 is the sole defender. So rook G4, Peter, if black does trade, rook takes G4, queen takes G4, and let's say white manages to double up on the G file, it could threaten mate. But now with one rook traded off, there's no threat of doubling up on the E file. So now black can go the other way around with the king and start escaping from king E8, king D7 on the board.
Exactly. I mean, it's so difficult to even calculate everything, because one really feels like, yeah, and rook takes G4, queen G4 on the board, that can black, for example, just pick up the pawn on D5 and after rook G1 run king E8, or is Magnus maybe also planning to play some queen H5, starting queen H8 checkmate and then keeping the rook on E1? I mean,
king E8 anyway, right? Even if you go queen H5, king E8.
Exactly. And then the big question is that can you actually not take this pawn on D5?
Maybe
Because
the queen D4, rook G1 idea. So you start with rook G1. Oh, you gone? Yeah, this is what I was going to say, that you go rook G1, queen D4, king E8, there's rook G8.
so after bishop takes D5, yeah, rook G1 first.
And let's say king E8 and
King
queen
E8.
D4. But I see that Magnus has decided to play queen D4 immediately, and maybe he has the same idea. Because once black's king escapes with king E8, king D7, black's doing great. You're up a piece, no attack. White has to do everything to stop it, and maybe now black is not in time.
Well, but actually, why not? Yeah, I mean, what really changed now? Yeah, Magnus clearly wants to kick the bishop away, and Anish plays bishop. I'm a big fan of this. Yeah, this is very nice.
But I'm just wondering, why not start with rook G1 there, Peter? Why start with queen D4? Rook G1, could that have been a little more forcing for white?
Maybe it was more forcing, but okay, I mean, how can we fold the players with 2.5 minutes on the clock? You feel like if you invest 1.5 minutes and it might turn out it's not a decisive moment, then it will heavily backfire. So it's understandable the players are trying to keep up the pace, but now Anish, I think, is very happy. He traded white's last piece, and this trade is such a huge relief. I mean, now black's king is in perfect situation, and more importantly, also the rook on B8 is in the game. Black is threatening to go queen B6, creating threats on his own with queen takes B2.
No, I'm going to ask chat about this. Chat, tell us, was that an important moment? Because we did see the eval bar seems to say that black is already fine. But what was the point after rook G1? Let's just have that position on the board, because we did see that black is fine even after rook G1. But how is he defending, chat? After king E8, queen D4, let us know what is happening here with all these threats. Meanwhile, in the current position on our live board, as we see, it looks like Anish has solved all his problems with the rooks traded off. It's very hard for white to set up an attack. Magnus Carlsen in big trouble in this one.
Exactly, because if black solves his problems, it means that black wins the game. Yeah, that's what happens if you sacrifice a piece. Yeah, for some long-term compensation or for feeling. Yeah, the feeling is very nice. It's very human that I have nice compensation, and it's dangerous for the opponent. But here now it's clear that if you ask Magnus, he will tell you that yeah, no way white has enough. It heavily backfire. You can't play like this. But he's already in this position, so he has to take it from here. But I also feel like, okay, black has all kinds of tempo with queen b6, hitting on b2, and then maybe entering with the queen to f2. Also then some double attack on the rook and the pawn on f5. I don't see Magnus escaping this. I don't think he can escape here.
Very difficult task, but he does have the advantage of having one extra pawn actually, but a good pawn structure, maybe trying to create some play with that h pawn. Meanwhile, I see the position was very easy to go wrong with white. In chat, absolutely. I think in these kind of positions with such little time, you have to build an initiative. You're down a whole piece. It's never easy. And it does appear that Magnus has gone wrong, but Anish still has to show technique. Peter, just give white a few moves and the H-pawn could advance up the board, creating some real threats and distraction for black. So still not over. Let's jump to the Pragg board before we come back to this as the clock is ticking low.
Exactly, because the pawn looks like it's a very dangerous pawn on c2, but I feel like knowing that white will be able to get the rook behind the pawn with rook c5, I don't feel that I really have to worry. On the other hand, after rook c5, black will have knight d4, which probably I don't really want to allow. White also has these two incredible strong knights. Okay, maybe it should be more or less okay for black. I mean, why should it be so bad, right? I mean, it looks like white should be better. Also, the evaluation bar indicates that white is better. The pawn is not really running away. But for example, rook c5, knight d4, and then something like knight f3 might be very drawish, because we can just take on f3, and then we can even maybe take on f3, but we also have bishop takes h3. So I'm not really worried about something like this for black. And I wonder then how will Alireza react to c2.
You know, it doesn't even matter what the Valbar says here, Peter. We see a pawn on c2 and it just feels like black will have enough counterplay against whatever white does. There will be a way for black to create his own threats while white is distracted to pick up that pawn on c2.
But hang on, no, but what happens if white then just systematically attacks this pawn, keeping the rook on d5, covering the d4 square, so that after rook c1, rook c3 can be met simply by rook d2, for example?
But now your e5 knight isn't defended, and I'm just wondering if I can start creating some threats on your knight with a move like, not easy.
Not so easy, because rook e8, I just come back with the knight to f3, and I still guard the d4 square. I felt like, but come on, I mean, he goes for rook c5, knight d4. This is exactly the thing that I believe that it's working for black. And oh my God, rook c7, he wants to give checkmate with knight a7, but now this pawn is very dangerous.
But also, how do you give checkmate even after knight h7? And this just looks like it's giving black the time to try and make something of that pawn. Can black just make a move like, okay, it's hard. I was just thinking bishop f5 and trying and defending that pawn, but I don't know what my idea is after bishop f5. Knight
but
b3
also maybe just rook b3, rook b1, no? I mean,
also looks really good.
There is this option. Yeah, just let's forget, as you said, where is the mate? Knight f6 is still covered by the rook, and we get our counterplay with rook b1 in time. Wow, I mean, giving Pragg this chance, I don't know. I believe that knowing Pragg, he might take it.
In that position, Peter, rook b3, knight h7, let's just continue that line because it looks like such a direct way to play. After rook b3, knight h7, rook b1. What happens after king f1? Just trying to keep things together. Then
bishop a6 check comes.
Oh, wow. The bishop comes from the other side. This is
yes,
just game
exactly.
over.
Yeah. I think that Pragg will simply find it because, okay, he wants to get counterplay and he's done to a minute. But yeah, this rook b3, rook b1, once you spot it, it's so tempting, yeah, because you feel it's right.
It's hard to understand how white can fight against it, because after rook b3, if you go rook c1, rook b1, knight d3, then you still have this move bishop a6.
Yeah, and also if the
f5.
knight, I mean, the rook move, there is the 4 coming. Yeah, also.
Just everything is hanging.
I don't know. I mean, Alireza definitely, and bishop a6 played. Wow, it pays off. Gambling, bluffing plays off. I mean, okay, now white will get some terrible initiative.
And what is happening? His idea is to give a knight e2 check and queen. So
but come on, knight g4. He can play knight g4 maybe, and then threaten knight h6, rook h7, checkmate.
Oh, wow.
I mean, for example, knight g4, if knight e2, we just ignore, we just go king h2.
But you can take rook e2 as well, no, Peter?
No, then c1 queen. Then c1 queen check,
E2.
intermezzo.
Yeah, very nice. Let's just show that. c1, you queen, a very important check, and then you go rook c1, and then you pick up the rook on e2. This is amazing.
Exactly.
Stuff.
And knight g4 on the board. Wow, Alireza is bouncing back with an incredible bluff. I mean, okay, in time trouble, it was maybe a very good practical chance.
This is a massive turnaround. And knight e2, so you were pointing out king h2 is the move that you want to make. White has a Magnus threat, a magnum threat of knight h6, rook h7, and this would be just a game over for black. You don't have time to queen the pawn. How do you even play this, Peter? Knight h6, I don't see a way of fighting this.
Yeah, actually, that's the terrible news. So maybe if you have to fall back with the knight to f5, you know exactly that what you have done. By the way, maybe when there is some direct refutation, probably white just takes knight h7. Yeah, knight f5 on the board. White can take on h7 and threatens knight f6, rook
knight
h7.
f6 and rook h7, checkmate.
Checkmate, yeah, and otherwise also the second pawn is falling. So yes, wow. I mean,
and Peter, let's just go back to that moment with bishop a6. We have our live board with us, and this was a turning point. Rook c7 played. You were pointing out this idea, rook b3, rook b1, which, Peter, doesn't look like something that, well, is super hard for a player like Pragg to spot as well. Rook b3, rook b1, you've got to make the most of the pawn on c2, but bishop a6, and this was the trick that Ali Reza had up his sleeve, and it's also very easy to miss because bishop a6, knight e2 is so tempting. But with moving that bishop, you lose control of the g4 square. And finally, the two knights set up the mating trap. Ali Reza immediately blitzed that knight g4. And with that mating threat, knight f5 had to be played. And one of the moves that you're pointing out, simply pick up the pawn now on h7. He goes for the c2 pawn, also very strong.
Yeah, exactly. Because, I mean, he eliminated the dangerous pawn. He has all the initiative. He is pawn up, and it should be a technical win, but maybe it's not even a technical win. Maybe it's a straightforward win. We see the evaluation bar, yeah, rook c6, hitting the bishop, making sure that you enter rook c7 without allowing the defense with rook b7, which Pragg was counting on. I mean, I just feel like maybe Pragg, due to his inexperiencedness, because I felt like no way Ali Reza goes for this kind of speculative way unless he sees some very dangerous trick, and this knight g4, and Pragg exactly walks into it.
Wow, Peter, there's a big update, by the way, on the Magnus Anish board. Apparently, Anish has messed up his advantage, and let's just bring that up. What is going on there? Has it ended already?
Yeah, it ended with the perpetual check. So yeah, I think we will definitely come back to it, and I will be harsh with Anish again, because simply for the fact that he plays good, he has to punish Magnus, because actually if Magnus goes unpunished, he will finally win the game and win the match. And then Anish will definitely regret all the chances that he had.
That's a very good point, that with a player like Magnus, when you're playing against him, you get your chance, you take it, you make the most of it. And it looked like that position with the extra piece, all problems solved. Anish was definitely in the driving seat. And these kind of opportunities missed out against a player like Magnus comes back to haunt you at some point in a match format.
Yeah, because, you know, on one side, you are very pleased with yourself that draw with Black against Magnus is a fantastic result. But I mean, it's a match format. Yeah, at some point, if you want to win the match, you have to beat Magnus. Otherwise, you will never win the match. And he had two chances. He really had two chances. I don't know when so many chances really happen against Magnus.
I think the first game still doesn't feel like such a big missed chance because it wasn't clear. But Peter, what we saw in the second game, having that extra piece, and after the rook traded, I'm really surprised. And I think we look at it once this one ends. Currently, all eyes on this. But Peter, we also have Levon and Liam action on. Just really quickly, do you want to jump onto that board and give us an update of what's going on there? A big game for Liam.
Yeah, a big game for Liam. I mean, okay, here basically we can just conclude that Ali Reza is anyway completely winning 2 pawns up and having the better position. So very difficult to imagine any dramas. At the same time, here Liam is, I think, winning. Yeah, he just had to make sure that he's not falling into some perpetual check. Yeah, because he sacrificed, but hang on, he took with the king, and look at this, because exactly like this A pawn and the E pawn are one of those things which give good drawing chances. But I mean, we see also now the evaluation bar claiming that this is very drawish kind of stuff all of a sudden. But how did this happen? Because I mean, if in this position somebody tells you that we are talking about some kind of a rook endgame, if it's winning or not, people will just laugh that how white is an exchange up and even a pawn up. So what's this draw about? But some miracle happened here. King a6, rook a4, knight a5, king b4. Probably Liam thought like he's just winning on the spot. But Levon, as being Levon, always very tricky. He came up with this rook c2, and he's now starting rook c5 check, king b4, rook c4 check, perpetual check. So that's why white actually went for the sacrifice, takes. And probably he should have. I mean, judging by what we see from the evaluation, maybe he had to take rook a5, making sure that black's king stays passive. But very difficult to spot those ideas because black has so many moves. And now Levon jumps at his chance, king c6. The king is activated. And look at this, the evaluation bar says it's a draw. Wow, don't tell me Levon escapes this. I mean, no offense to Levon. Of course, we are happy for him to escape, but I mean, he was completely busted in this game.
It looked like that, no, when we left it last with those knight on e5, e4, the pawn on d6. But Peter, after rook e2, I mean, some concrete problems to be solved. If white goes a4, black picks up rook e3, that should be a draw. So rook
Yeah,
a3, you have to keep the pawns alive, but king e4 now, and that.
And look at this now. Maybe Liam will
king
get a
c4.
second chance.
Do you go king c4 or what?
I don't know, but yeah, this is. I mean, good luck with 30 seconds finding out. Study like triangle motifs or whatever. I mean, whatever the way was to win the game. In any case, yeah, the game is not over yet because. The question is, yeah, this is the problem of Levon, yeah, that he feels like Liam is done on the clock, so he wants to play as quickly as possible, not to give Liam the chance to calculate the position. And now we see that king d5 played, so I'm wondering if Liam plays rook a3, will Levon repeat with king e4?
He will
Most
repeat
probably,
for
yes.
sure. Because it's kind of hard to come up with another move as well. No, you can't let white come forward with his king or move the rook. For example, let's say rook a3. And now if you make a waiting move like rook e1, and then suddenly white's rook from a3 can move to b3 and the a pawn starts running away.
Exactly.
So you can't really allow that.
Exactly, you can't allow that, but yeah, rook a3 played, king e4, king
Peter,
c4 played.
I felt this was the only chance because you have to change the dynamic in the position. You can't take rook e3, you trade, that's a winning king pawn endgame. And rook c2 check is what comes to my mind. And I'm just wondering now, what is the right square for the king? After rook c2, do you go king b5 or do you go king b3?
Yeah, that's the big question. That what is the trick? Why was it so? No, but not yet. I thought like I noticed the difference, but no, actually not.
It's so tough.
Yeah, it's incredibly tough. But now the problem for Levon is that he actually has to spend some time, and he also gives his opponent time to readjust himself to the new situation. Rook c2 on the board.
We're going to find out king b3 is the move of choice here. And he goes rook h2. And our eval bar says that white is winning this endgame. He has to find a way of pushing that a pawn. The e3 pawn is going to fall, Peter. So does he go immediately with a move like rook a8 and trying to push the pawn? Rook a8, rook d8?
No, I don't think that going forward with the rook is I think that somehow you have to cut black's king on the fourth rank or something. But I mean, maybe rook a4 check, king takes e3, and then move the rook somehow out and then push the pawn. Maybe that's the right way, but I'm still not seeing it exactly how.
But Peter, that's a very important concept of the fourth rank cutoff. And he goes king b4 now. So even Liam's still struggling to find the way forward. But I think that idea of rook a4, cutting the king off on the fourth rank and pushing the pawn could have been the way forward for Liam here. To try
I mean, okay, for us it's kind of easy because we see the evaluation bar jumping high and we assume that now, for example, you can also probably do with the fifth rank the same idea. But no, king c5, the king cannot run.
This is a dancing eval bar. What is going on here? Every move it goes up and then it comes down, and it goes up and it comes down.
Yeah, and now the problem of Liam is that whenever he comes back, king c5, rook c2 will be 3 times repetition. So actually he has to go sneak back with king c6, king b5. Okay, he goes to e6, but I'm not seeing any winning chances with this. It's the wrong direction.
Wow, king e6, rook h2 played, and we see that it's still even according to our bar, because the rook on a3 is just stuck, stopping that a2 pawn from going forward so that it can promote, and the e3 pawn needs to be defended. Peter, it's clear that Liam is struggling with seconds on the clock to really find a way forward.
But if he gets lucky, yeah, he manages to somehow sneak back with the king to b4 without allowing c4. He goes king a8. Okay, he gets all the 10 seconds, and then if he comes back, but I don't see him coming back. Yeah, it's clear that he has some other ideas in mind, but I don't believe that they are working. Yeah,
all right, king f3. Now the king is cut off on a8, and Levon's not going to give a chance for it to get out anymore. So you have to come back all the way to a4.
Yeah, and then also nothing moves. Yeah, Levon will just make king f3, king e4. It's
actually,
a draw.
This might just be over now, because now he doesn't even have the option to actually free that rook from a3. The king on a8 can't defend that a2 pawn. So anytime you move the rook, you lose that pawn.
Exactly. Yeah, and Levon just sits in the position. King e4, king f3. Yeah, Liam has to sacrifice. But okay, this is the typical way of when you know that the a pawn is just a complete draw. We will be seeing this example here. a4, king d4 is coming, and there is just no way to make anything because white's king is so misplaced on a7.
Wow,
Wow.
and Firoza did win his game against Prague, so the score in that match is now level. What a big miss by Prague. Firoza, very tricky, very strong in his tactics, finds this idea, this resource of knight g4, setting up that mating net. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, that was a devilish trick, and poor Prague fell into it. Yeah, this case, psychologically, the match is turning. I mean, now it looks like Alireza is equalizing the match, but in fact, I think that he gets the psychological advantage, because bouncing back after the loss and then knowing that you are on the right track, especially between two incredible prodigies, I think all kinds of thoughts like this are very important, that now Alireza knows that he can focus on chess instead of taking care of the result. It's a very big step forward for him.
All right, well, some changes here. Rook g2, so the e-pawn has fallen, the a-pawn's advanced. But Peter, this should be elementary for a player like Levon to hold.
Exactly. I mean, basically, he feels like he doesn't need to think. I mean, he will play everything at tempo. It's just a dead draw, which gives us the chance to catch up on Duda versus Niemann game. We have seen that Jan-Krzysztof, no, we did not see, we only heard that actually he went on to win that game, which had the technical glitch. And he's doing very well again.
I mean, you can just compare the pawn structures. Black has an extra piece, but white has got, what, 4 pawns for the piece in turn, as well as look at black's king. The pawn structures are terrible.
And look at the last couple of moves that white actually managed to use this trick on hitting the rook on d8, and he won this vital pawn on e4.
Rook e4, queen b2, bishop f1, and also, Peter, this pawn formation with a5, b4, c5, it really restricts black's dark squared bishop. Just making sure that there's no activity. Rook d8 played, so now stepping away from that pin. The e4 rook is under attack. Unfortunately, a move like rook e6 runs into rook b4. So he's got to play a little careful. Rook d4 comes to mind, just making sure the bishop on a8 is dead, b4 is defended. He goes rook e2, but does this allow... That's a nice trick, Peter. Queen b4 runs into trades and rook e8.
Yeah, or even rook e8 immediately maybe also, but yeah, I mean, just takes it. There is no reason to be super fancy. Yeah, of course, this is the simple win. Hitting the bishops. Yeah, basically, okay, rook e2, and white is about to win the game, because if you can't take on b4, then what do you do?
You have to make a move like queen c3 and try and...
Yeah, and then rook e3 comes with a tempo as well, yeah?
And rook g3 just setting up a devilish mating threat on g8, which actually is very hard to defend with that bishop on f8 stuck.
Yeah, but okay, still you have rook g7, but simply, basically, white is solving the problem of, because his rook was hanging on e4, right? And with tempo, he managed to solve that, and okay, it should be a technical win. I mean, that would mean that Duda takes a 2-0 lead. Yeah, it would be an incredible step forward, winning today's match.
If he does win this game, then he would need just a draw in the next round to actually wrap up the match. But he still has a few technical stuff to show here, but it looks like Duda will be up to task. Peter, let's move on to our other live board.
Well, yeah, the other live board is this drawish rook endgame. I mean, okay, this is when black knows that, okay, I can just chill. If you give me a check on h7, I go king c8. Yeah, king a7 played, but it just does not change anything. I mean, white has no winning chances whatsoever in this position.
So this was a really big miss by Liam, no? To try and level up the match score. It looked like the opening, he took Levon by surprise, got everything that he would have hoped for out of the opening. And then this end game, which of course is tricky, but still winning till the very end. But Levon kept playing quickly, putting the pressure on the clock, and Liam just didn't have enough time to show good technique.
I mean, look at Tania. I will show you the position after move 57. If somebody tells you that this game might end up in a draw, you say no way, no?
Yeah, no, I mean, this is an extra exchange. You have a pawn on e3. This is just unbelievable.
Yes, this is the shock that Liam is facing now. Yeah, that instead of very nicely bouncing back, which would have been absolutely deserved, the way he treated the middle game, because actually Levon tricked Liam there in the opening with this knight g4, but afterwards Liam anyway took the advantage and had this incredibly winning position. And now I don't know how he will deal with this setback, because okay, now just any rook move somewhere. Okay, just rook e2, rook e1. I mean, just don't blunder the rook exchange, and that's it. Any legal move is a draw.
All right, so this one's going to end in a draw. Meanwhile, Hans and Jan-Krzysztof Duda still fighting. Peter, let's jump to that because this I don't think has much excitement left. Duda completely winning. I'm really curious to see how Anish managed to mess up that position against Magnus, Peter.
Yeah, I'm also very excited to see this because, I mean, how on earth it looked like he's doing this bishop c4. I mean, okay, there are no more real practical problems. Yeah, queen b6 played as well. Yeah, Magnus plays b4. Of course, it's only move. And now why not anything? I mean, why to go for, okay, he opted for d5. Magnus goes, and then some.
Queen h8 is a big threat.
Yeah, queen h8 and king e8. And then suddenly Magnus got to the f7 pawn because this is the only pawn that we lose, which hurts. Yeah, because this is the soul of black's structure. And probably this was some big psychological blow to Anish. And now already rook e6 is threatening. So yeah, he was very unlucky to step into this queen h7 business because...
Wow, and also, Peter, let's point out that instead of queen d6, if he went queen f2, there was queen check and rook e7. So even that wasn't working for Anish at that moment. If you just back up really quickly, and here after d5, no, d5 was played, queen h4, king e8. Let's just go on. Yeah, and here if you make a move like queen f2, then attacking the rook, then white has got all the tempos. You go queen g8, you go rook e7, and you pick up the rook on b8.
Yes. Exactly.
So just no time to run away with the queen. And Magnus very quickly surviving that scare then, just within a couple of moves.
Yeah, by the way, I also owe you one position that the move that I highlighted, I also understood in the meanwhile that it's a terrible mistake. So black can't play the move queen f2 now also because of rook takes c7,
queen c7,
followed by queen c7. So it looks very good for black, and definitely it should be probably winnable, but it's not easy. And
maybe,
yeah,
he stepped
into
Peter,
this trick.
that brings us to the point that perhaps he had to already start running away with the king e8 and king d7 ideas.
Probably. But yeah, the trick is that you always want to run when you are forced to, yeah? That's the trick, yeah. Probably there, maybe king e8 would have been and whenever the white queen moves, then already you reach out, yeah. Otherwise, white is not threatening anything. On the other hand, I think the difficulty of playing a move like king e8 that you still know that the queen eyes the pawn on f7, the queen on c4, so you are anyway not able to play king d7. Yeah, that's why the human brain refuses to play king e8 if I'm not threatening king d7, right?
Absolutely, it's impossible to play king e8. I mean, we are coming to this conclusion after seeing all the lines which don't work. But for the players to realize that a move like king e8, which is so inhuman, has to be played, and we don't even know if it has to be played, should be played in this position, is just a very difficult move to make.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, okay, basically then Anish more or less did everything right. He just did not find the last computer touch, yeah, which in this time format, it's also kind of forgivable.
Absolutely, Peter. All right, well, with that, a big missed opportunity for Anish, 2 draws in that match. And Hans trying to survive a very difficult game here. Looks like it's going to be a tough task. Black has an extra piece. White has got 4 pawns for the piece. All the pieces dominating. We see Black's bishops completely dead because of his own pawns or because of Duda's pawns. Rook g7 played. You can just simply make a move like queen h4 now, hitting that pawn on f6, hitting that pawn on h6. He goes queen f4, hitting the rook on b8 and the pawn on h6. Very nice.
Yeah, and also rook e3 blitzed out, so the rook is ready to join the party. So in fact, black was able to handle the double attack on rook on b8 and pawn on h6 with this rook gb7, which was an incredible trick by Hans, to be honest, because it looked like queen f4 and it's game over, but no, Hans actually had this defense, and by the way also threatens the pawn on b4, but white had tempo with rook e3, so black should not be able to escape, but it was a nice defense that the game is still on.
All right, well, trying to keep the chances alive, because if the b4 pawn was to fall, then suddenly the black pieces, the bishops, can actually find themselves in the game. So white needs to be still a little careful, and ideas like rook g3 come to mind, Peter, because rook g3, rook b4, maybe now the trick of queen g4 works.
Exactly. I mean, this is a lovely trick because you know exactly that there is no way, it's the typical way that you can't protect both checkmates. I'm expecting rook g3 to be played because rook g3, maybe rook e8, yeah, that black will jump and you don't want to give up the e file, but okay, rook g3 played anyway.
On the board. So it's very important for black to have a rook on the 7th rank so that the move queen g4 can be met by rook g7 to fight against the mate on g8. So you don't have time to pick up on b4, but as you mentioned, the drawback of rook g3 is that you can potentially lose control of the e file. So rook e8 is an option, and I'm just wondering how white can continue.
It's on the board, yeah, of course.
Do you go a6 now?
You want to push, yeah?
I want to push, but I wasn't sure if a6, c6, I just feel gives black's dark squared bishop more options maybe at some point, but also very tempting is c6, c7.
Yeah, it's basically, I think with white, you are just shocked that the game is still in progress. Yeah, that's the biggest challenge. I mean, if you kind of somehow manage to calm yourself down and accept the fact that, yes, I'm completely winning, but my opponent did not have to resign and it's justified, then you win the game. But if you are just, okay, good that Duda still has 2 minutes, because if you are down to few seconds, it can just drive you crazy, yeah? Because you feel like it's, how on earth, if you would have this position, it would be designs for sure. And when the opponent has this terrible position, the game still progresses, it's still on, it feels so unfair.
But Peter, I think that's the thing about playing these players at this level. They're so resourceful. They will make sure that you have to fight till the very last breath for every point. Not just that, the time format is such that anything can happen. And we've seen such major turnarounds. So we never really see players giving up in a position, in a worse position, and even a much worse position. We just saw that happen on Liam's board. I mean, that end game with an extra exchange, the e3 pawn, Levon eventually drawing that. So it just goes on to show that nothing is over till it's over in this format, and rook e8 on the board. Hans Niemann is going to play till the end. Peter, let's try and take a look at some of the variations. Again, c6 is so tempting, moving that rook away, trying to get to that pawn on c7. Instead, he goes queen h4, attacking the f6 pawn.
Yeah, attacking the f6 pawn. He's also playing with black that you know what, you want to defend the pawn with rook f7, but it might run into some queen h5, targeting the rook on f7 and then also opening up the way for rook dg4. I mean, very nasty threats they are coming.
Actually, rook g4 is a major threat. I mean, if you go rook f7, rook g4 comes to mind. And if you go anything else also, rook g4 is a big threat in the position.
Yeah, but again, it's some kind of a fairy tale that the queen from b2 is also then still guarding f6, and okay, it's completely lost, but it's not
but
checkmate
h6,
immediately.
Peter, you can't defend h6. For example, let's say rook f7 and you go rook g4. How are you fighting that?
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not able to do so. But I mean, look at this. Still now the queen protects the pawn. Yeah, it's. I mean, you can see some ghost at some moment. Yeah.
And like bishop g7, there's rook g7, queen h6 idea. So you can't do that, but looks very, very scary. And it looks like slowly, move by move, it's crumbling down for black.
No, but actually look at this. Yeah, rook f7, rook dg4, bishop g7. Usually you would think that you take on g7 and it's finished. But I take queen a6 and I go rook h7.
God.
And the queen protects the pawn. I tell you, you can go crazy. Yeah.
He goes to bishop g7.
Yeah, he goes bishop g7 immediately. I mean, okay, it's logical, because if you will be forced to play bishop g7 after rook dg4, then of course better to do it immediately.
Very true. Very true. And it's so easy to miss these ideas that after rook g7, you've got rook h7 in those positions. He goes rook g4. I really hope he's not going to fall for this trick that I did with rook g7 and missing that queen on b2 defends the f6 pawn.
Well, definitely had foreseen it, but yeah, the big question is how black creates counterplay, because, for example, rook e1 would be very tempting, but then already exactly those ideas with rook g7, then queen h6, queen f8 will be checkmate. Yeah, once black's rook is, for example, after rook e1, we can just take on g7, and after rook f1 check, we just go king h2, and nothing changes, and we are delivering the checkmate you wanted to give.
Super nice.
So it means that, yes, black would love to create counterplay, but he can't. He has to sit tight, But
And
how
a
do
move
you
like
see
rook
tight?
f7 probably runs into queen h5 now, because
Yeah.
then you're really tied down. So let's say you play rook e7 instead. Still rook g7 is not working. After
Yeah, I
rook
was
e7,
expecting, to be honest, rook b7, but queen e5 is on the board.
queen e5. All right. I think after rook b7, also the problem is queen h5, and you start threatening rook g7. He goes queen h5 anyway, and keeping
And
all
rook e3
threats.
is a big threat now.
Rook e3 is massive.
Yeah, because suddenly that would be double attack on the rook on e8. Yeah,
And
this
at
is...
some point, these queenside pawns are going to start rolling down the board. I have a feeling. I don't know if we'll see a checkmate, but I think these pawns are going to start rolling down the board as well.
Yeah, basically, this is not the terrible news for Hans, that he had to move the rook from e8 and he had to move it to d8. But yeah, now b5 comes.
It's happening, Peter. b5 on the board. Who's going to stop this? Also, rook e3, rook e8 ideas were there, but he decided to go for b5. I was thinking that rook e3, rook e8 just looked so simple in that position.
Yeah, but also, I mean, pushing the pawns are, I mean, can't be blamed. Yeah, can't be faulted.
No, this is just looking absolutely devastating for black.
Yeah, now the bishop on a8 is dead. Yeah, the bishop on f1 protects the b5 pawn, so this bishop can never come back. And bishop d3, very nice. Just protecting everything, cementing the position. Yeah, just bishop on d3, settling some rook e4 ideas. I mean, black's bishop is buried on g7, the other one is buried on a8, and white has all the activity, all the control of all the squares. And then Hans down to 16 seconds. I mean, no possession and no time.
No, I don't think the clock matters. You could have an hour in this position and you're still not going to save it.
Yeah, definitely. But Hans makes sure that his queen always protects the f6 pawn. Yeah, so any rook g7 ideas are not working yet. King h2, so white is even pinning himself, which shows that he gives up on any kind of rook. Okay, probably white just wants to make moves to get some time on the clock. He knows that he's completely winning. He should just not blunder anything.
He just doesn't need to rush. I mean, all of black's pieces are tied down, but also white needs to find a break, because for now, the pawn storm is stopped, at least for the time being.
Okay, he's not targeting the d4 pawn.
So you have to go rook d8.
You have to go rook d8, yeah.
You can't give up that d4 pawn. So rook d8 is what we're expecting. And then how does white continue? Rook d8 on the board.
Played, by the way, with 10 seconds on the clock.
Maybe he's just going to go bishop c4 now. I like
No,
bishop.
just goes a6.
Very nice.
I mean, maybe it's some kind of a Zugzwang position. I mean, everything protects everything, but what kind of move can black make?
That's a good question, because now your rook and queen can't leave the d file.
Rook on
Also,
e7 can't leave. Yeah, rook
like
f8, and now he's giving up on the pawn on d4. But okay, then now it's 5 pawns already. Yeah, I mean, white just collects everything.
It's 5 pawns, dominating pieces. Queen c7 played.
Yeah,
Bishop c4,
and now you can do your
come
stuff.
to
Yeah,
E6.
with bishop c4,
Yeah,
e6.
this was the dream.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, we keep an eye on this game because, of course, it's very important. If Duda wins, then he will be 2-0 up, 2-0 up, and makes a giant step, winning the first match against Hans Niemann. On the other hand, we already have the third games in progress between Anish Giri and Magnus Carlsen, and also Prague versus Alireza. So once we finish this, and I'm assuming then, yeah, I think now is the time to design.
It's going to happen now, Peter, because king h7 runs into bishop g8. You have to go bishop g7. And all right, so if rook g7, queen h6, there's still rook h7.
Yeah, but I mean, simply you can just move the queen and then threaten with f6. Okay, he anyway takes.
He goes for it. He goes for a direct line after queen h6. He's going to go rook h7 and give another check on f6, and then go queen f6, rook g7, and rook into g7 is, no, you can't go rook into g7.
No, but b6, yeah.
b6. Very nice.
Yeah, I mean,
Very
okay,
nice.
look at these pawns, yeah? I mean, white has 7 pawns, while black has none.
And even no extra piece, he just is 7 pawns up.
Yeah, and now he can even afford to trade queens if he wants, and then pushes b7, c7, and collects everything.
I mean,
Yes.
black has a rook in the position, but it's absolutely useless, no?
Absolutely. I mean, white will be many queens up, yeah, and Hans designs. Wonderful win by Duda.
This is incredible stuff. And with that, Duda moves to 2-0 lead in his match, which means he needs just a draw to wrap up his first round against Hans Niemann. Let's quickly get an update on the results that we've had so far in our round 1 of the FTX Crypto Cup. Lots of action across the board. Even the 2 draws that we witnessed in the Anish Magnus game were just full of fireworks. And we've got Praggnanandhaa punching the first blow, and then Alireza striking back with the second game. So that match is level. Meanwhile, Liam missing a huge opportunity in game 2 against Lev, and this could really come and haunt him at the end of the day. We have action on already in the 3rd game. Peter, let's take this from the top.
Yeah, but somehow I feel like Alireza is not really comfortable playing against Pragg, and he doesn't know, and he goes for the Philidor. I mean, it's definitely not a choice that you are so happy picking. I mean, it's more like an emergency. You feel like this boy is so well prepared. I want to get out of any kind of theory and let's just play chess. The bad news is that Pragg is such an incredibly good player as well. Yeah, so it's not like getting out of theory will leave you room for some creativity. I mean, yeah, and Alireza goes for this h6. It's a fairly new setup. I mean, h6 and then rook e8, but a passive one. And I believe that there was a game between Adiban and somebody at the Olympiad, and Adiban was teammate of Pragg. And in this case, I'm pretty sure that they discussed that game together. As Tania also highlighted that, yeah, they had incredible team spirit. They have been discussing every single detail about openings, about any kind of possession. So I'm pretty sure that Pragg is kind of familiar with the ideas. Bishop f8, bishop e3, e takes d4, bishop takes d4, queen c7. The point is that if black is able to get b5 in, then black is fine. The only problem that with the pawn on a5 and with the pin against the rook on a8, simply black is not able to play b5 because a takes b6 happens. And without this freeing move, it's not so easy. Yeah, bishop a2, it's prophylactic move. Of course, queen takes a5 is taboo because of bishop takes f7, and then the queen is lost due to the check. So knight e5, the thematic move, and knight h4. Yeah, this is what shows me that I'm pretty sure that Pragg was familiar that you have to keep all the pieces on the board. You have space advantage, and the knight on h4 we have already seen in Levon game against Liam that the knight, if comes to f5 in this structure, then it can really cause a lot of damage. Bishop e6 played. Alireza trades the bishops, but now knight reaches the f5 square. g6 played. Yeah, this is the current position. The problem that I'm seeing with black's position is that the rook on a8 is kind of stuck because the bishop is eyeing the a7 pawn, and now we see why this pawn on a5 is so impressive and very instructive play by Pragg, that he knows that the rook protects the a5 pawn, so he's not weakening this pawn, but the pawn on a7 is the vulnerable one. Black is not able to play rook a8 due to this problem, and black is not able to push b5 while the rook is on a8. So in fact, black is not able to free himself out of this box, so he needs to find some compensation for it on the other side of the board or in the center. But it also feels like white is controlling the center. Yeah, maybe white can even just fall back with the knight to e3, because we are not afraid of c5. We have the d5 square, knight is jumping with the tempo, and then we will take care of the bishop. I mean, Pragg is taking his time after g6. What is he calculating? Is he maybe even thinking at a move like f4, that is the time to already go for very concrete action? It's also possible. I mean, f4 is super tempting. I mean, okay, just to highlight that g takes f5 can be answered by e takes f5. We are not risking anything because we are getting the piece back. The rook and the knight are both hanging. And otherwise, after f4, if black has to jump with the knight, okay, to c4, it's too risky. I feel like probably black wants to keep stability with knight ed7. But then also if white falls back with the knight, then some f4, I mean, looking very dangerous. And Alireza down to 9 minutes. Okay, Pragg is more or less having the same amount of time, but his position looks very promising. So Prague is having a wonderful position. What do we have there in Anish Giri against Magnus Carlsen? So it's a French. I mean, it's a French and Anish goes e5. All right, it's very interesting that recently in the last like 2-3 years, e5 has almost taken over. I don't know. I'm a big believer in knight c3. I'm ready to take anybody's challenge in the French and ready to return to the chessboard any moment if I'm allowed to have this position. But Anish goes for e5 and we get this advanced French position. My problem is that it was the very first repertoire that I was taught in my childhood and when I was like 9-10 years old against the French. And against strong players, I kept on losing my d4 pawn. And then people told me that, no, you are, Peter, you are not supposed to play like this because you will lose the pawn on d4. And that's how I moved towards the main lines of French. But now we see Anish plays a lot of this advanced French thing. So it definitely did not come as a surprise to Magnus. And Magnus just plays his chess. Yeah, a6. Wow, what a lovely, because I was thinking that what was the purpose of a6? Queen b6, and after knight a4, there is queen a7. Magnus actually tricked Anish, hitting the pawn on d4. That's what I was talking about. That's what they told me. The pawn on d4 will be vulnerable. Don't do this, Peter. And now Anish is falling into exactly the same. Yeah, and if you have to play bishop e3, it shows that black can never be worse. The question is, can he be better? And this is not a question you want to be faced with against Magnus, because he will find a way to be better. Bishop e7, a3, b5, knight c3, short castle. So things heated up. We see some trades, but yeah, black is very comfortable with this bishop on e7. Yeah, Anish is breaking already the structure, gives the second bishop as well, just to open up something. Now, if it would be white's turn, white would go knight eg5 or knight fg5, but it's of course black's turn. Magnus stops it. And now the big question is, I see the a6 pawn is hanging, but I mean, rook takes a6, something like queen b8 or queen b7. I don't know if maybe we don't want to step into any fork. And then bishop b5 will start to threaten. I mean, don't be fooled that white won a pawn because black's position is so nice. And besides, white might lose big material because we are faced with a triple kind of attack with bishop b5. So this pawn on a6 looks taboo, but then white is just worse for no reason. Okay, just another very nice example of I mean, at the moment when Magnus went for the French, I would have thought like, what is he doing? And then 10 moves later, he gets a very comfortable position. I think everything came down to this a6. This little finesse with a6 looks like an innocent move, giving a tempo, but in fact it prepares queen b6 and then queen a7 back. Lovely little retreat, which Anish has definitely missed, because he played bishop g5, attacking the queen, and then gives the chance for black to play queen b6 and show this idea. Wow. Okay, impressive play by Magnus. And what we have been talking about, missing the chances, Anish might get punished in this third game with white. And in fact, if he loses this game, I don't see him coming back. So he has to, I mean, no matter what, he has to defend this position. But how? I mean, of course, knight c6 is a move to cover the bishop b5 threat. On the other hand, then you are voluntarily giving up on any kind of initiative against black's king. So maybe something like queen e3 and then queen f4, knight f6 check is a more human way of trying to justify your previous play, yeah, because you just don't want to admit that what I have done is not what I should have done. So a move like queen e3 followed by queen f4, knight f6 is maybe the logical human try to justify things. All right, while Anish is taking his time, let's take a look what happened in Prague game. Actually, Prague opted for knight h4, a slightly surprising move. On the other hand, wow, of course, yeah, that it opens up for f4 and f5. And then the knight from h4 will also put pressure on g6 pawn. So that's the reason why Alireza had to play knight h5, trying to cover the f4 pawn, but I mean the f4 break. Plug in this with g3, but okay, g3 is some kind of a weakness. We also see for the first time evaluation bar was a little bit confused, then tries to adjust himself that okay, there is no way that white is not better in the position, but I mean also black's position should not be underestimated. It looks passive, but it's very flexible. Yeah, it's very flexible. That's how black wins usually the games in this structure, that white gets carried away thinking that okay, I have free roll, I can do whatever I want, but in fact this also gives black a lot of counter chances. It's a little bit like the hedgehog, yeah, that you should never underestimate the hedgehog, because if you attack it, then it can just fight back very nicely. And we have Tania back with us. Tania, what is your take? For example, look at this. Anish is somehow in a defensive with the white pieces, and we see what we have been talking about, that it might be backfiring, not making more out of his chances.
Peter, I'm just joining into the action, and that's definitely my first thought. Exactly what you mentioned, that against Magnus, when you get the opportunity and you miss those chances, it's going to come and back and bite you again. Because at some point, Magnus will create his chances and then he will not let them go. So when you're winning, you try to wrap up the game as soon as possible. And the position that we have in front of us, the two bishops, the pawn on a5, the b file that's open with counterplay, it just looks like black does have this nagging edge. But how much really is it, Peter? I mean, I see our eval bar seems to really like black's position, but is it actually that much better practically? I mean, white can also build some attack with knight g3, knight h5, queen a4, queen f4, queen g4 ideas.
Yeah, I was also highlighting already before, because I was surprised a little bit at the move rook fe1. Yeah, it's like a defensive move. I was already here expecting maybe some queen e3, queen f4, knight f6 check, kind of trying to justify the play like this. But Anish, for the moment, felt like he needs to make one prophylactic move with rook fe1, and after a5, another move queen d2. First of all, of course, bishop b4 would be a terrible blunder due to queen takes b4. We have to show this.
Yes.
This is a nice little trick, but one thing is for sure, it will never work. Yeah, and Magnus goes bishop c6, developing the bishop, getting to the long diagonal. And for example, a move like rook takes a5 can be very nastily treated with a little queen b7 touch, hinting at the knight on e4 and also bishop b4. Suddenly two very unpleasant threats would appear. And if you try to jump with knight to c5, then suddenly bishop c5, rook c5, bishop takes f3 would destroy white's king side. I don't know. It's I'm super skeptical for white's position here. Well, what is our chat telling us?
Did this come from a French?
Yes, it came from a French, and I also told them that, you know, I was taught when I was like 10 years old that, Peter, stop playing this advanced French because you're gonna lose your d4 pawn. And Magnus actually got the upper hand thanks to the weakness on the d4 pawn.
And our chat is actually pointing out, which is why I asked, that I think Anish actually does have a course on the French himself.
Yeah, he was actually advocating French for black, I think, with the Vinaware French, right?
Yeah, so, and it's I mean, these things are so psychological when you're playing a game for Magnus to employ the French against him, which is of course a surprise for Anish. Absolutely.
I mean, I don't recall Magnus ever playing the French against Anish. I just don't recall it. Maybe it happened, but I'm not even sure that it ever happened. Of course, I don't know all the games that they played, but somehow my feeling is that I would remember that game if it would have been. And look at this. Queen f4, queen b8, Magnus, fantastic. I mean, understanding, of course, that knight f6 check is white's idea, and he makes sure that he pins this queen so that after knight f6 check, he can simply take with the bishop, and it's a free piece because ef6 loses to queen takes f4. So with these simple little moves, Magnus makes sure that he doesn't let any of these tricks work, and he has everything under control. I mean, imagine if black even gets his pawn to a4.
Peter, I'm just wondering, the other way that white can actually try and set up an attack could be with a move like queen g4. And you kind of step away from this pin. I don't know if Queen B2 doesn't really worry me as much. I do have ideas of knight f6, knight h5, or knight g3, knight h5, basically landing a knight on h5 to try and put pressure on g7. And once again, I see our eval bar. It absolutely loves black's position. But to me, from a human perspective, it does feel like white still has a lot of threats that he can make on Magnus's king.
Yeah, but I think that those sets are not really real. First of all, now Anish has first included the moves rook e2, a4. I don't think that those moves really change much. Yeah, so it was rook e2, a4.
And he goes queen g4.
And
now,
he goes queen g4. And for example, if black now just sidestep with the king to h8, what happens?
All right, so king h8. Let's continue. Let's say you go knight g3.
Yeah, knight g3, and when you reach knight to a5, I will simply protect with a move like rook g8. So I'm basically taking care of my king. I don't feel like just with the knight you can really create some. I mean, the bishop is missing some sacrifices. Yeah. You need to sacrifice something, and a part of that, I have all the trumps in the position. I mean, everything works in my favor. Magnus actually opts for queen b5 first.
All right, so hitting that rook on e2, you have to watch out. So you could move your knight from f3 to h4. So knight h4 comes to mind, but then this queen just gets stuck into, and knight h4 runs into bishop h4, so you can't even go knight h4.
Yeah, no, I mean, basically probably you have to move the rook to f2 or something, I don't know. Or protect it with rook a1. But I mean, I'm also worried for the back rank issues. I mean, this rook a1 doesn't feel like it's super solid.
All right, so it does look like Magnus has got the initiative going and putting the pressure on Anish. Anish, who has messed up some big chances in this match so far, even though they were understandable and not super easy, but these are the best players in the world. And when you get that chance, we do expect Anish to make the most of it. Currently in the backseat, needs to be careful with his defense. Peter, let's take a look at some of our other boards that are on. The Pragg-Alireza matchup. What's the update on that?
Well, it just shows that how complex the position is, that both these incredible youngsters are down to 4 minutes. I mean, we are just talking about move 22. First of all, they got out of theory quite quickly, and I feel like Pragg is playing very systematically. I mean, I actually quite like the way he approached the game. I was a little bit surprised by the move knight h4 back, but probably there was a good reason for it. Because Pragg did spend quite a lot of time, so probably he calculated a lot. He opts for this. Yeah, that's the reason that basically queen d8 was played in order to stop f4. Yeah, because eyeing the knight on h4, then after f4, black would have knight takes g3 tactical trick, and the knight on h4 would be hanging. So that's the justification. So Pragg, of course, brings the knight back to g2. And there is no way of stopping eventual f4. So he makes sure that pawn of g3 is protected with the king. And after knight f6, f4 comes, bishop g7, queen d3 on the board, and queen c7 trying to sidestep. And finally, somehow bring rook a8, but still the same issue with the pawn, hanging pawn on a7. This keeps on hunting Alireza.
Like you say, that little pawn on a5 just makes life so difficult for black to get that coordination between the rooks, because after bishop a7, you never have b6 trapping that bishop on a7, and queen c. It just looks like white has got more space, more piece activity, and can slowly try to build up something in this game. Alireza, of course, we know exactly how tricky he can be and the kind of counterattack that he can set up. This game is going to be a long fight from here on. Peter, let's get an update on the Hans Niemann, Jan-Krzysztof Duda matchup. Duda's got a massive 2-point lead, and oh my God, what is this position? My first feeling was black should be not doing that well. I mean, he's just gone back with the knight. It almost looks like he's setting up for the next game. Where is the development here? But then I look at our eval bar, and it just seems to say black is fine.
Yeah, and look at the clock situation. Yeah, Duda basically is probably showing some very nice prep, because also Hans Niemann has done this course on chessable course on d4, d5, knight c3, and he has already played a lot of, and I think against Jan-Krzysztof Duda he already used it. Yeah, so clearly Duda was ready for it, and he went on to some kind of a provocative approach. Yeah, cd a6. Knight f3, knight c6, knight e5. Yeah, Hans is trying to be as aggressive as possible. He is also trailing the match with 2-0. So bishop d7, g4. Okay, vamos. e6. In order to understand, we definitely have to know that what's going on after knight takes e5. I'm believing that Hans probably has covered this in his chessable course. In any case, after the move e6, which looks kind of a surprising move, and it looks like white is getting g5, but I'm pretty sure that this is some kind of preparation by Duda. Takes knight g8, and you are trying to come with the knight, maybe knight e7, knight c6, targeting the bishop on e5. The position is close, so if black can get to c6 and somehow target white's dark squared bishop, then black will be very happy. Hans goes queen d2. And okay, lot to play for. We have to keep on moving.
All right, we come back to this. I mean, it's still in the opening phase, but it looks like, despite visually looking like black is behind in development, these ideas of knight e7, knight c6 got a lot of counterplay, got a lot of juice in the position. We'll come back. Peter, meanwhile, Liam struggling in his game 3 against Levon Aronian. Take a look at this. He's down a pawn. I don't really see the compensation for that extra pawn here.
Yes, but on the other hand, not so easy to win from the white side, because how do you create a pass pawn? Okay, one can argue that you already have a pass pawn, but this e5 pawn is more of a weakness. If you play knight f3, then black will always play bishop e4. Yeah,
I want to first play b4 and put my knight on d4 somehow.
But yeah, but whenever you move, I will put bishop e4 and then attack the pawn on e5. So, for example, you play b4, I'm just going to play h6. I will also make a nice useful move. I understand, of course, white is clearly better, but it's not so trivial to win this. And wow, hang on. We have to jump back to the Hans's game that, in fact, Duda played very directly with queen d2 h6 and g6 f6. I mean, really making sure that everything is now locked on the king side. And it will all come down that will black be able to develop or not? Because if he is not able to develop, then it will be a terrible disaster for black. If he develops, then it can be wonderful as well.
Well, he's hitting the bishop right now, so that's a tempo. And the moment you move, the knight can come to e7, again winning a tempo by hitting the pawn on g6 and bringing that knight over to f5 or to c6. Also big action on the Anish board. Anish going for d5. Is this good or is this desperation?
I think it's desperation, but he's also down to 1 minute on the clock. Yeah, so it's basically kind of understandable that after the move. By the way, Magnus, after queen b5, rook a1, played the ultra cool bishop b4. Like, you know what? Give this knight f6 check. I anyway planning to hide with my king on h8 and against knight h5. I'm assuming Magnus simply wanted to defend with rook g8. And then Anish did not see how to play, and then he just goes all in. d5. Bishop takes e1, knight d4.
This is looking like a bit of a mess. I mean, let's not even look at the eval bar, but let's look at the position from a human perspective. He's sacrificed currently an entire rook. Queen d3 played.
This queen d3 is a disaster for white.
But you can take on e1, Peter, because, for example, if you go rook e1, at least queen d4 isn't possible immediately because of knight f6 and picking up the queen.
Yes, that's true. But after rook e1, now he can simply take bishop d5. And after knight f6 check, he just moved king h8, and okay, he's just exchange and
but how is this? Let's say knight d5, e d5, knight f5, because after rook g8, I have knight e7.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, also some back rank issue will haunt you. Yeah, there is no way to survive here.
There are lots of issues in this position for white.
Yeah, I mean, okay, rook g8, knight e7, maybe even some stylish queen e4. I don't know. I mean, I just feel like, okay, I can play queen d2 followed by rook c1. Okay, that's probably the computer solution, just queen d2.
This looks like the cleanest way to close the line.
Yeah, okay, in any case, it's rook e1, bishop d5 on the board. You know exactly that something wins for sure. I mean, there is just no way that it's not resignable. Yeah, knight f6 check.
Anish has got 25 seconds on the clock and a position that's very hard to save. e d5, this is the line that we were looking at. I don't see another move except knight f5. But
no, Magnus has not yet captured d5. Actually, he also has some other options.
D2. Maybe he's thinking about queen d2, rook c1 directly.
Yeah, it's also, but somehow it's a little bit too fancy. But it could easily be that he does not even want to Ala knight f5. Yeah, looks just winning, yeah.
All right, this one looks just winning. Meanwhile, in the Lev game, Peter, do you want to just stick with this for a bit because it might end soon?
Exactly, yeah. I think we should stick till the very end, and then we should also move on to the Prague game against Alireza, because Levon's game and also Niemann's game, they started later, yeah. So we have to first watch those games that are in real progress.
Sure.
Yeah, Queen D2 on the board.
Played. He goes for the most direct line, and now Rook C1 coming in. Taking advantage of the back rank, Peter, that you've been pointing out on the board. I think he has to come back with the knight. So he has to go knight c3. Oh
and
my
checkmate.
God, that's a beauty. That
Beautiful.
is a stunning move, Peter, finishing the game with a checkmate.
Yeah, it's lovely, of course. Yeah, Magnus has foreseen it. Those are giving so much pleasure, yeah, to finish a game like this.
Let's just show the mates that would have happened after sacrificing the queen. Rook e1, rook e1. Magnus took those extra seconds just calculating this line and choosing the move queen d2 when after knight c3, white saves the piece, but not the back rank mate. A beautiful finish there in this game, which means Anish has one more game left to strike back. This time, if he gets the chance, he can't let go of it. He will have the black pieces though, so it's going to be a tough task for him. Meanwhile, let's go back to the Pragg Alireza board. And what do we have here? Equal pawns, equal pieces. But Peter, just looking at the position, I really like black more here. One, I think the bishop is stronger on g7 than the knight. The rook's doubled up in the center, looking to penetrate along the e file. White's pawn structure just looks a bit shaky. The king looks shaky. Despite equal material, I like black here.
Absolutely. I mean, it almost feels like black is strategically winning. I mean, I also looking at the clock situation, I don't feel like white can survive this. It looks just so awfully bad. I mean, the structure is compromised. You don't threaten anything because you can't really, yeah, queen e6, tripling on the e file. I mean, just imagine something like ed5, cd5, and then, I mean, how long you can stop these pieces from finally starting a decisive invasion. Yeah, ED-CD on the board.
And now white has to be really careful of never allowing rook e2, which is going to be tough with that bishop on g7, potential d4 in the air. And Peter, we look at the two players, they've got a very similar posture. Alireza hasn't moved. I think he's had the same body language since the start of the match. This is his playing pose. His gaming playing pose, and cd5 on the board. It looks like Alireza is in the driving seat here. How can white try and defend? Because you can't even go rook f2. There's rook e3 picking up that knight on c3. He goes knight
d1 played. Yeah, he had to play knight d1.
But now black can also start with the move rook e1, not rush with rook e2, but try and enter on the last rank.
Yeah, rook e1, rook e4. I mean, all kinds of tempting options because just, yeah, okay, first rook e2, it doesn't really matter because so Pragg opted for knight f2. I was pretty sure that rook f2 will be played against rook e2, to be honest, but probably Pragg feels that he actually needs both rooks in order to create some counterplay. I mean, he just doesn't want to be passively bad. Yeah, I mean, to have passively bad position. He wants to have some kind of counterplay, but where is this counterplay?
And I'm just wondering, how is black breaking through? And d4, he decides. The other move that I was thinking of, Peter, c2 felt like a weakness. Rook c7, rook c2 ideas, they still remain on the board. d4, I just felt blocks out the bishop on g7, but he does control e3 and might have potential threats of putting one of the rooks on e3.
Yeah, maybe he also wants to go queen c6, yeah, opening up the diagonal and then threatening rook 7 to e3, which with devastating effect. On the other hand, yeah, I understand you that d4 positionally, strategically doesn't feel like the best, but maybe it's very strong. And Pragg down to 15 seconds. How do you react here?
I just don't think rook into d4 would be enough compensation. He decides against the exchange sacrifice and goes queen b3, offering a queen trade. A queen c6 looks rather tempting here.
Yeah, queen c6 looks super tempting. I mean,
you hit on c2, you hit that rook on f3, rook e3 coming in.
Yeah, this pin is just so incredibly strong.
This is a bit of a comeback match by Alireza, no? He lost the first game. Second game, he was also in a little bit of trouble, but then survived with that insane trick that he set up with the mating attack. And then this game, he's just crushing through.
Yeah. Basically, I mean, that's what I felt after equalizing, and the way how he equalized, that he delivered checkmate. He actually was better in the game, but Pragg was defending very nicely, was trying to create counterplay, and then instead of choosing the safe way, suddenly Alireza made a gamble. It was kind of a gamble, and it paid off. And after that, there is a certain shift of psychology there. The body language, the mood of the players. Yeah, suddenly also Alireza feels like, okay, Pragg is invincible. Yeah, because it just when somebody beats you and you know that he has been playing so well lately, then you suddenly might feel like, yeah, he's in such a great form and it's difficult to beat him. But once you beat him, you feel that he's also vulnerable. Yeah, and then when you feel that he's vulnerable, then immediately you get the confidence.
Absolutely agree. So H4 here played on the board. Definitely Alireza feeling the confidence and the momentum currently in their match. A crucial moment here really about whether Alireza can convert this position or not, or will Pragg be able to survive it? Peter, how do you create some chance? I mean, H4 does have a threat of H5, and maybe at some point Pragg might play Rook F7. How are you breaking through with Black? Are you going to capture the pawn on C2? Do you go Queen C2 here?
Honestly, I did not even notice that the pawn on C2 is hanging. Yeah, because I'm so happy with this queen on C6, putting this tremendous spin and pressure on White's position, that this is like an incredible big extra that I can maybe even just collect.
Or you can just go Rook E3, like you mentioned, just putting the pressure on that F3 rook.
Yes, yeah, I mean, that would be kind of the most logical, most tempting. And Alireza has, yeah, okay, he plays H5, also very human reaction. I was actually kind of also, yeah, Queen D3, and now what and after
now you want to go Rook E3. Now you really want to play Rook E3.
Yeah, Queen D1, but okay, there is no way that this survives. I mean, we see
nothing else, always remember we've got the C2 pawn that we can pick up.
Yeah, I mean, okay, it's White is in a complete box. Yeah, you can just take Rook, Queen takes it. I wanted to say that
wow,
Rook
and
takes
Valbar, Peter, something is not okay with this move, because Queen C2, it's suddenly shot back up. This could be Pragg's chance.
Yeah, I mean, but okay, how do you remove your queen from C6? Just Rook takes C2 and opponent resigns because he has no moves.
No, this is shocking. I mean, when you want to pick up the C2 pawn, you go Rook C2, you go Rook C3 and double pin the F3 rook.
Yeah, no, this is unbelievable. I mean, okay, now Pragg gets a second chance, and Alireza done to his seconds.
And suddenly he has to win the game all over again, but I don't even think it's winning anymore.
No, I mean, now it's only Black who is risking. I mean, because Rook F7 is a threat.
And it all came down to that moment of Queen C2. He had to go Rook C2 in that moment.
Yeah, it's and it would have been over. And look at this. Computer already says that White is kind of winning here. Can he really play Rook F7 and after D3 just play King H? No, King H3 you take on F2. Then why is it?
But you take Rook G7, Peter. Can't you go Rook G7, King G1?
No, but then perpetual check comes, yeah?
Yes. So he goes
wow,
Rook D7
I mean, okay, insane action. Or the players are also done to their last seconds, and so much emotions are involved. Pragg is super happy that he survived. Yeah, he
survives. This one he survives. I mean, also now the D pawn, which was such a danger poison pawn, is off the board. This is everything to play for now.
Absolutely. I mean, now he has the momentum. I mean, Alireza is going crazy. I mean, okay, he goes now Rook D2, shows that he was very worried of eventually getting checkmated on the 7th rank. But after trading the rooks and not having any pressure on F2, one has the feeling that this should be a technical win. I mean, it requires work, but I mean, the knight will nicely protect the B4 pawn from D3. And eventually, after you get knight to D3, you activate the rook. Who knows? I mean, if the rook lands on E6, then it will be devastating for Black. Wow. I mean, just when it looked like Alireza is showing who is the boss in the house, things are turning.
And it just felt so convincing by Alireza, the way he pinned that rook on f3, advanced that pawn to d4, controlling, dominating the position. And Peter, chess is brutal like that. You make 20 good moves and then you play one queen c2 and it all blows up in thin air.
Yeah, but now actually, thanks to this bishop d4, making sure that white is not able to activate, probably black will have, I mean, g5 was so tempting. I was also thinking that maybe black can now play g5. Computer does not agree, so probably white plays king e1, but king e1 there is bishop c3. And yeah, okay, I don't know. It's not so simple.
But you know, Peter, even if this was to fizzle out into a draw, both players are down to seconds. And let's say this ended in a draw. I think Praggnanandhaa would be super relieved with that outcome.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. On the other hand, Alireza is also kind of happy that he survives that scare because he definitely felt like he might be lost at some point.
All right,
Okay.
pressure is still on because now after knight c5, a6 under attack. And if you trade the bishop for the knight, then there are threats with rook f6, rook a6.
Yeah, it should be draw, but let's not forget both players down to 15 seconds and a lot of tension in the position.
Both players down to 15 seconds, and both these players are absolute monsters when they're playing on seconds. I mean, they play so precise that we can't really expect them to bungle up big. I actually think that this game will end in a draw. G takes h4 played. You probably have to take that pawn back on h4. Knight a6 just feels like it'll be too much. The h pawn is going to be just way too strong. He recaptures on h4. And Peter, I'm expecting bishop c5 here.
Bishop c5, bc5, and then how do you deal? Because then suddenly rook c6 is a big threat. Yeah, okay, takes, so rook
And
c2
now rook
will be
c2.
played.
You give the a pawn, you pick up the c5 pawn, and I think that should be a draw because your rook on c5 is pretty well placed.
Yeah, should be, yeah. I mean, now also both sides are relieved that they can make natural moves, winning very valuable 10, 20, 30 seconds. And why is, yeah, I was surprised. So like Alireza will blitz out king g7, grab the 10 seconds as quickly as possible. But we'll play more rook c6.
C6, so after king h7, you give rook c6 here. But
Maybe
then maybe you
rook
go rook
c6.
c4.
Yeah, rook c4, but when you take, I will take. So rook c6 played. I want to hang on to this pawn as long as I can.
Can black go king f7 here? He goes for it because if you
black
go
goes-
king e1, king e7, king d1, you can't go king d7 because of rook d6, by the way.
Yeah, you will play rook c4 and then you will play king d7. Of course, it's a draw, but yeah, it's understandable that white wanted to lure the king away from g7.
But still nothing much to play for here because after the h5 pawn will be defended with the rook on c5. So king d1, now you just go rook c4. You're not going to pick up the h4 pawn, and now king d7 comes in.
Exactly. I mean, king d7 looks like the final touch that is required. But okay, rook takes a6, and after rook c5 we get king d4, and suddenly white's king is active. I don't know if it.
But Peter, you can start with king d3 after king d7.
Yeah, I can.
I don't know if it makes
I can
much
start.
of a
Yeah,
difference.
that's why. Yeah, Alireza actually says enough is enough. I just gonna take on h4. My king is close enough to cover the c pawn, and I just gonna move the rook. And we are getting the information that Duda is crushing Hans also in the third game.
Wow, should we jump to that, Peter? Because this one looks like it will end in a draw.
Yes, and basically it means that it will be match over. Duda just wins 3-0 if that happens.
That's quite a blowout match. And I think it's very hard for Hans because to have a match like this at the start of the tournament can often upset you psychologically.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, okay, just getting crushed completely. The problem is that white can never take the piece on e4 because fe4 probably will be answered by d takes e4. And then the way for the black's queen will be opened up. Queen a2 will be a monstrous threat. And the bishop from c3 always protects back to g7. So, yeah, bishop takes a6. Okay.
6 on the board. So that's an interesting sacrifice there. You can't really take g takes h6 because there's knight e5 check, winning the queen, and black will never even think about opening that g file. Knight e5 is probably just one of the ways. But he just keeps the pressure on. But what's the move here? Do you anyway go d4, queen a2 ideas? But d4,
Yeah, but
knight
once
f4.
you push d4, then g7 is vulnerable.
But how do you continue here then?
Yeah, that's the big question. I mean, you need to find a good move. I mean,
Maybe bishop f6. Maybe you just come back with the bishop.
I mean, we see the evaluation bar claiming that black is completely winning. I mean, no. I mean, in computer play, black is completely winning. In human play, it's still something to play for.
It's still pretty messy. I mean, pieces are equal, pawns are equal. There is pressure along the g5, but bishop f6 feels like a safe option here, no?
Yeah, it's a safe option. The only question that does Duda want to be safe or just he wants to crush? And he has a big time advantage. I mean, Hans is the one who is down to less than 2 minutes. Duda still sits on 9 minutes at this moment.
The other idea that comes to mind is queen f6, and then you go bishop d2 and try and mate on a1.
Yeah, that's another idea. But I mean, it's a little bit risky to put the queen on the long diagonal when the bishop so nicely protects back the pawn on g7. Yeah, it's again humanly very tough, I believe.
No, I completely agree. I mean, a move like queen f6, you're always thinking about bishop g7, that file opens up, and then you could be in a lot of trouble along the g file.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, what if something goes wrong? Maybe nothing goes wrong, but I mean, we have the tendency to be asking the question, what if, yeah? It's
I don't know. I just feel like bishop f6 just feels like everything's under control. At some point, maybe you can try to put your
maybe you want like this, yeah?
Yeah, or even d4, queen a2 ideas, but mostly rook c3 was the plan.
Yeah, it makes sense, but we also see that Duda is taking his time, so it's absolutely not trivial how to play.
It's not trivial, and the good news is that Duda's got time, Peter, because in such a position, you don't want to mess up your advantage. You want those extra minutes to be able to be precise.
Yes, exactly. But hang on, what happened exactly? I wanted to jump back to the Prague's game because I mean, something incredible happened. Alireza lost concentration or what?
What?
Because he allowed king b7, rook b6. And okay, now with the pawn, he will just win the game. Now just c6 check. And now bring the rook back, and that's it. It is the typical way of winning.
This match has just been so full of comebacks and turnarounds and unexpected endings.
Absolutely. I mean, okay, just when we thought like it's over, Alireza played a wonderful game and just crushes Prague, and then suddenly this queen takes c2 appeared.
And Peter, look at our stunning arena there. There we see Alireza and Prague on their computer screens. This is the new age of chess being an e-sport, being played as a hybrid sport here with the players facing each other on their screens. Tension is high, nerves are high, just an incredible time for the chess world.
Yeah, very interesting. I mean, I never played in this. No, I mean, I did play in the Monaco tournament. Yeah, we also had the screens in front of us in the blindfold games. Yeah, and it was also very fighting. But yeah, with all these cameras and all these lights and everything, I mean, okay, this is a real spectacle. Yeah, Alireza tries h2, but rook d2 check will be, of course, included. And after king c5, Alireza has to design basically after rook h2 because there are no more tricks.
And you know, Peter, when Prague just goes back on his chair and sits like that, you know that it's over. And I think he realizes it, that he's going to pick up this point. A very, very lucky point for Prague, who was in a lot of trouble in this game. But then again, you make your own luck on the chessboard, and Prague just holding tight on the brink of defeat. And then that one slip, queen c2. And Prague was back, and he tried to push for chances, Peter. He went rook c6, not taking on a6, not going for a diluted endgame. And in the end, it paid off, and Prague takes the lead in their match.
Yeah, wow. I mean, this was really shocking. I mean, the nerves or something, I mean, I cannot explain. I mean, just to show this position, I mean, we will immediately go to the other boards. But I mean, here, black is completely dominant. Yeah. And he decided to pick up the pawn on c2. Well, he could have taken with rook on c2, and white has nothing else than probably to design because he's running out of moves. Nothing moves. The rook is pinned, the knight is pinned from the rook. I mean, all pins around, black is pawn up, and he has the better king and the winning position. Just a shocking development that Alireza went on to lose this.
Unbelievable. I mean, you show this position and you can just never imagine that, especially a player like Alireza would be on the receiving end of this one. But chess is unpredictable like that, especially in this format. But he still has one more game. He has to win on demand to force a playoff. Otherwise, Prague will win the match. Peter, we've got live action on the other board, so let's quickly jump over to the
and look at this.
Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Look at this. Duda
bishop
played
B5.
the move bishop b5, and from a seemingly so-called completely winning position according to engine, it's becoming a big mess. But humanly, it's understandable. You trade this bishop on d3, you eliminate this terrible bishop that you had on d7, and now we see that the players are blitzing out. The piece had been sacrificed. Yeah, it still looks wonderful. I mean, the bishop on c3 protects the g7 pawn. Black is threatening e2. Looking horrible.
It's clear the speed with which Jan-Krzysztof Duda has blitzed out his last few moves. He's calculated this entire sequence of moves with bishop b5, trading, sacrificing the bishop, creating his counterplay with the e-pawn. Knight f4, white has to make sure that black isn't able to push that pawn to e2 so that he can capture it with knight e2. Still trying to maintain pressure on the g file. Peter, it still looks pretty devastating for white, but I'm wondering, what is the killer blow here? Or does black have the option to just, how does black actually get e2 in? Do you just go rook e4 and wait and threaten bishop into b4?
Yeah, well, I mean, one of my thoughts was maybe that also you can try to play rook c6, but maybe bishop takes g7 is some kind of a threat. So maybe we have to sidestep with king h7.
I like this. Oh my God, I was going to say I like this move, Peter, and then I see the eval bar saying that no, this is not the way to go. But so tempting because you're threatening bishop into b4 and just delivering mate on white's king.
Yeah, very tempting, because actually after all this bishop take g7 that I was worried, then after bishop g7, knight h5, there will be rook g4, for example. Yeah, very nice human defensive resource. So why is the engine not happy with what we are happy with?
I mean, rook e4 is such a human move to make, and it just looks like white is busted here. But there is something that we're missing.
Exactly. Also, we are kind of hinting at some rook takes b4 and then, or rook a8 and then rook takes b4 and then rook a1 checkmate. So yeah, super tempting.
Maybe chat can tell us. Chat, what is happening? Why is rook e4 not working here?
Yeah.
When in doubt, Peter, ask chat.
Hans is down to 30 seconds on the clock. I mean, I'm getting the info from Tadeusz that what is apparently the move, but let us wait for the chat. Maybe somebody will inform us as well.
Well, I'm getting some different options, but chat is saying knight d5 seems to be
exactly. Knight d5 was the move that Tadeusz was confirming, but knight e2 is definitely not the way, because knight d5 was kicking the bishop on c3 and protecting the b4 pawn. Of course, it's such a stunning move that it's very difficult even to spot, because it looks like it's losing anyway.
Well done, chat. And the point with knight d5 was queen d5. The g7 pawn is very vulnerable. So thank you for letting us know on that. Queen d5 would have run into bishop into g7, and the queen on d5 is pinned. I mean, good luck seeing all of this.
Exactly. And besides, there's also the question then, why not rook g4? Yeah, but already we don't have time to deal with everything. Knight e2, he's trying to run for defense. Knight e2, bishop e5, knight c1 played. But okay, now black is just combining all the threats.
And there's no idea of bishop g7 anymore.
Yeah.
So now you can just even slowly try and go rook 8, threaten rook b4. Rook 8 actually looks like a nice move. I've got a big threat of rook into b4. a3 is attacked.
Yes, I mean, because basically white has to play knight b3 in order to stop rook takes b4. Yeah, rook c3 played. He even does not want to allow knight b3.
He doesn't want to allow knight b3 because now knight b3 will run into rook takes b3. You sacrifice the exchange and win the game. Bishop g7, but I don't see a follow-up.
No, there is no follow-up. I mean, it's just prolongation of the game before designing, but the game has been decided. I mean, black has this rook g4 ideas always to defend if he wants. If he is not comfortable delivering checkmate, which probably he is, I mean, he can just take on a3 and win on the spot. Settling the checkmate, and knight b3 runs into any move. Rook takes b3 or rook b4 as you wish.
Rook a3, I think this is going to be game over. And we see hands, he does look like he's giving up, but continues to put up some resistance. No rook a1 mate. c3 has been played. You can probably just even take rook c3 here, because h6, the b4 pawn is hanging. He goes for rook into b4.
Rook takes b4 played.
I love it, Peter, because cb4 runs into rook a1.
Rook a1 and then queen c4 check, yeah, and it's checkmate.
Yes.
I mean, Hans was trying to shock Duda with c3, but he's just getting crushed anyway.
I mean, you could have even just taken rook c3 with rook b4 ideas. It wasn't much of a shock, and that is it. Jan-Krzysztof Duda wins his first round 3-0 in big style there. A big blow to Hans Niemann. He needs to come back tomorrow. He needs to fight back. It has been a devastating day for Hans.
Absolutely. I mean, Duda has been the dominant player. Yeah, okay, it was a very hard-fought match at the beginning. It's every crushing match starts actually with some very big fights at the beginning, yeah, and then one player takes over the command. Well done, Duda. I mean, okay, 3-0, brutal start by him.
Absolutely brutal, Peter. Look at that scorecard. Jan-Krzysztof Duda having a star start in this event, but still a long way to go. Peter, big game, a game that he was on the brink of defeat for the most part. A huge turnaround with one slip from Alireza cost him that game. And now Alireza has to win on demand the fourth game to force a tiebreak. The tiebreak will be 2 games of blitz, 5 minutes with a 3-second increment. If that's a tie, then we'll have an Armageddon. And we've got an interview with Jan-Krzysztof.
It must have been working for me. So maybe, I mean, bishop b5 probably is not that great, but was thinking there for a long time and couldn't have found like a good follow-up. But anyway, I mean, I was very confident. Also, I was like ahead of the clock, way ahead of the clock, so that clearly helped.
So, reigning major champion with plenty of confidence, winning the first match. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you.
Jan-Krzysztof Duda, a happy man. 3 points to start out the FTX Crypto Cup NA.
Mate would have appeared on the board if Niemann had continued. This would have been a check. The White King only has 1 safe square. Another check with the Black Queen, and the final touch, a checkmate. The White King trapped in the center of the board.
Chat, we are back. It's round 4 of the day, the final match for our players. Jan-Krzysztof Duda has already won his match. And I have to say, that was in a crushing style 3-0 win. Definitely a big, a difficult day for Hans to come out of. But we'll see. He's a champion, and I'm sure we'll see a fighting Hans tomorrow. Let's quickly get an update on our results that we've had and who is fighting for what in the 4th game. Let's quickly bring up our scorecards, chat. This is where we stand. Liam had a massive chance in game 2, which he bungled up, and game 3 he survived. So there is a game 4, but Liam has to win on demand, as does Alireza, who is trailing Prag by a point. Meanwhile, Anish Magnus, this just started as an Anish show. The first 2 games, Anish dominating, really showing that he's the one who's getting better positions, but he missed those important chances, ended in a draw. But when Magnus got his chance, he doesn't miss that stuff, and he takes his lead. So Peter, that means that Alireza, Liam, and Anish all have to win on demand to force a playoff.
Exactly, it's super exciting stuff. Of course, for Anish, that he has to do it on demand with the black pieces against Magnus definitely makes his chances very tough. I mean, I don't really see. On the other hand, he got a fighting position. I mean, if you ask me that. What can you hope for against Magnus? Maybe I would say this is the maximum from the black side. And let's take a look. We missed the action at the very beginning. So Anish goes for the Grünfeld type of structures. Magnus plays like a reversed Reti. He takes a slow approach. Knight b2, and immediately Anish goes to disbalance the position. He goes for this d6 structure, g5, bishop gc, knight h5, making sure that he will get White's dark square bishop, and then if you get the 2 bishops, there is always something to play for in the position c3, e6, knight c4. It's the traditional way. This knight from f3 goes to d2, the knight from c4 goes to e3. A very nice kind of regrouping. Magnus knows what he's doing. Knight takes g3 takes on g3 b6. And look at this. I was saying that I hope for black that this is kind of the maximum that you can ask for against Magnus. If you want to play for a win, the computer does not agree with me. What is your take?
Peter, I mean, this is a position that's quite new for me from the opening, and I just feel like White has the center, and I'm all about the center. I like the fact that the H file is open. White hasn't castled. I don't know how much of an advantage it is, but I would like to play white here. But again, there is this disbalance because Anish does have the 2 bishops. And that's the big trump. All that black can hope for in such a position is to have some sort of a disbalance when you're trying to win against the world champ. Now, I'm going to ask the chat. I'm going to put up a poll. Chat, there are 3 players who need to make a comeback to force a tiebreak. Who do you think will actually manage to do that? Will Anish make a comeback against Magnus? Will it be Alireza or will it be Liam against Levon? Which game will go into tiebreak? Anish Magnus, Liam Levon, or Alireza Pragg? Tell us, chat. I know that, Peter, we love a big fight. So as many tiebreaks as we have, as many playoffs as we have, that's what we love, more chess.
Exactly. Now, actually, when I look at this position, it's super funny, yeah, that black has a lovely position. The only problem is that there is nowhere to put this king from e8 because you can't castle long due to the a6 weakness, and you can't castle short because of the h6 weakness. And, you know, I wanted to highlight one classical idea that immediately came to my head when I looked at this position, the Karpov or Petrosyan, or how you want to call route, that can I go king d8, king c8, king b8, king a7, you know, so, because I'm so intact, yeah, that you cannot really touch me. And if I do something like Anish did with c5, I feel like I will never have any safety. But I did not see exactly how I get punished. And if I can get the king to a7, then the game can really start.
But it is such a difficult, I mean, that's playing to the galleries, Peter. You make a move like king d8, king c8, you're playing for the crowd, but such a tough decision to take with in a rapid format to walk step by step with the king, defend the a pawn, threats like a5, breaking into the b6 pawn, you go b5, moves like c4. It's just so hard to make this decision. So very understandable from Anish's perspective to not go Karpovian in this position.
Yeah, but the problem is that he opted for the natural c5, which is answered by d5, and the problem still remains, yeah, that where do we go with the king? Probably he wants to jump with the knight to e5, but also we give this c4 square. I mean, I'm hating to allow something like this. In any case, yeah, Magnus is doing great. Let's take a look how Alireza is doing against Pragg, and we see that he goes for a gambit. I mean, he goes for a gambit. I believe that this gambit is kind of known, it exists, but I'm not sure if exactly in this concrete move order. Bishop b5, g6 takes, castles, bishop g7, rook e1, queen c7. Yeah, I somehow feel like without queen c7 including, we have already seen this idea. Yeah, d3, e5, b4, c takes b4, a3. The idea is that, of course, if white gets the chance to take e before, then it's wonderful. If black pushes b3, then it's also not exactly what black wants. So black is consequent by agreeing capturing this pawn, and bishop takes ac, knight e7. We see that actually black's king is stuck in the center. He still can't castle because the knight on e7 is vulnerable. And something like d3, d4, some very energetic break in the center, or maybe trying to bring the knight to c4, it's kind of tempting for white.
You know, meanwhile, I have my eye out on the poll, and it seems like our chat feels that Alireza has the best shot to make a comeback. And I think that also has a lot to do with playing style and also who the players are playing against. Anish playing with black against Magnus, very tough to bet against Magnus in that situation. And also Liam Levon. I think there's so much psychology involved in that match, given what happened in game 2. It's just so hard for Liam to kind of forget what happened in that game when he was so close to making the comeback in the match.
Yeah, exactly. And also Levon has an incredibly solid repertoire. Yeah, that's also kind of, I believe, one of the key points, that we see that Alireza managed to get a very interesting playable position thanks to Pragg not having those incredible solid repertoires. Yeah, he likes adventures, he likes dynamic play, and this also gives dynamic play for his opponent, while Levon is having this super solid, rock solid classical openings, where if you have the pressure of you have to try to play for a win, then how do you treat that game? Yeah, it's what is your approach? Yeah, because playing a classical opening and then you try to spice it up with some unconventional play, then maybe you shouldn't have started with a classical opening. Yeah, it's all kind of psychological issues. Will be very interesting to see how Liam is dealing with this, but for the moment, I feel like Alireza's position with d4, e4, e5, we just don't have any right to move to Levon's game.
We have to stick to this. I mean, look at the Magnus on the board. He's sacrificed this d4 pawn, doesn't pick it up immediately, goes e5, blocks up that bishop on g7. The knight on e7 is stuck. You can't castle. Black's king is stuck in the center. There are so many elements in the position.
Yeah, so
Bishop
basically,
d6
I think
coming
if
in.
not for c5, black would be in a terrible trouble. So let's take a look how to continue after c5.
Can you try and go knight d2, knight e4? I really want to put a knight on d6. Maybe knight d2, knight c4 might be even more tempting.
Yeah, I mean, bringing the knight like this or breaking the structure first. Yeah, definitely you want to jump with the knight somewhere, yeah, to d6 or f6. But after c5, I will be able to start castling. Yeah, for example, knight b2, maybe I play bishop b7, stopping knight e4. And if you play knight c4, at least I castle. Yeah, and oops. How do I castle? Okay, now I got it.
I never thought I'd hear Peter say, how do I castle?
Yeah, because I was putting the king on g8, yeah, and it did not work. And this live viewer is actually tricking me because during the Olympiad, I was trying to use the technique that worked now, and it did not work. Yeah, so it's by event and event, there is a new new kind of technique how to castle here on the live viewer.
How to castle, and Peter, the move you suggested is on the board, not going for this slow idea with knight d2, knight c4 that just gives black enough time to get his king to safety. But instead, when you played a gambit, when you sacrifice the pawn, it's all about time. It's all about keeping the initiative and the momentum going. Breaks in the center immediately with c3. So now if you go shot castle, c takes d4, and once again the c5 pawn is pinned.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the trick behind c3, and that's why I got attracted to this move immediately. That, of course, with black, you would love to ignore. You don't want to allow white's knight to develop with the tempo. So you would so happily castle, but then after cd4, we are losing the house. Actually, I mean, everything falls apart. So basically, we'll have to find a clever way of dealing with this c3 move.
Also,
I still don't know what,
however. C3, if you take d takes c3, white develops with this tempo, knight takes c3, and now knight b5 gets that knight to d6 with an additional tempo. So
exactly.
It just makes everything come with a lot of power.
Yeah, it's very tricky. I'm trying to figure out why computer thinks like this is, none of it is such a bad news. Yeah, apparently there is a nice way of dealing with all these problems. D3, yeah,
It's on the board.
I was thinking about this DC, that it's so-called stylish and you want to play like DC, but I wasn't 100% sure that it works so nicely. But we are anyway pawn up. Okay, then it's good. Yeah, then it's fine.
All right. So the point is that now if you take queen d3, then you just go short castle and you're kind of happy.
Exactly. I mean, okay, we managed to get rid of these problems with our king, and after knight b2. Already we're going to play bishop b7, making sure that we cover the e4 square. Very nice play by Pragg.
Peter, by the way, in chat, somebody, chess doctors pointing out that in that position after d takes c3, white had a very strong move, queen d6.
Ah, wow, even that,
the more I like it.
Yeah. Yeah, even that, yeah. But already one really felt like this is the wrong direction. It won't be played, yeah. But queen d6, yeah, also well done, because after queen c6 you insist on, yeah, okay. We see how easily black's position is falling apart. Pragg doesn't want to have any of it. He goes d3. Very nice reaction. And it gives him safety, yeah. I mean, he needs is a draw. And basically after d3, the good thing is that he doesn't need to think about the result. He needs to escape with his king, develop his pieces, and take it from there. If he manages to succeed that, then actually the draw might come automatically, or a normal position.
It's so important for black to just cut off white's bishop on a3. It's really the monster in the position. And as long as this stays blocked, black can slowly get harmony into, can get harmony for his pieces. So it's all about trying to get that short castle and bishop b7, 2 tempos in. d3 played. I'm still trying to find what happens if you make a move like knight d2. I really want to get this knight on c4 or on e4. Do you just simply go castle then, or do you go bishop b7?
I think bishop b7 probably. I just want to stop knight e4.
And after knight e4, you'll just trade.
I will just take, yeah. Without any doubt, yeah. Knight e4. I mean, I don't want to let this. Maybe actually knight f6 is not a disaster at all, because I can just move and my bishop is so active. But I would prefer to take. In any case, I believe that this is the moment that we have a little chance to take a look what is going on in the Magnus game before things are really heating up. So, wow. I mean, look at the evaluation bar, and look at also, yeah, Anish now sacrifices the pawn. He wants to break out, but the c4 square remains, and white has this lovely pawn structure b2 c3 with the king nicely hiding. Then later on c2, I don't see any real counterplay. But at the same time, Anish had to try, yeah. So it's absolutely justified. He has to sacrifice the pawn. It's just that probably it won't be enough.
This has to be a sacrifice out of desperation. I mean, even if white just simply accepts it, let's see what happens after a move like a takes b5. You capture, you give a check, and how do you respond?
Yeah, that's the very tough question. Where is this king going? Because king e7 runs into who knows what. I mean, many things, and king f8 feels just wrong. Yeah, I mean, if we are not even connecting our rooks after the sacrifice. But look at this. Magnus actually says, you know what? I'm going to include d takes e6, which means that does he want to break with e5, or he just wants to collect the pawn anyway?
I mean, e5, after you point it out, is just super tempting. I mean, there's bishop g6 check coming. Let's see, after e5, you take d takes e5. Because if you move the knight, even queen h5 is super scary. So d takes e5.
e5 on the board, actually. Yeah, I want to take on e5.
Bishop g6 check is what I want to play here.
Immediately, or have you take on e5?
Good question, but let's start with a check.
Okay, check. So king e7.
But now I can give a check and give knight f5 and win the queen, right? So I can take on e5?
Yes. Well, I mean, I will not take on, yeah, bishop g6 check. I mean, you play like Magnus. I mean...
you mean Magnus plays like me, Peter?
Yes. I mean, in any case, I don't know how should I fight here then with black. Yeah, I mean, it feels hopeless. Yeah, the cause is hopeless. King f8 played by Anish, actually.
And f5 on the board.
And f5.
That is stunning.
Wow, I mean, to me, it looked like it wasn't my first choice. It just shows that how confident Magnus is. Yeah, that what kind of, you guys are talking about taking the pawn. That's what Anish wants. Let me just crush him.
And look at Magnus, he's just bobbing his head. He's calculating. I don't know if he's listening. I want confirmation. Is Magnus listening to music right now? If he is, what is the song? Chat wants deets. We want deets. We need to know everything.
Definitely we want to know everything. Especially if you are crushing like this with e5, bishop g6, f5, because one really had the feeling like, okay, white has an overwhelming position no matter what. Yeah. I mean, going for attack like this, it's very easy when you know that you have to go for an attack, because otherwise you might have trouble or something. But there was just no need. And also with the speed, how quickly Magnus actually was able to make up this decision felt quite impressive.
Just incredible stuff. And I have to say, this move f5, the more you look at it, the more you can admire it. I mean, you've sacrificed one pawn, you just break through. It's just it reminds me of all those sacrifices that happen in King's Indian positions as well, where you go e5, you give that pawn up, and then you go f5.
Exactly. And then you open up the f file, and then black's king on f8 will just, it will be a matter of time till it will be checkmated.
That would be busted. And we can see Magnus there. He's definitely grooving to something, either how good his position is or some music. We'll find out. Chat thinks it's music, Peter, by the way.
I think music combined with the strength of his position. Yeah, this is how I feel.
Chat is actually suggesting the songs that they actually think that he's listening to. Well, b4 on the board. Again, trying to create some counterplay here, but it doesn't look like it's going to get anything. And Magnus doesn't even stop. He just takes on e6. And after b takes e3, what does he want? Does he want to just go bc3? But then there's queen a5.
I guess he will play knight f5. I mean, with the speed, no, but okay, the knight on d2 is hanging. Come on, no, it's... Or will he just play knight dc4? It could be... I don't feel like he will take b takes c3, but maybe when he takes... But knight dc4 looks very tempting. Yeah, it's on the board.
On the board, I agree. Because b takes c3, queen a5, suddenly it felt like black might have some counterattack there. But
yeah, you just want to hide with king b1, yeah, after cb2 and...
and then you go rook f1, you go rook d7, and then
no, Magnus takes the pawn. Okay, enough is enough of all these adventures. I'm gonna go rook f1. It's anyway completely winning. Why should I not take the pawn? Yeah, that's it. I mean, okay, it's gonna be 3-1, and it's gonna be a very smooth victory actually for Magnus, but it all started very, very shakily. And that's what now queen b6 wins on the spot, I believe. Actually, maybe that was the reason why Magnus took queen b2. He wants to finish the game with queen b6. So
I mean, it's tempting, but it's also so tempting to just go rook f1 and put pressure against the king. But bishop e6 is a bit of a threat right now.
Yeah, I mean, okay, it's there is no way that it's not winning by force. Yeah, that's for sure.
That said, rook f1 does run into bishop e6. So we can't...
Yeah, which is also just the beginning. Then you play rook d6 and maybe you just win anyway. I mean, yeah, let's just do this. Rook f1, bishop e6, rook d6. I mean, it looks like such a devastating attack.
Rook b8, but Peter, then you've got to start...
Yeah, but okay, Magnus goes queen b6. I mean, it's so stylish. I mean, okay, that you actually finally finish it with a queen trade, and you are so hopelessly lost. Yeah, it's wonderful harmony.
Queen b6, your move, Peter, on the board, just an absolutely crushing game, and then a queen trade offered, which just goes into a completely lost endgame. Knight b6, and now rook d8 is a massive threat. Rook b8 runs into rook d8. You can also, of course, there are other options. He takes on c8, and then he's just going to put his knight on f5.
Yeah, knight f5 followed by e7, and that's it, curtains.
Wow, that would mean Magnus wins 3-1 his match against Anish. And Peter, the way this match started, one wasn't expecting the score.
Yeah, but we talked about this. Yeah, that we were really worried for Anish not making the most of his chances, because this is what happens against Magnus if you miss your chances. You will be eaten alive. Yeah, it's kind of so tempting that okay, with black I made a draw against Magnus, no problem. No, if you had a chance, you better take it, because otherwise it will haunt you. I mean, you will get punished, and you will be regretting not making more out of your chances.
Indeed, it's true. As Daniel's mentioning, Anish had his chances, didn't take it. And James mentions a very interesting thing, Peter, that Judith said that playing Magnus was like drowning. So very true.
Yeah, well, I mean, definitely if you start, if things start to go on the wrong track,
it's tough to breathe after a point.
Exactly. It will just take you down, and that's it. Anish designs.
And there we see our players. And with that, are we going to see handshakes? Peter, are we going to see handshakes? Yes or no?
I don't know. Do they shake hands here or not?
I mean, I'm not really, no.
No, I don't think that. But anyway, I mean, Magnus already gave the red card to Anish yesterday. Yeah, so it was the logical follow-up what happened.
A red card and setting the tone for things to come. With that, Magnus wins his match. We've got him in with us. Let's hear it from the world champion.
In the last game, but how would you summarize the day as a whole?
No, it was a lot of fun. We played really fighting games, and you know, finally I managed to break him in the third, and then in the fourth, I've had so little success, like playing for draws in last games as white. So I thought, let's make sure that we just get a complicated position, because that's what's been working for me so far. And yeah, fortunately, I think I played a little bit inaccurately in the opening, but he didn't exploit it. And after that, I just got a very good position, and it was pretty easy.
So all in all, this has been a good day of chess for you?
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't been perfect, of course, but it's been a lot of fun, and my strategy was to try and play aggressively, put a lot of pressure on him, and it worked out pretty well.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
And tomorrow, Magnus Carlsen will be up against Hans Niemann. Great start to the day for...
And we are back. And yeah, Magnus has just crushed Anish with a very convincing 3-1 victory at the end. I mean, it was by no means so clear at the beginning. Anish had his chances, not making the most of them, got punished. Just a very usual phenomenon against Magnus. And now all eyes on Alireza versus Pragg. Will Alireza create chances to bounce back? I mean, it started as a very dangerous opening for Pragg, but he reacted very nicely with this beautiful DC move. And I feel like things are going in his direction ever since. Knight b7, bishop b7 happened. Knight b3 short castle, what we talked about, that if black will be able to complete development castle, then should be quite happy. Bishop takes c5, rook e8, and queen takes d3. Yeah, white collected back both pawns. Black says, you know what, I don't care. Let me just get the harmony. Knight f5. Now already black is starting to take on f3 and eliminate the dangerous e5 pawn, which was causing so much trouble for us. And Alireza goes g4. I mean, okay, this is an all-in move, knowing that I have nothing to lose. I have to win. I have to kick this knight away from f5. Otherwise, I will have no practical chances. It guarantees us some very sharp encounter. I'm wondering if can black maybe even play a move like queen c6, or what should black do? I mean, we have so many options, but we can only make one move. I'm kind of tempted for a move like queen c6, but how to evaluate this? Queen c6, g takes f5, queen takes f3, queens need to be traded off. We trade, and then white gets f6. I mean, this move keeps white's chances alive. I mean, it gives some dynamic. White is planning to go knight d4, put the bishop on d6. I mean, it's not so easy to evaluate. So maybe Pragg wants to find something more easy, more controlled approach, or he will be anyway happy with the queen trade and then take it from there. He has the two bishops. Tanya, what is your take? Do you have some preference here?
Wow, g4 on the board, Peter, and I'm having a look. I think my preference here would be black simply because of that bishop on b7. And it's just feels like a big monster that can't be really challenged. But of course, the whole thing is that where do I want? I've got to move the knight back. No, knight e7 feels like what I might have to play here.
Yeah, but also there is the chance that you can also go queen c6. And this is kind of my question to you, that would you love to, if you see this, that you have the chance of trading the queens, yeah, with queen c6, and knowing that actually you only need a draw, that this position is kind of guaranteed, the only danger is f6. And how worried are we from a position like this? No, but Pragg says no. I mean, Peter is asking this question. I'm not interested in this question. Let me just play my move. Bishop takes f3. Okay, I have seen it. But after queen takes f3, where is the trick? Will it be some simply rook? I mean, will it be like something attacking the knight on b3, but I'm still having rook takes a7. So hang on. After queen takes f3, for example, knight h4, we have queen g3. I was calculating this. And then queen b7. Oh, this is so incredibly nice. Knight h4, queen g3, queen b7. I mean, that has a brutal effect, because you know from the white side immediately that that's it. I have no chances to buy. But hang on, no. I have knight d4. I have knight d4. The mate is still covered. The knight on d4 covers the fc square, but probably you play g5 or queen d5. But queen d5, bishop d6. Okay, it's like emotional roller coaster. Yeah, it feels like, it looks like, yeah, black is taking over, but still white has some hopes. Queen takes f3 on the board. Both players done to, well, Ali has 5 minutes, Pragg has 4 minutes, still plenty of time to find the right way. If the direction is correct, then time shouldn't be an issue. Yeah, knight h4 played. By the way, also black will have a chance to eventually just play g6, g5, protecting the knight, and maybe fall back with the knight to g6, attacking the e5 pawn. So even this safety net exists, and maybe even not a safety net. It might be a very strong idea. Yeah, I really feel like at this moment of time, Alireza is in some kind of a state of shock, because he knows that he needs to win the game, but things are not going his way. And black's play is so easy. Black's play is just too easy. So how to create chances? the queen cannot really move to any other square part of attacking the knight, because then the e5 pawn falls. Yeah, otherwise, of course, we would love to play queen d5, but queen d5 just, whoops, sorry, no, rook e5, okay, but hang on, then queen d5, the rook on a8 is hanging, so we can take it with the bishop. We should take with the bishop probably, but slightly artificial. But maybe we can just take. After all, pawn is a pawn, and we have this g5. Yeah, I mean, if we go g5, then we see that the g4 move is much bigger weakness for white than for black. Yeah, queen g3 had to be played. It's correct. Another question, will Pragg include some queen b7 move, or will he just play g5 and say that, you know what, my queen on c7 is very nicely placed, I'm putting pressure already on the e5 pawn. Well, g5, bishop d6, yeah, so it's anyway some complication. G5, bishop d6, queen moves somewhere, but then knight d2, I mean, not, yeah, g5 on the board, bishop g6 blitzed out. And now the question, where do we put this queen? Because no matter where we put, there will be a tempo with the knight. Yeah, queen c6 runs into knight d4. I mean, this is the problem here, and queen c4 runs into knight d2, and eventually the knight heading towards the e4 square or something. But maybe this knight e4 is not a problem. Then okay, queen c4, knight d2, queen d5, hitting the knight, and knight e4 will be met by bishop takes e5. If we can take on e5, then that's lovely. All right, so then we might be seeing this also, queen c6, knight d4, queen d5, tempting as well. Queen b7 played. Okay, Pragg just wanted to throw on me that, okay, Peter mentioned the two other moves. Let me play a third one. Queen b7 was my very first touch before I noticed the g5 idea. Yeah, I was saying that maybe black can just include queen b7. So Pragg is mixing those ideas. I think one thing is for sure, Pragg has everything under control, but Alireza is trying to keep some dynamic in the position. I mean, till the pawn on e5 is not falling, he has chances. So he has to try to find a way to hang on. Knight d2 would be kind of tempting to cover the f3 square and opt for knight e4, but this queen d5 really disturbs me because it's kind of a double attack on the knight on d2. But it's not a double attack. We can just play rook a d1. In fact, we can play rook a d1 and then we are starting knight e4. So it's not double attack. And Alireza goes for knight c5. He wants to come from this angle. Okay, logical. Hitting the queen with a tempo. So a lot to calculate. I mean, a little bit surprising this queen b7 because it just did not feel necessary to step into so many tempos. Yeah, like queen c6 or queen c4 looked a bit more natural. On the other hand, we know how big calculating monster Pragg is. He probably played it for a reason. And before we get, because things will heat up here, just a very quick update on Liam's game against Levon. He needs to win. He has some chances because he has the two bishops, and potentially the pawn on h5 is a weakness. Yeah, if somehow White's bishop would ever get behind the pawn, there is a way to lose it, and there is no way to break back's blockade. Yeah, there is no way through. So it's about maneuvering, but I don't really see how to break through it. It should be a draw. And let's get back to Alireza Pragg game. Queen c6, knight e4 on the board. Tanya, tell us what's happening.
Peter, I was just out. I was trying to see who's finished and who we could get as a guest as well for our show. And we're going to try and arrange that and might have one of the players soon. It's quite an atmosphere down there. I think it's, it's always interesting to see that how after so many games, it's hard to imagine, but there's a lot of the players do feel very exhausted because it's 4 rapid games and there's a lot of tension, a lot at stake here. So that's just the whole atmosphere right now. There's tension, there's, stamina comes into play. And it's very interesting because the organization is such that on this floor where I'm sitting right now, it's a room right now, but also the playing hall, the arena is on this floor. So all the players are playing here. And then they've got these guest rooms, which they've taken up, and that's each player's resting room. So after the games, when the players have about 10 minutes, they kind of can go and chill and relax in these rooms. And they're actually right down this hallway where I come from.
This is very nice. Yeah, this is always very nice to have a private room where you can take a rest. But look at this. Actually, Prague, this is the reason why he provoked all this action with Queen B7, Knight C5, Queen C6, that after Knight E4, he had foreseen that he has this tactical shot with Bishop E5, changing the character of the game. Bishop E5, Rook E5. Now the rook cannot be taken because of the fork with Knight F3 check. So Alireza had nothing better than to take on G5. But this gets to a very technical position, which should be very drawish. So takes, Queen H4, and now all eyes on Prague that how will he approach it, how he wants to eliminate all things out of the, he goes Rook G6, just normal Rook G6.
I like Rook G6. You keep pressure on the G file with the G4 pawn being so weak. And Vida, as I was mentioning, so in all these doors, the names are written of the players. Like every room there's Magnus's room, there's Firoza's room, Levon, and they're all sort of resting there between games and come there after the match is over. So outside, it's quite a flurry of activities going on.
Yeah, and it's also good news because then you have quite a good chance of catching someone, right?
I mean, we're going to try. Let's see what happens. It's never easy to get the players after the game. And of course, you know, one can imagine just 4 games they've played. It's not, it's quite exhausting, but we'll try. We'll see what happens. And Rook G6, as you were mentioning, G4 is the weakness. You've got F5 threats. You've got Queen jumping onto F3. Prague needs just a draw to win this match.
Well, actually, I also highlight exactly this pawn formation because I feel like we might be seeing some world record. I don't think that on something like move 27, we have ever seen 4 isolated pawns and they are all on their original squares. I mean, this is really sensational stuff.
But it's, you know, despite this horrendous looking pawn structure, I think what changes the dynamic in the position is that White has this G4 weakness as well, which really compensates for these 4 pawns.
I really don't even have the feeling that any of these pawns are weak from black side. I'm super happy with them. And this A pawn can start advancing A5, A4. The rook on A8 is beautiful. The rook on G6 is wonderful. And as you mentioned, this is the real problem for White, that with the pawn on G4, there is just, I mean, always he needs to pay attention to his king side. He needs some Queen G3, H4, H5, but of course, Black will simply probably react with H5 himself. And there is no attack going on there. I feel like this is the moment. Yeah, Queen G3 played. It's the only move. I feel like that now Firoza is really going crazy because he knows that, oh my God, just the previous game, if it would have been a draw, I was completely winning. But if it would have been a draw, I could be quite satisfied with the position. Draw, and then we go down to the playoff. But now draw is just meaning losing the match. And then that changes dramatically the situation.
Absolutely. Abida, we do have a very special guest joining us. So we've got Anish with us. Anish, come on in. Have a seat.
Hello. Hello.
Wow. Hi, Anish. Nice to have you.
Yes, good to see you. I think it's the first time we are in a Zoom call with you, Peter.
Yes, exactly. I mean, it's quite shocking. I mean, I know that the match was shocking, yeah, because you started so well. You had your chance in the first 2 games, and then the match became a total disaster. I mean, what is your take? And also, please also then tell something about the current position here.
Yeah, I think the position probably very drawish, yeah, because H4, Queen takes, Queen C5 or something like this, and just a lot of trades, I guess, are incoming. I guess, no? Is that the idea?
Yeah, looks very drawish. I mean, basically, also the previous game was like a heartbreak for Alireza and all his fans because he was completely winning and then lost that game. Yeah, and then he cannot be happy because he's trailing the match, yeah?
Yeah, and already with that loss, if he won, he would be fighting for a victory without a tiebreak. And after that loss, he's only fighting for a victory with tiebreak. So, you know, it's already like there's no coming back from that loss in a way. Yeah. So it was, yeah. And now, I mean, I don't think he's going to win this. Queen d5 kind of probably accurate, I guess, to trade.
Yeah, it's very hard to imagine White winning this. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if it was not a must win, they would just very quickly make a draw. But because it's a must win, of course, White will somehow try, but I don't really think there's much here.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point, that such terribly ugly looking move like Rook e4 has to be played if you want to win. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to. I guess white is not worse. Probably he can play f3 afterwards, close the diagonal. But yeah, sometimes though it's possible with like the nerves and the pressure, and there's so little time, 1 minute only, that maybe like Prague will give some chances, but I don't really see yet where they come from.
Yeah, I mean, somehow from the outside, it looks like these kids have nerves of steel. Yeah, I mean, we have witnessed in the Olympiad also. I mean, they are so convincing whenever they have a good position. I just don't see it happening. Yeah.
Anish, tell us a little bit about your game today, because we felt the first two games, especially, you got a good position out of the opening.
Yeah, in hindsight, of course, I had to use the chances. In the first game, to be honest, I didn't realize I was better at that point. Like, I thought I was better than he played bishop f3, and I thought like I have a lot of weak pawns on the king side. I was kind of concerned, some rook c4 will come somewhere. But actually, I had this nice idea of g5 and rook g3, where I control everything, and I'm kind of better there. So that I had a little time. I'm not sure I would win, but I could put pressure. And in the next game, his sack was kind of very speculative, I thought.
Anish, maybe we'll just bring up that moment, Peter, because we've got the live board running on our side at that moment in the first game when he went rook g1, g4, and then there were these crazy tactics with bishop e6. Is bishop e6 something that took you by surprise?
Yeah. I kind of saw that move, but I just assumed it's not going to work somehow. I assume it's some sort of theory. I looked afterwards. I think it was kind of his preparation, because he played h6, bishop e6 so fast. I don't think you can come up with that so quickly. I mean, I expected the move f6, but it looked very bad after g4. But at least then you go fg, rook f5. So like I was kind of on my own. Maybe I have it in some file, but I don't really recollect this. So I was kind of on my own. And h6, I thought like, what's h6? I called g4. Am I not completely winning? And then bishop e6. Yeah, I kind of saw the move, but I thought, okay, if something is better, but I couldn't find an advantage anywhere. And in the game, I was actually very concerned. Instead of, I saw this line when I went to 94. I saw the line that happened in the game. Rook c8, long castle, rook c5 before bishop f3. But here I noticed that he doesn't have to go bishop f3 when we came to this, when he started thinking already. And I was worried about rook c3. Yeah, king b2 is the move I missed, but rook d5, knight c6. This is like a problem. But king b2 I have, and then maybe I'm still better. But also the computer showed rook c7 instead of rook c3. Also rook d5, knight c6. And like a lot of weak stuff is falling off. And it's kind of comfortably equal for black.
Also, that move bishop g2 was something that we were quite happy to see on the board after bishop d1.
Yeah, I mean, I saw this when I went for this sequence after bishop e6. Like, this was my hope. So I was kind of thinking I'm like, I don't know, better, but I thought like at least not worse. So knight d7, bishop b7, rook b8. I thought rook d1, rook knight c5. And I assumed it's very drawish, but I'm on the good side for sure. Bishop f3 was kind of confusing. I thought maybe it's like very accurate. I don't know. But then, yeah, I take rook c8. And then I kind of decided already here to kind of bail out, to be honest. I thought like I was trying to keep a pawn. I didn't see how to. And then it was a kind of a bailout what I did. But even from a bailout perspective, g5 is anyway cleaner. So g5, h5, rook g3. And this rook g3 idea, I underestimated. And now it's very nice because I tie his rook down after rook a3. He goes rook c7. Like, let's say knight d4 or something, rook a3, rook c7. And then, yeah, he will not touch me on the king side at all because his rook is tied to the defense. And yeah, I guess I'm better here. Maybe knight e5 is a better shot, but I'm better. And the next game, of course, the chance was really big. But
that was a big game. No, what happened there? Because we thought you handled the pressure really well, and then you've traded off the rooks, and it just looks like it's tough for Magnus to prove any compensation there.
Yeah, just looking at Prague, he's forcing a draw. Yeah, I think. Yeah, very accurately.
Yes, yeah. Let us get an update.
Rook f4, rook h3.
It looks like everything is finishing. Yeah.
That means Prague
here in this game.
Yeah, that game. I mean, I kind of saw this knight d5. I thought it doesn't work at all. But it's kind of good practical decision because I have a very good version of the Strauser positions, and he's trying to like do something practical. So
we felt you had to accept ed5 because otherwise you just come into some sort of...
for sure. I mean, I thought I cannot be worse like ever. I thought it's either total nonsense what he's doing or maybe he has some compensation, but like I didn't really buy it. But then I was not so sure. But this rook takes g4 was really bad. It's a very bad version of things for him. He said he missed some rook b5 somewhere.
After rook g4, queen g4, you just snap up the d5 pawn as well.
Yeah, yes, I have a much better version of.
But I think, guys, we should just now focus for the next few seconds on this game, because this game can end in any moment. And then very quietly we can discuss and then show also the critical position of your game, yeah?
Yeah, the side checks is a well-known technique, yeah, Peter? Like, it's a really efficient way to make a draw. Like, there's no way you can ever win when there are so many side checks.
There is nowhere to hide, yeah. And if white king goes to g5, then of course black will play king g7.
I
So
mean,
the match is about to end in any second.
Yeah, Alireza is going to be very annoyed. I think he was like already during the match, he was asking all sorts of things, like the lights, like the headphones, like I don't know, all sorts of things were bothering him. And now also this loss, I think it's going to be fuming.
It's also his first time playing in this kind of a setup with this whole arena, which all of you are very used to. So it can be a little unsettling, no?
Yeah. I think he's got a bit of that Fischer thing that to get the confidence, he wants to first establish dominance over the organizer. I think Fischer used to do that as well. And
that's an interesting take. It's also just getting everything the way you want.
Yeah, I mean, I knew that because I know about Fischer quite a lot, because Tupmakov, one of my coaches, ex-coaches, he like played with the guy. The famous event where Fischer was like 2.5 points ahead of everyone, Tupmakov was second actually. He was the guy with 2.5 points behind. So I mean, I knew a lot about Fischer from a direct source. And yeah, it seems that he was this guy who just needed like to do this show, and then he would be like confident, and then he would sit at the board and he would be just super confident and just super strong. And yeah, it's noticed some kind of similarity there with the way Alireza was asking for.
And if Fischer didn't get that, then he was always a little nervous.
I think he was just refusing.
Yeah,
he would always get that. I mean, at some point he didn't get that and he just quit. So like the match where the last one with Karpov, as far as I know, like he kept asking for things all the time, like all kinds of conditions, and finally they refused something, I guess, and he just said, I'm not playing.
And the game has ended, Peter, which means we do have a winner in that match. Pragg goes through.
Exactly, yeah, Pragg goes through. Congratulations to him. It was a very nerve-wracking match, and I can imagine that both Alireza's fans and Pragg's fans went crazy in that roller coaster game in game 3. And here we are seeing that, yeah, Liam needs to win against Levon, but this is not going to happen.
Yeah, he's on the bad side of a draw, so there's no
exactly.
Chance. 594 is like a nice draw for white, but he needs to win, so I guess he just cannot win.
I mean, we keep on telling this in every of these majors that, you know, we have these incredible matchups with incredible players. The chances of having a playoff is extremely high, but suddenly today we are not getting a single tiebreak. Do you have a explanation for this, that the players are willing to take so much risks, yeah, that they are not trying to play for a 2-2, or how is it going?
Yeah, from my experience, most of the players that are here, when they have white pieces and it's 1.5, 1.5, they just want to play, you know. And maybe the black player kind of, yeah, doesn't mind the draw, but yeah, the white, I guess it's just everybody wants to play. Yeah, that's probably the reason, you know. They don't want to, although there is merit to try and secure 2-2, because, you know, you guarantee some prize money with that. There's merit. So I remember back in the days when Hikaru and So were playing, I had matches with them where we would, like, the fourth game, they would draw it with white as well. But these players like Duda and Levon, like the Kwang, yeah, they don't really care, you know, they just play.
Also the time format, no? I mean, it just means that there will be more inaccuracies.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
yeah, and the game had ended, yeah, so that's it. I mean, Levon seals the match victory. I mean, also congratulations for Levon. We have seen that. Did you see which position poor Liam did not manage to win in game 2?
Show me, probably.
Yeah, I will show you, because you will not believe.
Yeah, I saw the openings of all the games, but
but I will show you move 57. Can you imagine white not winning this?
Wow.
Yeah, this happened.
Yeah. There was this golden opportunity for Liam to bounce back, and this game ended the draw. By the way, later it was some study-like look-and game, which is worth studying for anyone who is interested in chess. But yeah, poor Liam, I mean, not winning this, and otherwise he would have bounced back.
It's not as easy as it looks, this position, because white is a little bit discoordinated, but of course
It's an exchange and a pawn.
Yeah, but I mean, I can kind of, okay, I cannot say I can see how he messed it up, but it's like, you know, if the rook was chased out from me too, but okay, of course it's completely winning, but yeah.
Also,
Yeah, but take a look. Yeah, just take a look, because I'm interested about your feel. This is what happened here. I mean, just because I tell you that it's some stunning rook endgame that appeared. So rook c2, so black is settling this perpetual check.
Okay,
so Liam opted for taking on a5, and apparently, according to computer, king takes a5, king c6 is kind of a draw, and he took on a5.
Wow.
Yeah.
But
I mean, he was down to something like 20 seconds. I mean, how do you evaluate all these kind of things?
But you mean the rook a5 is a win, I guess, or
probably, yeah. It meant
then
that the king should have. I mean, we didn't have time to really work on it, but later also that. I mean, why I said that it was so super instructive that here, apparently after the move king e4, no, hang on, rook e2 played, rook a3, and here computer said it's 0-0. And after king e4, white is completely winning. But I mean, how on earth, nobody tells you during a game, no?
Yeah, but Peter, like completely winning, like it's like winning, yeah. I mean, the word completely is kind of.
Yeah, no, I mean, but okay, it jumps like, you know, to the sky with the plus,
the bar goes all the way, of course, because it's winning, yeah.
Yes. I mean, that's why I say that I think for every elite player studying this endgame will be very interesting, because I have no clue what had happened here.
But I've seen a lot this nuance, you probably also did, where you have this drawn rook endgame and you have to kind of wait and not try to do anything. Like
exactly.
King e4, I've seen that before. Like you try to win the pawn, you don't actually threaten it, but you kind of try to attack it. And like and I imagine the drawing moves are rook f2, rook g2, rook h2, rook d2, and all the rook moves, yeah, or something like this.
Yeah, but probably. I mean, the point was that actually here, then they both continued on the wrong track, because this is again them winning. Then Liam played the winning move king c4, rook c2 check, king b3 was also played, and after rook h2, I was suddenly feeling wise, I felt like maybe the fourth rank way could be maybe a win, but I'm not sure.
But this cutoff business, it's not really, is it really working?
I mean, I don't know, cut on the fourth or cut on the fifth.
Looking at your position from the second game. This is crazy.
Yeah, this was nice.
Maybe you both
there.
can join
nice defense
together.
Oh, you can defend that,
yeah.
Yeah, we just sit there.
Yeah.
Wow, we are having some big social gathering, yeah?
It's always a pleasure, Peter.
It's fantastic. Hi, Levon. Okay, first of all, we are talking about this endgame. Can you tell us something, because it was so interesting?
About this endgame?
Yes.
I had no idea, honestly.
No, but I mean, now after the match, do you have an idea or not?
So I was probably making mistakes, yeah?
Well, you know, the computer said that king e4 is a losing move, yeah, and we were wondering why. I mean, we don't understand anything, yeah.
Well, what's the move? What's the other move instead of king e4?
Yeah, probably you should have just waited something. We are guessing, yeah, because a king e4, the evaluation bar jumped like it's finished, but otherwise it's flat zeros.
No, okay. So probably rook c2 is the move, guys.
C2.
Rook c2, yeah.
To stop king c3.
Yeah, to stop king c3. Because if I go rook h2, he goes king c3, I thought.
And then king e4 is probably same, yeah, as the gamer.
Yeah, because here, you know, the computer was saying that after king e4, if white plays king c4, which finally happened in the game, this is correct. Rook c2 check, king b3 is correct, and after rook
check,
h2,
yeah? Rook a4 check.
Yeah, and then some. Yes.
Yes.
Apparently, is winning.
This I was very worried about.
And then you just move the rook on the fourth, right?
No, but this should be easily losing, I guess. Rook g4 or
yeah.
No, wait, rook g4, maybe rook f2. No, I'm not in time. No. Yeah,
yeah, and okay, just to show our viewers that, yeah, this is kind of the problem, that after check, you will always have rook b4, right? Yeah, this, okay, but opponent is down to few seconds on the clock, and okay, how can you play it perfectly? Yeah, it's impossible.
I mean, I know if it's not a pawn, like rook a8, rook b5 is winning, but is this the same mechanism? Because you don't have the...
No, rook b5 is not winning, but I think king c4 should win after rook b8, no?
King e4 you don't mind somehow, yeah.
You just go king c4.
Yeah.
And just go, yeah, because the rook protects the pawn.
And if you go, you have to do this rook a8, rook b8, rook a8, I guess. It's your only...
But then king b7, no?
Yes, and rook king b6. Yeah, and then you push. Yes. So you just push the pawn.
And then you pushkin.
Yeah, yeah. Once, okay, but hang on. What happened in your match 11 actually? Because you won that game. That second. No, you won the first game.
First game, yes.
Yeah. What was this? Because I know that it was some kind of a big theoretical clash. Yeah.
No, not really. But I just, I don't know. I was just playing. I know that Queen A6 is a good move and it's equal. And I thought,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah. This is also what I remembered from some 6 years ago, whatever. Yeah, but probably Anish knows then everything about the position. Yeah.
Then I thought to myself, let's play some rook b5. I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
I shouldn't be completely losing. Maybe slightly worse.
Yeah, computer didn't like this move, but it didn't look so clear. Didn't look so bad to me optically. Like you have light squares somehow, and looks not so bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, but hang on, because Anish was first in the studio and we still owe him to ask him about the second game because he had a big chance against Magnus. Anish, tell us what were your feelings?
I was so excited because I was thinking about Queen f4 check, King b1, Rook b4.
So all the way up till here you were happy, yeah?
No, actually, yeah, happy, but I was actually not sure how winning this is. d5. I thought he will take it, but then I guess I have bishop d6, bishop e5, I guess.
Okay, yeah, this is the idea, yes.
I guess. It was not really, I didn't know. I didn't know if d5 is good. Like, I felt maybe it's stupid to give a pawn. But then queen h4, yeah, king e8 and queen h7. So I was kind of confused what he
yeah, so queen h4, and then what happened?
King e8 is a
king
must.
e8, queen h7, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, and then I saw this queen d6, queen f4 check, king b1, rook b4. And I got very excited about it. I thought this is it.
And then what happened? What was the cold shower?
Yeah, I don't know. I thought king d1, I'll have like queen d4.
That he can play king d1. You missed this, yeah?
No, I saw that he can make this move, but I thought there's queen d4 and I don't know, some checks. But yeah, then I realized that I should just play rook e8 here. But then already he goes king b1 and no longer easy anymore.
Yeah, you are pinned, yeah.
I shouldn't have, like, I gave a check, like, I was just happy to give a check, you know. Finally, I can make one active move. I can make a check. But if I don't give a check, I should have something very simple there, I thought, maybe.
Okay. So basically then you had everything under control here, yeah?
I mean, I had it under control from a point of view that I'm not risking to lose, of course.
Yes.
But whether I can win, I don't know how easy it is.
But I mean, if you just play a move like rook f8, then what happens?
Yeah, rook f8 is the move, and then queen h7, I guess.
Queen h7. And then you maybe even play, but rook e6, yeah?
Yeah, but then a check and rook e8 maybe.
And then just rook e8, yeah. But of course, it's not so easy, yeah?
Not completely trivial.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just excited about the check and king d1, and then I didn't see anymore.
Yeah, yeah, of course, I understand. Because you defended, okay, it was not like you had to defend brilliantly, but I mean, everything was very nice how you played.
I was not
yeah?
sure actually if I'm after a 5 rook g8. I was really not sure about this position. Like I was concerned about rook e4, queen f4, all kinds of questions I had. A lot of different moves. I thought I will not, I'll manage because there's not even a clear threat, but still. Oh yeah, here I thought I go bishop a8, I think. Rook
so
g4.
We have to take, yeah?
Yeah, rook g4, rook takes g4, I guess queen takes g4. Oh, yeah, this is actually not so simple. King e8, and he has a much better version of the game.
Exactly. I mean, okay, you eliminated the d5 pawn. Yeah, it's...
Yeah, queen g8, queen f7.
I mean, it really felt like that's why we were so sure that you will win, because here it looked like it's a complete mess. Yeah, also the evaluation bar was showing like zeros, and I was saying, guys, but don't be fooled. This is a total mess, and we will be seeing many blunders. And then a couple of moves later, of course, evaluation changed, like you are in complete control.
Yeah, I don't know what he even was thinking here, because I'm really happy to win this pawn. And then bishop c4, yeah, I thought already like just converting. But it's still not so trivial, maybe.
Yeah, I think maybe this was because I also felt like, okay, now bishop c4 takes, next move queen b6, and the game is won automatically. And it's so difficult psychologically when suddenly seemingly now everything works in my favor and things are not so easy nevertheless, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, before I was thinking that I was intending some king e8 actually. And then then I dropped a lot low on time and went for d5, and I think I was a bit low on time. Probably with more time I'd be managed.
Anish, maybe you should have played queen a5, queen h4, king e8 then.
I'm trying to get you on the screen. I don't know why the camera is not taking. Anish, just scoot a bit. No.
Sorry guys, but I'm only hearing Anish. So come closer, Levon. Yeah, come closer. Even if we don't see you all the time, you are a phantom, but we want to hear you.
Yeah. Sure.
Yes.
You have to move all the time.
Brilliant, yeah.
Like otherwise you are like,
I'm the
chameleon.
ghost, the sun, and
The Holy Ghost or what?
the Holy Ghost.
Holy Spirit.
No, I was thinking about this queen a5 instead of queen b6.
Maybe it's an alternative as well.
It looks very, very tricky. With idea, yeah. If you play queen h4, then king e8.
No, but then queen h. Oh, then it's mate. Yeah. Nice. If queen h8, rook e7, then you have queen e1 mate.
Yeah, just to show, because this is wonderful line, guys. So yeah, takes. It looks like white is collecting the material, but there is the devilish Levon trick, queen e1 checkmate.
Yeah, but I guess after queen a5, he can make some kind of move and the game kind of continues. Because
f5 is hanging.
Not really, yeah, rook e7. So it's not really hanging.
Yeah, I also blundered it because I was saying that after queen b6, we're gonna go queen f2 and it runs into rook e7. Yeah. So maybe just pass, yeah, with some rook. But where do we pass? Rook e2?
Yeah. Oh, nice. Yeah.
Maybe
yeah, well,
rook
honestly,
e2.
I think the position is just winning, but you need like for every move a little bit of time to like make sure you don't blunder anything, and then move by move you will convert it, but like slowly, you know, not very quickly, because my pieces are very passive, but I have one more, so it's not like I can, you know, force like a mate or something, but I can just slowly get the king out, the bishop out.
Queen b5. Yeah, it's very strong.
Queen b5 and now queen h. B2 is hanging.
Just takes. Yeah,
but why?
Yeah, I mean, of course, this, yeah, queen
I'm not sure
a5
about
is
rook e2.
such an easy move to miss. Yeah, it's so tempting to go queen b6, but maybe queen a5.
Queen h4, you want king e8?
Yeah.
Maybe then I can play like c3 or something like that.
Well, then king d7, yeah, finished. No more threats, I guess.
Yeah.
Although queen e4, queen e5.
What about
queen
b4?
e4,
Queen a3. Sorry, that's the point. Yeah.
Yeah, queen e4 was the try, yeah?
But queen e5, yeah.
Yeah, and then queen
Queen
b5,
b5.
yeah, after check.
Yeah, and now that my king is out, I'm just such a position is completely winning already. Yeah, maybe queen a5 was a more practical way as well.
Yeah, because actually for white it was a big relief to get b4 in, yeah.
Yeah, some relief. I'm not sure like it's changing the fact that he's lost, but maybe it's.
Yeah, but I mean that practically speaking, I mean you outplayed him, but he's not losing, and it's easier for him to make the decisions now. Yeah.
You went d5 here? Sure.
Yeah. I went d5. He went queen h4. I went king e8. He went queen h7. And I went queen d6, queen g8, queen f7. Check queen d1. Yeah, I shouldn't give check here. I'm still winning, I think. Rook f8. Maybe queen h7 and then some move like a5. Even a move like rook e8, by the way, I imagine. To just defend the guy and then go for some. Although anyway, rook e6, I guess. I need the move a5 anyway, I guess, because that's how else to break his position. Yeah, his queen on h7 is kind of bad. Yeah, it's much better on f7. So I think that tempo with rook f8 was a nice one. I didn't really see. I just didn't really have time to think about the position, to be honest. What I saw actually, what I was excited about when I gave a check, I saw king b1, rook b4, and then I thought maybe he can hide the king on a1 or a2, and then I saw when I have queen c4, queen d4, and that's where I ended calculation. I just saw that, yeah. And I thought a b queen before I collect, so I just stopped. And then king d1 was.
Yeah, pity for this mischance. Yeah, because it could have turned. I mean, knowing now the final result, it could have ended up in a completely different match.
And then he takes this pawn on a6. Yeah?
I think in the third game I also had a chance at one point when he went bishop c6. It was kind of critical moment. I can, yeah, here already it's nothing. There's no tricks. Yeah, knight f6 check is still doing it here.
And what is the difference? I mean, if he just ignores what?
Yeah, now d5. It's a much better
that's it.
version. He d9 d4 like.
Oh, and I was thinking some knight g5 you have, but you don't. Oh.
Knight g5 is what I tried in the game all the time, and I tried also some point knight h4, queen g6 idea, but knight queen on g4, but it just doesn't work. It was a nice idea, by the way. Like we can show it later in the game. Okay, it's completely lost after bishop b4. So yeah, I should have done this. I didn't like bishop takes f6, ef, bishop f3, but it's just gf is just equal. And queen f4 was very stupid. Queen b8 is one of the more accurate moves, yeah, and then rook e2. I thought actually maybe not so bad still, but it was quite bad. Yeah, queen g4. Yeah, this I thought maybe not so bad, but it's just very bad. Yeah, rook b1, bishop b4, and here I was hoping for some tricks like knight f6 check, king h8, and one was okay. There's no tricks, but one was like knight h4. You know, okay, it doesn't work for any reason. Bishop takes e1, queen g6, bishop e4 is really nice.
Oh, wow, still, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this queen g6 reminds me of Karyak in Yesipenko, yeah, queen b3 in Riyadh, I believe.
Yeah, bishop takes g2 probably also wins. Like probably is just total nonsense.
Okay, we have to show this beautiful mate in any
but
case.
This kind of idea is nice, but yeah, bishop g2, bishop e4, it's all like it's so typical because he's so much up in material.
It's a lesson, kids. Don't let the horses too close.
Yeah, definitely.
Dangerous. The horses, they bite. Bite like hell.
I mean, Anish, that we are very happy to have you, but since we also know that it's how tough after a loss to be here, so whenever you feel like you want to go, so feel free. But otherwise, we would use you as much as possible.
Sure. No, I mean this. We can just look at the last game, and then I'll.
Yeah. Well, in the last game, I only have one question, and Levon is also here. Let me ask you this crazy question. That did you, or what is your take on this? Finally,
oh my God.
Hang on. In this position, yes, in this position, Levon, tell me a move for black that comes to your mind. Black to move.
Peter, there's no way it's going to be the move you want.
No, Levon. I mean, Levon is Armenian school. Come on, Tigran Petrosyan.
If you guess Peter's move here, it'll be just unbelievable.
Okay, Peter. King d8, king c8.
Oh my
Exactly. Of course, of course. Yeah, Levon.
Yeah. I had it with Petrosyan.
I think I gave you a hint.
I had it with this guy Petrosyan. He went king f8, king g8, king h7 in such position. Yeah.
Yes, I mean, just for the shocking purposes. Yeah, just even if you get checkmated, but you move with the king towards
I'll get mated on a7. Yeah, just a5 somewhere and c4 or whatever. I'll get mated there.
Yeah, but then the d4 pawn is weak. It's not so easy to get c4 in.
b3, I guess. I don't know. It's just such.
Yeah, no, of course, it's more of a joke. Of course, yeah, it's.
Come on, we have the same coach with Peter. So
yes, of course. I mean, Arshak school, yeah, king d8, yeah. I mean, we get those diagrams. Yeah, I mean, okay, we had to solve it all the time.
I cannot castle anywhere. I think it's a terrible position.
Yeah,
terrible position. My only chance was instead of b6 to go like, because I thought, I'm kind of flexible-ish, but yeah, I'm just.
How did you get such terrible?
I've already bet. I went knight h5. It's just not the way to play. Like I know the move c5, of course, but it's kind of drawish a little bit. So I thought, okay, let me try to, improvise.
The guy, yeah?
Improvise. But with the pawn on c2, like in the c4 positions, it's okay. But the pawn on c3 is just you're facing a rock.
Maybe you should try quickly to play g4.
Maybe
once knight c4, I think this is.
Yeah, the only chance I think instead of b6 where I went. So
this is Paquetto, as Peter would say.
Yeah, b5.
This is Paquetovic, yeah. That's it. I mean, how to put it differently? Yeah,
it's total Paquetovic.
Yeah, b6 a6 I think is the end. b5 is the last. Yeah. No, b5 was the way.
b5, yeah, was the way.
Yeah, well, knight e3. I thought I'm like weakening myself, but
hang on, knight a5.
Knight a5 c5.
Okay, that's it. Yeah.
This I saw. This I was happy, but
and once you got the cemento, it was a Paquetto.
No, it was finito. It was just finito.
And finito. Yeah, unfortunately, we also know the finito feeling. Yeah.
Yeah.
It happened to all of us.
At first, like okay, now like rook b8 or something, and it's more playable because the thing is he cannot castle long anymore.
But 95, 96, d5, bishop b7, a4. I don't know. This also looks
yeah, also a6 maybe. Yep.
A6.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But it is dubious. Yeah, I mean, I was not happy with this. I thought like I'm just creating target on the queen side, but actually the way I played, like I thought it cannot be so bad to go b6 a6, But then I realized when he goes queen e2, that my king just has nowhere to go, and it's just so horrible. Like it's
Yes.
yeah. I mean, king d8, I can try, I guess, but then I think this before knight b3, I doubt you can survive.
Yeah,
that.
yeah, no, of course, it's a terrible position. Yeah, it's,
No, it's really
just
really sad. Yeah, and I mean, you can I just have a dark squared bishop, but he has everything else. You know, this was just painful.
But your bishop has no aims, yeah?
Yeah, yeah, it's a sad dark squared
that's
bishop.
unfortunate.
Like you need white to have a pawn on c4, and then there is some hope. No, it's like I don't want to see it. I already saw it once, Peter. I don't want to see it again. It's,
yes, yeah, that definitely,
F4
yeah,
was-
yeah, of course.
F4 was very strong and not just completely crushing. Like not even like he's crushing with a margin also.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, let's move then to Levon's games.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. It was good to see you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Anish, and good luck.
Thank you,
Yeah,
thank you.
all the best. Bye bye.
What a pacchetto, huh?
Yeah, Levon, tell us, show us what's in store for us. So it started with a wonderful victory, yeah?
Yes, some tricky stuff.
Yeah, tricky. But do you know that we almost got a heart attack because we said like, okay, that's it, it's finished, and all of a sudden here the evaluation
the
bar said like equal.
yes. This e4 gave me heart attack. I forgot that queen e4, bishop e5 is there.
Yes. And then after queen g4, queen e3, rook d8, what was the computer's move here?
I have to guess.
I mean, do you know that how black could have saved here? Because apparently it was like some equalish position.
I don't know.
But Liam was down to his last seconds, and of course he automatically played queen g5, and then it was over. But even if we can guess, can we guess the defense?
I'm guessing something like king h7.
Wow, king. Okay, how can you come up with this in few seconds?
Yeah, rook f8, bishop e5. So queen f5, king g8. Maybe this is the way.
And then you can take with the bishop, yeah?
But then rook
here?
d7. No. Rook
Yeah.
d7, queen b3. But that's lost, yeah?
It looks close. I mean,
Yeah,
you can
it's
even just
close.
pick up e4 maybe.
It's close. So
I
there
mean,
has to
okay,
be some
basically,
other
I
way.
think it's a very nice illustration that why all those kind of 0-0s on computer doesn't have any practical value. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
with-
because I sorry to interrupt you. I thought that this is like crashing because you know how is gonna stop rook f8?
Exactly. Yeah, this is what I wanted to say as well. Yeah, that I mean, basically, with few seconds on the clock, you are terrified that you are getting checkmated, and you felt like, wow, I had this last trick, but my opponent sidestepped very nicely with queen g4, and that's it. Yeah.
Never,
Yeah,
how are you
so
playing
and
so
it
fast?
was
Every
lovely. I
game
mean,
you got so much time advantage as well.
It's the trick. When I'm in a bad form, I just play fast, and sometimes it works.
But your moves are not exactly bad form either.
No, but the second game was ridiculous. The blunder that I made.
but hang on, Tadeas, at least now we know the computer line. So let's just show our dear audience the computer line that apparently queen c5 is the only move, and you have to foresee and calculate that actually those checks are nothing really terrifying.
Yeah,
Queen
this is
d7, and
hard.
then you run out to f6. Okay, good luck, yeah.
And then after rook d6, there'll be
But
king
wait,
g5.
queen d7, king
King
f6, rook c8.
Queen e5. Oh, queen h5.
No, queen h5, king g1.
And
Yeah,
no check,
then we don't have check, but
Ah,
probably.
no.
King g6.
Oh, king g6.
Queen h5, king g1, queen
Wow, and who is better
it
and
goes
why?
on,
Yeah.
It goes on.
Yeah, queen c6 check. Okay, white is still pressing, but yeah,
Ah, it's a draw. It's a draw.
should
Yeah, but
survive.
this is
Yeah.
very hard, very difficult draw.
Yeah, I mean, of course, yeah, it's basically after queen c5, you are running the risk of being disqualified, yeah? with few seconds on the clock, yeah.
You're getting the yellow card like Anish.
Red card eventually.
Yeah, and okay, so second game, what happened? Because we were praising you that you came up with this lovely knight g4 and you are super happy.
No, I have this great position and then I just blundered. It was insane.
Yeah, this knight f6, knight g4 was really nice, and the timing was perfect. Yeah, no f4.
Yeah. Yeah, so all this is normal, I think. All this looks totally fine. Yeah. Of course I can play c5 at once, but I thought knight f6, you know, just to lure his knight to e5. Just in case. Yeah, and here I started like already searching for like advantage for me, but maybe it's too early because it feels like, you know, C take D, E take D, and you can take on C3, you know.
Lev, I have a question. Why do you want his knight on E5 and not on F3?
Because he will capture with the knight. So I don't want him to recapture with the knight.
Right.
So you were already dreaming of some attack against the king on B1 with this knight on B6.
Yeah, somehow, because it doesn't work. Like queen B4, he has like some A3, you know, and yeah, it's not that easy.
And then what was that you blundered?
Yeah, so I went rook E8, which is a decent move. He went F4, and here I can just take C take D. He has to take with the rook. Because CD bishop G4, yeah.
Okay. That's a really nice trick, actually.
Yeah, I captured some important pieces, yeah. And here, of course, I mean, there are many options. I was thinking even rook C3 is interesting, you know, just to take and play rook C8, because I always have this knight A4, knight D4 business, attacking on all cylinders, you know. I don't know, I wasn't so sure. And then I decided, oh, you know, knight D4 is, let's play simple. And I completely forgot that he can take with the bishop and play D5. After which my position is, it doesn't make sense at all. And yeah, here it was already very difficult.
Yeah, it's, I mean, what a turn of events. Yeah, and suddenly you see that you are just completely lost, yeah?
In this game, the clock played a really big role, no? Because you were up by 8 minutes, and then being precise in that endgame was very difficult for white.
No, the problem is that when I played this Queen F5 is probably a Patersky. I mean, I should probably still play some F6, you know? Takes, knight D7, knight G3, I don't know, Queen E3, at least.
The knight F5 in the end?
Yeah, but there are more chances, I guess, you know, rook E2.
Takes, knight F5, rook E2. Yeah,
you know, I'll play some chances, C4 business, you know, I'll try to create something. Because, yeah, when I played this move.
Maybe rook E1, rook E7.
Yeah, it's probably bad, yeah.
You can go rook E1 here as well.
You're too strong, Tania. I cannot bullshit you.
Yeah, I mean, Tania after those Olympics, yeah, it's unstoppable, yeah.
But anyway, so I went this, yeah, I thought I'm playing tricky stuff. I went Queen F5, and then this is horrible because, yeah, Queen C2, and after B3, yeah, this knight G3 is just killing. So bishop C6, knight G3, because Queen E6, knight F5, I'm losing even more material. I mean, if I had like a breather, I'm totally fine because I have this C4, yeah? But he doesn't give me, yeah. Doesn't give me any chance. And then, of course, it's, you know, a miracle had to happen to survive.
Do you still keep playing? Yeah, you're still resisting and keep going.
That's what I do. You know, I hang on.
Yeah, and it works.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, this was the position that I highlighted both to Anish and to Tanya, that what are the odds that white is not winning this game? And actually, what is quite striking that like after 10 moves later, or even less than 10 moves, it was already a draw.
Yeah, this was a.
It's because it's a horse after all.
Yeah, I mean, and chess is just such a brutal game. Yeah, with little time on the clock, you think like completely winning, and then suddenly, yeah, King A6, and you started jumping and confusing and so on.
Yeah, I think I think it was Liam. He started confusing himself at some point. Yeah.
This is also so provocative, no, to play King A6 and allow this rook A4 stuff.
Yeah, he should have just played so he went King B4 here? Or what did he play? Yeah.
King before B6.
Yeah, I was thinking that, you know.
Did you already feel like something's gone wrong for white with this rook C2, rook C4, rook C5?
Oh, I was proud with my rook C2.
Yeah, very creative stuff, yeah, to build this kind of construction.
I thought, okay, come on, take already, because this is my only chance to survive, because if it doesn't take and plays, I don't know, anything, then there are probably not many chances to survive. Yeah. Well, I had to play rook b2 here. No, rook b2 is the only way. Rook b4, rook c2. Still continuing, trying to harass the guy.
Yeah, trying to box him, yeah.
But of course, the rook endgame should be an easy win. King a5 was a very strange decision because
To allow your king outside, no?
yeah, it's just rook a5 and that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, with the king on b5, yeah.
Did you already after king a5 feel like, okay, this is the best position I've had in a while? Like,
Yeah, for sure.
This should be
hoping.
Yeah, I mean, king c6, you kind of blitzed out in 5 seconds, yeah, like you were hoping for it, yeah.
Yeah, because now it's already a mathematical win. It's not a practical win. Yeah.
Yes.
Now you have to have some time. So.
Yeah, and what happened in the next games? Because we missed out. There were some dramatic time troubles which we covered, and
yeah, this game I was just trying to be solid. I mean, out of the opening, and then yeah.
Ah, so it's like a reversed anti-Sveshnikov. Yeah, knight d7, knight b6.
You're familiar with this stuff. King h1, f4.
Peter literally knows everything about every opening, just all positions.
I'm reminding to Peter, I have beaten him once.
Oh.
This King h1, King h8, f5 stuff. You know?
No, but there you went knight g8. I mean, knight g1 stuff. It's knight on b6 is anti-Sveshnikov. That was anti-Marshall stuff. That's a different story.
And here somehow Liam sacrificed the pawn, but yeah, this is a nice position for me. Yeah, if it doesn't do anything, I play f5 and then start to mate. So he gave me the pawn, and then I think it's quite nice for me. But then I don't know, I was playing too, yeah, not in the best way. Yeah, I mean here, I mean Peter, when you look at this position, of course you want to take bishop e5 instead of knight e4, no?
Well, I mean, it just looks like, okay, you are leading the match, you have just survived the second game, and you are having this wonderful position.
But I wasn't sure about this taking on d3. I thought, okay, should lose.
Should lose for black, yeah?
Yeah, but I was like, oh, what if it doesn't lose? Because it looks very scary, you know, there's queen d3, queen c4, then the knight jump. Somewhere, you know, I can take.
Maybe you can take on f8 and go rook f1 as well.
I can take rook, yes, I can take rook d1, play rook d1 here. I thought this is going to be horrendously bad for him. But then I didn't go for it, yeah. I thought, okay, I'll be, you know, queen g8, you know, these bishops, they have a tendency of disappointing people at some point when you don't treat them seriously.
You were just saying that knights are very dangerous and knights bite, and now you're
horses.
Horses. There's a difference. You have to decide. You have to pick a side.
Yeah, this bishop on a7 is such paqueto, yeah.
Yeah, bishop on, of course. Yeah, but I mean, what happened later? How did this bishop came alive? Or
yeah, I know. Look, I played too passively. Okay, so this is okay. Bishop here is okay. Of course, I have a healthy extra pawn. But here I think bishop d7. Yeah, this d4 decision is probably not good. I should probably try some knight d1. I was thinking about it, you know, knight d1, knight d4, this type of setup. Anyway, I mean, his c7 pawn is under threat, so he will have to play
c6 bishop.
c6, and then knight gets a nice position in d4. But I went d4. Yeah, so I went d4.
c6.
C6. Bishop b8. Yeah, knight d3. c6. But this should also be winning, of course. But I blundered some trick. I thought that I'm catching him in a trick, but turned out he's catching me in a trick. So yeah, I thought this is all very clever. Knight d5, I thought is very clever. And rook e1, bishop f5. And here I should have paid attention. I should have been precautious. Because my move was not good. I should have played queen d4. I mean, it's an extra pawn, and then I will slowly get there.
Just against bishop e4.
Yeah. But instead, I somehow had this mirage. I thought that I play king g1, bishop e4, knight e4, queen e5, knight f6, gf, queen g3, and then takes. And this pawn endgame somehow is winning. I don't know why. But it's a dead draw, yeah. I thought I will take king f7, hg, then I will play g4, very important, and I have some tempi. But yeah, there are just no ideas. Zero ideas for me.
Black can just even wait with the king.
No, I should probably play king f2. Sorry, here I'm wrong because I allowed d4. King f2, king to d4, then I get
b4, b5.
Yeah, automatically get b4, b5, but he never plays b6. He just waits, yeah.
But I mean, he can also just wait with his king somewhere here.
That's
no,
what
I mean,
doing, yeah.
With the protected passport. I mean, like you said, it's some kind of a mirage, yeah, because it's normally afterwards you understand that it's not working, yeah. But
yeah, it was a mirage.
Yeah.
And after that, yeah, the game was more or less drawish. I was just, both of us were trying to trick each other, but yeah, there was not much progress.
Okay. And then in the last game, did you have everything under control throughout, or was there some critical moment?
There were some moments, I think. Yeah, so I decided to play super solido. So, as I told in the interview, Peter, I said it's a catenaccio with Paolo Maldini, you know.
Okay, then it's super solid. Yeah, nothing can go wrong.
Yes, look at my catenaccio.
Now I know why he gets all your moves on spot. It's like Peter can predict every single move of yours.
That's my friend. Come on, we've played so many games.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah. Okay, let's better we stick to your game. Yeah. Yeah, so d5 a3. Yeah. So what? CD4. You even had this option. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I can also take on c3, but then this c5, I didn't remember exactly how I should play there. I thought, yeah, if I remember, it's like you have to play b6 somewhere.
But okay, why to give this option? Yeah, if you don't need.
Yeah, because I want to make a draw. So yeah, he played c2, queen c7, just sticking to the catenaccio. I don't need any excitement. Yeah.
Yes. Knight d5, yeah, queen b3, knight b6.
Yeah.
And then e5, yeah, this is old school.
Yes. Then
Queen
he went
c3.
c3, takes c4.
This is how it happened, because at some point I felt like it's no way that this did not come from an f3 nimso, but the pawn was an f2, yeah, so I just couldn't, yeah. This is, yeah, now I understand.
But my position is extremely solid. You know, I put white cannot really break through. I mean, the only reason why my position can be worse if white somehow magically manages to bring the knight to e4 or c4. But while I'm attacking this b4 pawn, it's not going to happen anytime soon. Castle a6. So
and continuing the Blokadovich, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, knight c7, knight c6, yeah, rook a1, rook d8.
And here, of course, yeah, already he understood if he allows me to play rook c8 and knight b5, of course, there are 0 chances for win and already slight discomfort. So he has to try to minimize the damage. So I took. Of course, I will exchange everything. Yeah, bishop f1, knight a6, bishop e3.
It's a very professional draw.
Very, very professional. Yeah, I'm just creating small nasty tricks, you know, just shuffling my knights. Yes, to
now you like the horses.
Yes. My little horses are they're not next to the king. That's why they're not horses, they're knights.
They're knights.
Yes.
Knights are strong.
But did he have some chance, or you just had the blockade and that's it?
Yeah, well, I played some g5, I think, for fun. I thought he should try to play a f5 with white, you know? I thought this was maybe his only chance. And then g4, h4, you know, with this idea to give the piece at some point. Yeah, and so sometimes it's very important to maintain this, you know, space advantage. But of course, it's a tough decision to make. So especially if you have the bishops, you really want to open up the position, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, so takes h4 and
as well.
and this looked like complete cement, no?
Yeah.
No, well, it can be tricky, I thought. You know, if he manages to play bishop b5, let's say I don't do anything, he puts the bishop to c3, bishop b5. First of all, even like if he gets his king to g5, I think the bishop endgame might be lost. You know.
Okay, then let's make a couple of moves. Yeah, if you don't do anything, let's just wait. Okay, bishop f7 to illustrate bishop b5, bishop e6, bishop c3, for example, king f6, king d3, right?
Yeah.
And okay, he can wait with bishop f7, or he can also give up the pawn.
Yeah, well, I can give up the pawn here, but then he wouldn't take. He will play bishop c4. So let's say I take, you take, and then I wasn't completely sure this is such an easy.
King e6, king b5.
King e5, king d7, yeah? Yeah, probably it's very easy.
And then knight d4 is coming anyway after the king is on c8. Knight d4 is a threat now.
Yeah,
Like,
I guess.
where am I going? I don't know.
Well, I was worried that bishop might get to d6 and put me in a zugzwang, and then it's losing. But if I do get this activity...
You'll get knight d4, knight d2 before, no?
Yeah, I guess.
It's a very far way off. We've already given white like 20 moves.
Yeah, but you know, if you don't watch out, you have to kind of... This is Kramnik style of thinking about chess. Yeah, you have to think what happens if those pieces get exchanged. What happens if you know, suddenly you blunder something. I mean, being such a pessimist like Vladdy boy gives this advantage. Okay, if I blunder the knight, then it's still a draw.
At least then you were alert. You knew that this could
Yeah.
happen, and you.
But I
had to be
thought
careful.
my plan is even better.
Yeah, you made it look very simple because of
Yeah.
this pressure on e4
Yeah, I'm just putting the bishop to c6, knight to d7.
and to f6.
Yeah, and knight to f6. And here I even can play b6. So this is a, you know, this bishop c6, knight d7. Nobody ever broke this setup.
Yeah, it's lovely, of course. Very, very nicely grouping. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a
Yeah.
fortress.
Yeah, after that we felt like, okay, if someone, then only you can. I mean, of course, white is trying to win, but there is just no way to. Yeah, wow. I mean, okay, I give to Tania. Yeah, Tania, do you have some
I think
questions?
thank you so much for joining. But before you go, what's it like you're here with Annie? How is it to play in Miami? And
Oh yeah, it's wonderful. It's wonderful. I mean, it's enjoyable. The weather is great. So having a great time.
it's a kind of place that you come to with your partner too.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right, well, love, this was a great start. We wish you all the best for tomorrow. Thank
you
you
very
so
much,
much for all your time.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Lev. Bye bye.
Catenaccio, Peter, catenaccio.
Exactly.
You will learn one day. You're too
I
young.
need to ask Peter,
Tania,
Peter, what is catenaccio? Can you tell us?
Well, it's the Italian line of defense in the football. Yeah, it's the four defender systems. Just no way to break through, and you can't score a goal against the Italian team. Yeah, they are just too good in defense.
Wow.
And you make some mistake, then from contra you're gonna get punished. Yeah, that's how.
That's the catenaccio line of defense.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right, well, chat, we learn something new every day. Peter, what a day we've had. Some exciting chess, and then to have Anish and Lev join us and break down their games today was fantastic, no?
Exactly. I mean, I'm very grateful to the players. Yeah, taking their time. I mean, Anish, after this tough loss to Magnus, I mean, joining and sharing all his thoughts. Yeah, I really wish him the best because he's always showing incredible sportsmanship.
No,
and of course, Lev is always fun to have, but Lev has also won. So it's kind of logical and understandable that he's willing to share his thoughts when he's so happy. But yeah, for Anish, of course, it was really great that he came despite the loss.
No, I completely agree with you. And big thanks to our players. Peter, let's do a quick roundup of the results that we've had. Of course, it's just day one, and we've got 6 more days of fascinating chess coming up. Well, a big win for Pragg in his first round, playing against Alireza, the youngest 2800 in history. Pragg has, I don't know, Peter, but it feels like this format really suits Pragg. We saw him perform phenomenally well in the Oslo Esports Cup as well. There's something that clicks here for him.
Absolutely. I mean, basically he's on the highest level in these matches. Yeah, he also in the Chessable Masters played the final there. He lost in a very big fight against Dingley, I believe. Yeah, so yeah, I also would like to mention that, yeah, it's kind of a heartbreak for all of us that Dingley, and despite qualifying here and also where they didn't manage to get here. Of course, it's a great pity, but we have a fantastic lineup and so much to look forward to.
So much to look forward to. Hans Niemann against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. That was the one game that was one match which was very one-sided. And I do hear that Hans was very upset with the technical glitch that happened, Peter. And it's totally understandable because as a player, it's an intense situation. You're completely focused. And then, you know, something out of your control goes wrong. It really disbalances and unsettles you. And Hans was not happy with that at all.
Yeah, I can understand. Yeah, it's very, very unfortunate. It's the only thing that can, basically the only way you can calm down that you know that it was not intentional, it was just bad luck, yeah? I mean, what to do? It's basically nobody's fault. I do recall that always with technology, also in Monaco tournament, there had been some issues. So suddenly some player wanted to make a move which draws, but computer did not let this move to be played. Yeah, was keep on saying that it's an illegal move, and then the player had to play a move after which it's a draw. The other move was a win. So sometimes I know from my experience that things like this can happen. Very unfortunate because he lost that game. You remember we were talking that we very much hope that it will end in a draw.
Yeah, because we saw repetition and it didn't go well for him after that. A very unfortunate situation. And then we saw the Magnus Anish game and the Levon Liam, which of course we got a great breakdown by the players themselves. Peter, and I see in chat as well, Jig saying Levon the dude. Absolutely agree with that. He's here with his wife. And as you mentioned, it's really nice. It's a really nice place to play chess. Big day coming up tomorrow. Peter, let's quickly take a look at our matchups for tomorrow before we say bye to chat. And this is the action, Alireza and Liam. So these two players had a tough start. They will be facing each other. So an important day for both of them to start to try and get the momentum. Pragg and Anish, that's going to be one juicy matchup, Peter. I love that. Anish looking to bounce back from his loss against Magnus, while Pragg looks like he's very much in form. Jan-Krzysztof, Duda and Levon, the two winners of today, face each other, and Magnus against Hans. So another tough day in the office for Hans.
Yeah, well, basically in this tournament there are no easy pairings. It is going to be super tough for everyone. I would like to say that, yeah, Levon was enjoying himself in the studio. And I can tell you guys, if Levon enjoys himself, he's super dangerous. I mean, so alert for Duda. He has to kind of stop Levon, because if Levon keeps on winning and comes to the studio, I don't see anyone stopping him.
Yeah, Levon felt like he was in a good mood, and that's always good news for the chess world. We'll see how it continues, chat. Thank you so much for joining us. It was an absolute blast today. The chess kept us on our toes, so much action, and having the players. Peter, super fun today. We'll see, chat, and each other tomorrow.
Yeah, see you guys. Bye-bye.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.